Chapter 3283. From the moment Lin Fei stretched out his hand, General Bai Yan's expression changed. The other party was an expert. Just as General Bai Yan had thought, the other party was indeed very strong. He had blocked the fusion blade with just one hand. Not only that, but he had also easily broken through it. His means were not ordinary. From the beginning to the end, General Bai Yan did not sense a trace of energy. What a strong body cultivator. This was an attack that even a 10th grade ultimate god would not dare to take head-on, especially when it was blocked with the body. The meaning was completely different. It was easy to guess who could appear in the cabin at this time. What controller? It's just a title. Lin Fei said indifferently. After being attacked by the other party for 3 days, Lin Fei was very clear about the strength of the Thousand Victory Empire. When he found out that it was only a legion, he was about to curse in his heart. Strong, not an ordinary kind of strong. How did the Thousand Victory Empire develop? Lin Fei had to make a trip personally. General Bai, on the other hand, is so calm. The person I worship. Lin Fei said. General Bai Yan controlled this group of subordinates and easily broke the attack. The other party's strength was very terrifying. At least he could not do it. Even if he could kill the other party, it would be a lose-lose situation. There was no benefit. General Bai Yan could not figure out what the other party wanted to do. It was the first time he saw a body cultivator of such a realm. There were a few body cultivators in the Thousand Victory Empire, but compared to the one in front of him, they seemed to be much weaker. This is the 23rd prince of the Thousand Victory Empire, Long Wuhan. If you have anything, you can discuss it with him. General Bai Yan was cunning as he pulled Long Wuhan out. Long Wuhan originally planned to watch silently, but he did not expect to be exposed by the old thing. He cursed in his heart. This was dragging him into the water. No matter what, the other party definitely had a purpose. So it's Your Highness Long. It's even better that a prince is here. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with their schemes. I'm not an ambitious person. The Saint Spirit Continent and Beast God Continent are in my hands. No one can touch them. Whoever dares to touch them, I'll kill them. It's that simple. The corners of Long Wuhan's mouth curled up as he thought to himself, those barbarians are brainless. The Thousand Victories Empire has 10 legions. No matter which one of them is strong enough to suppress your 2 continents. Do you really think that you're invincible? If Your Excellency is willing to submit to me, it's not impossible for you to manage the 2 continents. Long Wuhan raised his voice. After all, no matter how powerful a person is, he is still a piece of rotten wood. Are you sure you want me to submit to you? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Long Wuhan was very happy. Yes, submit to me. If you have any difficulties, just mention my name and no one will dare to do anything to you. Such a good thing is not something that just anyone can have the chance to encounter. If you want me to surrender, then you must have the strength. You don't know if you can do it. Lin Fei's eyes shot out a cold light and chopped down in front of Long Wuhan. Crash. Long Wuhan released a light shield and blocked the attack. However, his body was unable to withstand the huge force. He smashed into the throne and crashed into the inner wall of the cabin. The shield was even filled with cracks. Cough, cough, cough. Long Wuhan grabbed the necklace around his neck. At this moment, the pendant of the necklace was filled with cracks. A trace of shock and fear appeared in his eyes. Just a casual attack had almost broken through his defense. This was simply too frightening. If I were Your Highness, then I would be obedient and not say anything. Lin Fei said. Your pendant's defense is very strong. I don't know if it can withstand my second attack. Long Wuhan had never felt so afraid of a person. He had only seen this kind of aura from his imperial father. However, now that he saw it from another person, Long Wuhan felt a deep sense of fear. However, the dignity of a prince would not allow him to lower his head in front of a barbarian brat. I am the prince of the Thousand Victories Empire. With a command from me, I can control your life and death. Long Wuhan said as he stared at Long Wuhan. His heart was abnormally nervous. Prince, what is this? Lin Fei slammed his palm on the armrest. A palm wind fell in front of Long Wuhan. With a crack, the protective shield appeared and shattered. Endless death enveloped him. At this moment, No counterattack seemed to be able to break through the crushing pressure of Mount Tai. Long Wuhan truly understood the other party's words. His identity as a prince was indeed useless here. This person's strength was too strong. He was so strong that he could crush him. Those secret killing moves seemed to be unable to block the attack of this palm wind. He remembered the treasure around Long Wuhan's neck. He remembered that person saying that this necklace could withstand the attacks of a top-notch ultimate god 8 stars and below. However, it was broken after 2 attacks. Did this not mean that this person was at least a top-notch ultimate god 8 stars expert? Terrifying. Don't kill me. In the face of death, Long Wuhan begged for mercy. The crushing pressure of Mount Tai was something that no one could withstand no matter who it was. Your Highness, you can't kill the prince. General Bai Yan threw out a treasure. It turned into a huge shield in front of Long Wuhan. The palm wind fell on it. With a crack, it was covered in cracks. Long Wuhan was once again smashed into the inner wall of the cabin. His qi and blood were in turmoil. He opened his mouth and vomited blood. How did this person cultivate his physique? His strength is so strong. My shield can withstand the attacks of a top-notch ultimate god 8 stars. But now, General Bai Yan would not let Long Wuhan be killed. If that happened, he would really be finished. The Bai family behind him would also be finished. None of the princes could die. Don't kill me. If you want to continue controlling the 2 continents, you can do it. In order to save his life, Long Wuhan hurriedly shouted. He saw the cracks on the shield clearly. It was a shocking sight. How could the 2 continents produce such an expert? It was hard to accept. General Bai Yan's subordinates were all sent out. In the cabin, only the 3 of them were left. General Bai Yan did not make a move. He knew that the other party was tyrannical and terrifying. He originally thought that he could handle the other party, but now he gave up. The other party was much stronger than him. It's impossible for the 2 continents to be controlled. Therefore, you must retreat this time. Retreat. Lin Fei said. Don't talk to me about discussing things. Both of you are sensible people. You should understand. Long Wuhan said softly, that's possible. Our imperial family can't let it go. Then you can die. Another palm strike struck towards Long Wuhan. Wait, I have an idea. Long Wuhan instantly broke out in cold sweat. As his voice fell, the palm wind dissipated. He felt like he had walked on the edge of death. It was a very bad feeling. As a prince, how could he be sullen? Chapter 3284. If not for the fact that Lin Fei didn't want to expose his strength too early and arouse the Yuan Fu's vigilance, he would have killed this prince without hesitation. Long Wuhan was completely terrified. This barbarian in front of her was extremely violent and would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. It was hard to defend against him. Even her defensive treasure necklace had been destroyed so easily. Who could withstand such a person? Long Wuhan didn't want to experience such a close encounter with death again. The palm wind dissipated, but to Long Wuhan, it was a terrible feeling. I have a way to solve your problem, Long Wuhan said. The saintly spirit continent and the divine beast continent are nothing in the eyes of our victorious empire. They aren't our focus. Otherwise, General Bai wouldn't have come personally. Long Wuhan said in a low voice. As long as the empire's attention is diverted, no one will target the saintly spirit continent and the divine beast continent for a long time. General Bai Yan understood what she was talking about and didn't dare to say anything else. The person in front of him was indeed terrifying. Lin Fei understood. It seems like your victorious empire isn't peaceful. Long Wuhan laughed dryly. Our empire is unified, but there are some accidents now. As long as you do something, I guarantee that the empire won't care about this. Lin Fei understood what she meant. Your position as a prince isn't that great. Aren't you afraid that this person will spread the news? If that happens, you won't be able to continue being a prince. Lin Fei glanced at General Bai Yan with a meaningful look. Long Wuhan looked at General Bai Yan and said, General Bai, you won't disappoint me, right? A faintly discernible killing intent landed on General Bai Yan. General Bai Yan laughed bitterly. Your Highness, rest assured. Other than the 3 of us, no one else will know about this. If this old man spreads the news, you can come and kill me at any time. Long Wuhan finally relaxed. This General Bai hated her the most. It wasn't easy to get him to support her. The victorious empire's attack quickly retreated. No one knew the exact reason. The two continents that had been retreating could finally heave a sigh of relief. From their point of view, other than that person, no one else could have done it. The Thousand Victories Empire's army retreated to the border again. Invisibly, Lin Fei gained another batch of prestige. After the victorious Thousand Empire's army retreated from the battlefield, Lin Fei did not stay idle. If he did not want the two continents to fall into a war, he had to make a trip to the victorious Thousand Empire. According to Long Wuhen, the current Thousand Victories Empire looked like a unified empire. But in reality, that was not the case. Not to mention the powers in the outside world. Just the internal struggle between the princes of the Qianqing Empire had reached a very intense degree. This was because His Majesty the Emperor was reaching the end of his lifespan. Most importantly, this emperor had never appointed a crown prince. This was the root of the chaos. The princes all stared at that position. It was precisely for this reason that the Victory Thousand Empire's chaos in the past few years was not obvious. But in recent years, everyone understood one thing, and that was that the Victory Thousand Empire would be in chaos for a very long time. It was just as Long Wuhan had said. If he didn't want the Thousand Victory Empire to pay attention to this place, he had to cause chaos in the Thousand Victory Empire. Once chaos ensued, the Thousand Victories Empire wouldn't care about this. That Prince Long Wuhan isn't anything good either. Lin Fei concealed his whereabouts and quietly entered the Thousand Victories Empire. Unlike the Divine Beast continent, the Thousand Victories Empire was filled with a thick imperial aura. It was clear that the Thousand Victories Empire was indeed very capable of ruling. After entering the Thousand Victories Empire, Lin Fei did not stop at all. He headed straight for the southernmost part of the Thousand Victories Empire. There was an enemy there that gave the Thousand Victories Empire a headache. In half a month, Lin Fei arrived at the southernmost part of the Thousand Victories Empire. This was a place controlled by a general. At the same time, it was an important city controlled by the empire. Long Wuhan's method was very simple, and that was to kill the general of this city. Once this city collapsed, the Thousand Victories Empire would no longer have the heart to conquer the Saint Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent. Lin Fei was clear that this was Long Wuhan's method of killing with a borrowed knife. But this method was very useful to Lin Fei. If the Thousand Victories Empire was in chaos, it would be beneficial to everyone. In an inn in the city, Lin Fei was wearing a black robe. His cloak covered his face, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. The demonic sect is too powerful. Even a massive army couldn't kill the demonic sect leader. Instead, he escaped. I heard that our general is chasing after the demonic sect leader. Perhaps there will be good news soon. As long as the demonic sect leader is alive, everyone will not be able to rest easy. In the inn, a few people who were drinking shook their heads and looked regretful. Lin Fei sat for half a day and heard a lot of news. He confirmed that what Long Wuhan said was true. After dealing with this city, the demonic sect was making a comeback. In the Thousand Victories Empire, this demonic sect leader had great influence. It was rumored that they had a cooperative relationship with the Thousand Victories Empire in the past. Later on, their relationship broke down, and they had been fighting each other ever since. The situation that Long Wuhan said is somewhat contradictory. The demonic sect leader doesn't seem to be in a good situation. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I still have to lend a hand. In this city, Lin Fei didn't sense any powerful experts overseeing it. That proved one thing. The general of this city was chasing after the demonic sect leader. After leaving the city, Lin Fei tore open the void and traversed through space. His universe-level body allowed him to travel freely without any hindrance. This should be a branch of the demonic sect. In a deep mountain, Lin Fei saw ruins and corpses all over the ground. They're having a hard time. Lin Fei continued forward. The periphery of the demonic sect had been razed to the ground. Following the direction, Lin Fei found the demonic sect's headquarters. The headquarters was in a mess and heavily guarded. Lin Fei searched around the demonic sect's headquarters. Apart from a group of top-level ultimate gods, there were not many eye-catching people. They were basically 3-star ultimate gods. Looking at the demonic sect experts, they were either dead or injured. I can only find someone to question. Lin Fei didn't believe that the general would let go of this opportunity to eliminate the demonic sect leader. At the demonic sect's headquarters, Ultimate Divinity Wen Fu was the person in charge here. He was leading people to clean up the demonic sect's spoils of war. Humph, this is the consequence of making an enemy of the general. Ultimate Divinity Wen Fu sneered as he flipped through the spoils of war. Your general is very powerful. A figure appeared in the demonic sect's headquarters without warning. A hand appeared above Ultimate Divinity Wen Fu's head, and the palm whistled. If I were you, I'd stay quiet. Feeling the aura of death, Ultimate Divinity Wen Fu didn't dare to move. The other party had quietly entered and had the strength to kill him. Even a fool would know what to do. Chapter 3285. In the face of death, Hierarch Wen Fu revealed everything he knew. The other party's strength was beyond his imagination. Resistance was the most meaningless thing to do. After telling Lin Fei everything he knew, Lin Fei imprisoned the other party and left. With his current strength, there really weren't many experts in the Thousand Victories Empire that could suppress him, unless it was the old ancestor of the imperial family or the old emperor. The cult leader of the Devil Sect was trapped in a place called Illusion Island. This was one of the more famous places within the Thousand Victory Empire, and it was filled with all sorts of illusions that could cause people to lose themselves in them. Very few people would go to such a place. The cult leader of the evil cult took the remaining forces and hid in the Illusion Island. The general had surrounded the island with his men, and it was only a matter of time before they took down the remaining members of the devil cult. Lin Fei rushed to the lost island without stopping. If the general with the giant eye captured the devil cult's cult leader, it would not be a good thing. Those forces that rebelled against the victorious Thousand Empire would all become cowards. On the way to resist Thousand Victories Empire, the evil cult was the main force carrying the banner. This was also the reason why the general with the huge eye had to exterminate the cult leader of the devil cult. Island of Illusions. It wasn't very big. The 7 colors shrouded the sky above the lost Illusion Island, making it extremely dazzling. But under this dazzling brilliance, the Island of Illusions was filled with danger. But at this moment, the illusory island was heavily guarded from both inside and outside. At the same time, an inescapable net had been laid down. Even a fly would not be able to escape the island. Sect Master Obsidian, come out now and surrender. I can leave you an intact corpse and let you die a worthy death, not letting down the name of the Sect Master. A rumbling sound reverberated through the air above the Island of Illusions. The rainbow-colored barriers were suppressed by the sound. On one of the main battleships outside the island, dressed in black armor, the large-eyed general sat with a broadsword and a golden horse, looking mighty and domineering. His bright eyes seemed to be able to see through the entire illusory island. Old thing, if you want to kill this sect leader, just rush in. There is no one in the devil cult who is cowardly. They would rather die indiscriminately than surrender like you said. In the sky above the Illusion Island, the voice of the current sect master, the sect master of the Obsidian sect, came. The giant-eyed general seemed to have expected this. This general will fulfill your wish. He gave the order. The formation around bewildering Illusion Island began to revolve as it began to refine the island. Since you're hiding inside, I'll refine the illusory island and refine all of you devil cult remnants. In order to refine the mystic island, Divinity Giant, I had put in a lot of effort. As long as the cult leader was still alive, this matter would not be considered over. The cult leader of the Dark Light cult must die. As soon as the formation was activated, a huge black storm engulfed demonic Illusion Island. The 7-colored barrier was torn to pieces by the black storm. Sect leader, that old thing wants to refine all of us. Why don't we go out and fight them? At the center of the island, dozens of people stood guard around the island. Their complexions were not very good, and almost all of them were injured. These were the elites of the devil cult. General Giant, I joined hands with the elders of the devil cult and betrayed them at the crucial moment, causing the master of the black light cult to be attacked in the belly, and the huge devil cult almost fell apart. In the center of the island, a black-robed man stood on a rock, looking up at the black storm killing the 7-colored barrier. His cloak fluttered behind him. It was the cult leader of the black light cult. The old thing is indeed the old thing. He's vicious indeed. In order to deal with us, He used such a killing formation. What a good move. The master of the Black Light cult was very young, and his face was cold. Sect leader, let's fight. If that old thing wants to kill us, he has to pay the price. Our devil cult members are not that easy to kill. The people behind the cult leader were all armed. As long as the order was given, they were willing to go out and fight, even if it meant dying on the battlefield. Bewildering Illusion Island was a dangerous place in the Qiantian Empire. But at this time, facing the suppression of the formation set up by General Giant Eye, it seemed very fragile. The Black Storm continued to grind the Illusory Island. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the entire Illusory Island was torn to shreds. That should be the Illusory Island. When Lin Fei arrived, more than half of the Illusory Island had been successfully refined, and the remaining small portion would not be able to hold on for long. The situation was very bad. That devil cult leader's situation is indeed not too good. In order to completely exterminate the devil cult, this General Giant I had put in a lot of effort. Just the strength of the martial law outside was enough to scare off a large portion of people. Apart from that, he had also arranged a group of experts to surround the Illusory Island. If I hadn't come, that devil cult leader would definitely not have a good ending. As for breaking out of the encirclement, don't even think about it. Lin Fei could vaguely see the figures on the Illusory Island. General, the master of the Black Light cult is very strong-willed. Even at this time, he has not chosen to rush out. Could it be that he has made some arrangements? The general's confidant said. The General Giant Eye's expression was unmoved. This time he won't be able to escape. Who dares to touch those fence-sitters? As long as the master of the Black Light cult is dead, those guys will not be able to withstand a single blow. Once the leader is killed, the remaining wolf cubs are nothing to worry about. General is right. Everything is led by the master of the Black Light cult. Without him, those guys are nothing. This is called killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. Boom! 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 Suddenly there was a rumbling sound coming from outside. A figure appeared between heaven and earth and moved toward them at an extremely fast speed. None of the experts who were secretly on guard could stop the other party, and allowed him to rush all the way until he was not far from the warship. Who's there? The general's confidant shouted as he turned around and threw a punch across the air. As the general's confidant, the confidant was very strong and was a 5-star peak ultimate god. The person who will kill you. The person laughed and also threw a punch. It was earth-shattering. All that was left in everyone's eyes was a huge fist shadow that pierced through the general's warship. There was a loud bang. The warship was torn apart and the experts on the warship died on the spot. Except for one person who escaped, which was the General Giant Eye, the rest were all dead. Master, there seems to be some changes outside. The General Giant Eye's warship has been destroyed. The master of the Black Light cult noticed the situation on the Illusory Island without needing his subordinate's reminder. He clearly saw the shadow of that punch. Even a group of peak ultimate gods and stars could not break through the General Giant Eye's warship, yet it was pierced by a single punch. Where did such an expert come from? Who the hell are you? The General Giant Eye looked extremely embarrassed at that moment. The armor on his chest was full of cracks. It was an 8-star armor, but it could not withstand Lin Fei's punch. The person who will kill you. The newcomer threw another punch at him. I'm the general of the 1,000 Victories Empire. The fistlight was like a meteor as it landed on the General Giant Eye's body. The armor could no longer withstand the attack, and the general was smashed into smithereens. Chapter 3286. Everyone on Bewildered Island was in a state of shock. Among them, the Black Glory sect leader was the most shocked. As his old rival, the Giant Eye divinity, others might not know how powerful he was, but he was well aware of how powerful this general was. A horrifying array had almost refined Bewildered Island. However, this old opponent who had put him in a disadvantageous position had been easily killed by the other party. The person who had come was really valiant and terrifying. With the death of the general, the array lost its support, and the Black Glory sect leader broke it with a punch. Thank you, brother, for your help. I am grateful. The Black Glory sect leader rushed out of Bewildered Island. When he saw this person, he realized how terrifying he was. At such a young age, the Black Glory sect leader felt that he had wasted his cultivation. Lin Fei was also sizing up this master of the Black Glory sect. Just from the surface, this person had quite the temperament of an ambitious person. It was no wonder that he could fight for so long in the Thousand Victory Empire. No need for gratitude. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. I do not wish to see the Thousand Victory Empire in peace. I want them to be in chaos. A strange look flashed past the Black Glory sect leader's eyes. As long as I am alive, the Thousand Victory Empire will not be peaceful. Now that the giant eye divinity is gone, the demonic sect can wave our flag, and everyone will come to us. The Black Glory sect leader's face showed some confidence. That's for the best. Saving your life was not in vain. Lin Fei tore open the void and disappeared without a trace. The Black Glory sect leader thought to himself, what a strange person. Such strength, and I have never heard of him. Could he be from the Divine Beast continent? But no matter, this is the chance for the demonic sect. Lin Fei did not want to interact much with the Black Glory sect leader. He did not care about that little bit of strength. When the Thousand Victory Empire was in chaos, and had no time to deal with the Saint Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent, Lin Fei was satisfied. Although he did not interfere with the Thousand Victory Empire's affairs, Lin Fei had been paying attention to the situation. Just as the Black Glory sect leader had said, after leaving Bewildered Island, he immediately brought his elites and attacked the city controlled by the Giant Eye divinity. Without the Giant Eye general overseeing the city, with the cooperation of the Black Glory Hierophant, the city was easily conquered. After opening the city, the leader of the Black Glory Hierophant launched another surprise attack before the news spread. In a short span of 10 days he had conquered more than 10 cities, his momentum unstoppable. By the time the Thousand Victories Empire reacted, the enormous empire had already lost 1/5 of its territory. The demonic cult's reputation soared. With the devil cult taking the lead, the other hostile forces launched their attacks one after another. Under a series of effects, the huge Thousand Victories Empire was in chaos. Lin Fei saw all of this. Just as Long Wuhan had said, the empire was not in the mood to fight the two states under such circumstances. The first thing they did was to recall the army that Long Wuhan was in to suppress the internal turmoil in the empire. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Under the leadership of the devil cult, Thousand Victories Empire fell into chaos very quickly. In addition, the emperor's lifespan was coming to an end, so no matter who it was, no one had the mood to do so. If the prince wanted to sit on that throne, he naturally didn't want to consume too much energy. The generals had the same thought. Without the support of the army, their influence would be weakened. It was not an easy task to eliminate these rebels. No matter who it was, the army would have to pay a huge price. No one was willing to pay too much for this. The chaos in Thousand Victories Empire spread endlessly, engulfing the entire empire. Lin Fei had long returned to the Sage Body Mountain. Without the suppression of the Thousand Victories Empire, the mountains above the Xiangling continent and the Divine Beast continent had disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei had now entered the mode of watching the show. Every day, he would be the first to know what happened in Thousand Victories Empire. He had to admit that the leader of the Black Glory Hierophant was quite powerful. With just a few words he had formed an alliance and launched a fierce attack on the Thousand Victories Empire. His territory was also constantly expanding, gradually forming a situation where half of the empire was under his control. Boss, that Long Wuhan is here to visit you again. Lin Wen came in to report. Let him in. Lin Fei said casually. This was not the first time he had seen Long Wuhan. Every time this guy came it was not good news. Compared to the previous time, Long Wuhan was beaming with success this time. Your Highness Wuhan, you look good. Could it be that your emperor father has passed away? Lin Fei said with a smile. The joy on Long Wuhan's face immediately dimmed. She shook her head and said, Taoist Lin, don't laugh at me. My emperor father's birthday is approaching, but he will not die just like that. Who can guarantee that my emperor father has no hidden tricks? That's a pity, Lin Fei said. I still want to see your highness ascend to that position. At that time, the Xiangling continent and the Divine Beast continent will not be suppressed by others. Long Wuhan rolled her eyes in her heart. This guy was not afraid of anything. Back then, the general with the huge eye was killed with a single punch. Who would dare to suppress the two continents? Be it Long Wuhan or the leader of the Black Glory Hierophant, they were all very wary of Lin Fei. With his unfathomable strength, who would dare to act recklessly? Taoist Lin, I have come this time to seek your help. Long Wuhan took a deep breath and said. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Your Highness, you are in the limelight now. Is there anything that only I can help you with? Such words are very meaningless. Do you know that? Long Wuhan stood up. Taoist Lin, you have to help me this time. Without you I would be dead this time. I don't know what my Emperor Father is thinking. He actually wants all of us to enter the Boundless World Mountain and help him find a divine medicine that can extend his life. Whoever finds the divine medicine will become the crown prince of the Thousand Victories Empire. Lin Fei said plainly, Isn't that a good thing? Your Highness has many experts around you. Isn't finding a mere divine medicine a piece of cake? He was really not interested in such a small matter. Taoist Lin, you have to help me. That Boundless World Mountain is not an ordinary place. It is a special place that connects the two continents behind. Not only will our people enter, but the experts from the other two continents will also enter. Even the experts from the elemental destruction realm will enter. If a prince like me enters, I will most likely die. If it was a small matter, Long Wuhan would not have come at all. But this time he really had no other choice. Long Wuhan knew very well what kind of trash the experts around him were. Once they entered the Boundless World Mountain, their fates were sealed. If he could get Lin Fei to help him, Long Wuhan was confident that he could come out alive. He had seen this person's terrifying strength before. In the Thousand Victories Empire, not just anyone could kill the giant eye general with less than 3 punches. Boundless World Mountain. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Tell me in detail about this place. If I am satisfied, perhaps I will help you. If you dare to hide anything, you can give up. You don't have to come to the Holy Sky Mountain. Chapter 3287. Long Wuhan was full of fear for this barbarian Lin Fei. If not for the fact that her father had gone mad and forced them to die, Long Wuhan would never have come to Lin Fei. Unfortunately, there was no other way. If she didn't seek help, she would die for sure. That place was not a good place. She would die for sure. When Long Wuhan finished talking about the Hopeless Realm Mountain, Lin Fei was shocked. There was actually such a place. It was so high-end. Will there be news about the universe crystal chip in such a place? Lin Fei couldn't help but look forward to it. If it were before, he might have been a little worried. But now that his body had reached a great success level, unless it was a universe-level expert, anyone who came would be nothing more than trash. Wait, you said that the Hopeless Realm Mountain is actually a multi-layered world, including the great ancient ruins. Doesn't that mean that the Hopeless Realm Mountain is equivalent to a prehistoric civilization? Long Wuhan nodded. Someone once mentioned that the place is very scary. There are all kinds of prehistoric civilizations, and there are even some powerful beast commanders. At night, the multi-layered world civilizations will appear. If you are not careful, you will fall into a situation of certain death. Because of the existence of the various civilizations, my father tried to get treasures to increase his lifespan from the Hopeless Realm Mountain. Lin Fei frowned and thought to himself, if it is a multi-layered world in the existence of the prehistoric civilization, then I really need to go and see it. If I take action, what benefits can I get? Lin Fei's eyes were bright. If there are no benefits, I won't go. I don't want to die in there. I have a map of the Hopeless Realm Mountain in my hands. I can go to a special place. According to the map, that place has the power of the prehistoric civilization, such as the existence of universe divine weapons and universe cultivation techniques. I don't want anything. I can give them all to Senior Lin. Long Wuhan took out a map. In order to win over Lin Fei, Long Wuhan took out the map to show her sincerity. Lin Fei was no longer a newbie. Universe divine weapons and universe cultivation techniques were all things that could be heard but not seen at the moment. As far as the 3 continents were concerned, there was almost no news about the universe level. It was as if the information had been purposely blocked. It was difficult to find out. There was no doubt that this was one of the Eternal Church's tricks. Lin Fei was very interested in things related to the universe level. Lin Fei did not agree immediately. He said that he would think about it for a few days and that Dragon Wuhan would temporarily stay at the Sacred Body Mountain. How much do you know about Boundless Realm Mountain? Lin Fei looked for Lin Wan and the other two to ask. As experts who had been taken into the tomb of the god of Yuanju, Lin Fei believed that they would know more about Boundless World Mountain than he did. There was no harm in listening to them. Boss, you want to go to Boundless World Mountain? That place is too dangerous, I think. It's best not to go there. That place is a living hell. When Lin Wan heard about the Boundless Realm Mountain, he shuddered. His eyes were filled with fear. Lin Fei said indifferently, "You guys just have to say it." Lin Wan and the other two were ultimate gods and overlords. However, their expressions changed when they saw Boundless World Mountain. There was only fear in their eyes. Hopeless World Mountain is a place in the universe. It's considered a very famous place. It's special. Even those universe-level warriors don't dare to let their guard down. There are ancient powerful beings living there. In Boundless World Mountain, one's strength is suppressed to a certain extent. There are dangers everywhere, and some mysterious and invisible things can almost be seen. Lin Wan and the other two revealed a lot of information about Boundless World Mountain. In summary, it was a place where death was certain. Apart from that, it was also a place full of fortuitous encounters. All along, there had been no shortage of capable people from all over the world who risked their lives to enter. Lin Fei listened very carefully. He knew that Boundless World Mountain could be dangerous if universe-level experts accidentally died there. In the end, Lin Fei decided to go to Boundless World Mountain to explore the mysteries of that place. With the prestige support system and a strong body comparable to a universe-level body, he had double insurance and a higher chance of survival than the average person. Lin Fei learned from Lin Wan and the others that Boundless World Mountain was a special place. Many forces under the control of the Eternal Church would also enter Boundless World Mountain. Lin Fei wanted to experience such an opportunity, especially the ancient civilization. If he could get his hands on one or two universe-level weapons, that would be the best thing. The Thousand Victories Empire no longer had any intention of attacking the other continents. The demon sect had suddenly risen and occupied half of the continent. Lin Fei no longer had anything to worry about. He made some preparations, left behind a few skill scrolls, and left Holy Body Mountain with Dragon Traceless. Long Wuhan's trip this time was a private one. If word got out that he had sent a royal disciple to find a barbarian with a lowly bloodline, she would really be laughed at. Long Wuhan would not be able to keep her face. Lin Fei simply dispelled his barbarian aura and returned to being a normal human. Long Wuhan did not doubt him at all. She thought that Lin Fei's cultivation technique was powerful, and it was a good way to get rid of one of her worries. When her siblings saw him, they would not be mocked. "We're here." The imperial capital of the victorious empire was huge. Golden palaces stood in great numbers, with pavilions and terraces. It was a magnificent sight. "Prince." Long Wuhan brought Lin Fei back to his imperial residence. As a prince, he had long been conferred the title of king. He had his own imperial residence and did not need to go to the imperial palace. In order to receive Lin Fei, Long Wuhan spent a lot of money and arranged for him to stay in the best courtyard. At night, she prepared a banquet, but Lin Fei politely declined, so Long Wuhan could only give up. Lin Fei stayed in the imperial residence for half a month. He usually read some ancient books sent by Long Wuhan. Half a month's time also let Lin Fei know a lot about Hopeless World Mountain. During these days, Lin Fei noticed that Long Wuhan did not only invite him but also some other experts. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, those guys were weak. Their physical bodies were a mess, but their primordial spirit power was strong, different from the ultimate gods he usually saw. Later, Lin Fei learned that these ultimate gods' cultivation methods were indeed not the same. They cultivated the magical techniques passed down from ancient times and belonged to a different type of sect. There were many experts like this. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened because of that. It was really incredible. He became very interested in Hopeless World Mountain. The word hopeless revealed a different meaning. This is the place. Why should we stay outside? Yes, today I'm going to let that kid see what power is. This courtyard is not for him to stay in. Chapter 3288. The commotion outside the courtyard alerted Lin Fei. He released his divine senses to see what was going on outside. What's Long Wuhan doing? Is he trying to create a group of enemies for me? But his strength is too weak. Lin Fei complained and did not plan to deal with them. It was pointless to bully these little guys. Lin Fei did not idle around during his stay in the courtyard. He had a new understanding of close combat methods after reading ancient books and so on. A body that was infinitely comparable to a universe-level body was able to unleash super combat power. Lin Fei really wanted to thank Long Wuhan and the Qianqing Empire's collection for his strength to improve again in a short period of time. The power in his body could be perfectly unleashed. Get lost. The pinnacle ultimate gods outside the courtyard were all 7-star ultimate gods and were considered experts among experts. As veterans, hearing that a junior was living in the best courtyard and enjoying high standards of service was something they could not accept. They came together to teach that kid a lesson and let Her Highness Long Wuhan know that they were the strongest. The word "get lost" came outside the courtyard and slammed heavily on them like a huge war hammer. The pinnacle ultimate gods outside the courtyard did not have time to react and were all blasted away, knocking over buildings one after another. They're really weak. Lin Fei shook his head. He had integrated his physical strength into his voice and was no longer an ordinary sound wave attack. The advantage of a sound wave attack was the word fast. Coupled with the integration of strength, it was no longer simple. He buried his head and continued to read the ancient books in his hands. Long Wuhan rushed over immediately. "Brother Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't know they would come." Long Wuhan came over with an apologetic look. "These people are too disrespectful. They don't take me seriously at all. I promise this won't happen again." Lin Fei did not look at Long Wuhan. He did not care too much whether this matter had anything to do with Long Wuhan or not. "When are we going to Boundless Boundary Mountain?" Long Wuhan's heart sank. Lin Fei's behavior made him feel uneasy. "In another 5 days, the Empire will set up the teleportation array and only needs the core energy to set off." Lin Fei said nothing more. Long Wuhan gave a wry smile and left. "My good brothers and sisters, you've really gone too far." After leaving the courtyard, Long Wuhan's face darkened, and her killing intent surged. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, no one came to cause trouble for Lin Fei. After all, no one would look for trouble with Lin Fei as long as they were not fools. Everyone knew there was an expert living in the courtyard who easily defeated a 7-star peak ultimate god without even making a move. His methods were also very domineering. Long Wuhan hadn't brought many experts with him this time. In total, there were only about 100 of them. Hopeless World Mountain was famous for being dangerous, and this time it was a matter of choosing a crown prince. No matter which prince it was, they all put in a lot of thought and would not allow any mistakes to happen. This concerned their future. From Lin Fei's point of view, there were very few people who were truly strong in their eyes. They would not be able to withstand a few of his punches. When they arrived at the Empire Square, in comparison, Long Wuhan's group of experts was really incomparable to the other princes. The other princes easily had 200 to 300 experts, with each of them being very powerful. Such a gap was very obvious when compared to the Empire Square. Long Wuhan's influence was not that great. "Brother Lin, I'm sorry," Long Wuhan said in a low voice. "We might not be able to last until the end with so many people." Lin Fei said disapprovingly. "Your Highness, you don't have to worry." Lin Fei could see that the internal struggle between the princes of Qianqing Empire was very intense. This time, in order to fight for the position of crown prince, the forces behind these princes had all taken action. This could be seen from the experts they brought with them. "Little Six, why did you bring so few people? Hopeless World Mountain is full of danger. Don't throw your life away there." A hypocritical voice came from the side. Long Wuhan's eyes flashed with fear as he transmitted his voice to Lin Fei. "He's my 5th brother, Long Wuqing. He cultivates an ancient technique and walks the ruthless path. He likes to plot against people the most." Lin Fei looked over and could not help but be secretly shocked. Long Wuqing and Long Wuhan were somewhat similar, but they did not have a trace of emotion on them. Even if they were to smile now, there would be no meaning in their smiles. It was just like the phrase hypocritical. There were more than 300 people behind Long Wuqing, all of whom were elite experts. They seemed to have cultivated a special secret technique, as more than 300 auras seemed to be connected in a line. It seemed like only one ultimate god out of more than 300 ultimate gods was left with unparalleled combat power. For the position of crown prince, danger is nothing. Long Wuhan smiled. I don't think we need a lot of people to go to Hopeless World Mountain. It's the quality of an army. Am I right, fifth brother? Long Wuching was still smiling hypocritically. You're right. We'll meet at Hopeless World Mountain. When passing by Lin Fei, Long Wuching smiled and said, Young man, Hopeless World Mountain is not a place you can go. You won't even know when you'll die. If I were you, I'd leave immediately. What's the use of treasures if you're dead? What do you think? Lin Fei said faintly, Thank you for reminding me, Your Highness. However, Hopeless World Mountain is too tempting. Riches come with risks. I'm not afraid of death. Since I'm afraid of death, I don't need to cultivate. Not bad, not bad. Long Wuching did not look at Lin Fei again and left with his men. Long Wuhan said in a low voice, Brother Lin, my brother is probably targeting you. Maybe he'll play tricks on us at Hopeless World Mountain. It's okay. When Long Wuching arrived with his men, a few other groups of people appeared on the square. The number of people in each group was no less than the fifth prince, Long Wuching. The one in black armor over there is my third brother, Long Wutian. He's a very overbearing guy. Do you see the two people beside him? They're the black and white double ghosts. At the same time, they're also my third brother's guardians. Their strength is unfathomable. The one on the left wearing a white robe and a tall crown is my second brother, Long Wunian. He cultivates exquisite dharma and can make people fall into his trap unknowingly. He's a very difficult person to deal with. Those behind him are all Buddhist supremacies. The one on the golden horse and broadsword is my eldest brother, Long Wushan. When he was born there was the word God on his palm. Hence my father named him Wushan. Among us brothers and sisters, my eldest brother is the strongest. His strength is equally unfathomable. Long Wuhan introduced them one by one. When he mentioned his eldest brother, Long Wushan, this prince revealed an inexplicable fear and dread. Lin Fei listened with interest. However, the first prince, Long Wushan, made Lin Fei feel threatened. Yes, it was just a threat. In the imperial capital square, this first prince was the only one who made Lin Fei feel threatened. Chapter 3289. Your Majesty has arrived. On the imperial capital square, the irrelevant people were driven away, leaving only the imperial princes in the imperial capital square. There were more than a dozen princes standing on the imperial capital square. The princes introduced by Long Wuhan belonged to the more competitive category. If there were no accidents, the crown prince would definitely be among them. Of course, that was the case. However, no one knew who would be able to retrieve the heaven and earth treasure from Hopeless Realm Mountain that could increase one's lifespan. It could be said that all the princes present actually had a chance. Lin Fei was not very interested in these princes. Only the eldest prince, Long Wushan, could give him a slight sense of threat. Present, there was really no one else. In the Thousand Victories Empire, the eldest prince was the first. During this period, there were quite a few gazes that landed on Lin Fei. He didn't need to disguise himself. He looked ordinary, but Lin Fei could sense the changes in their expressions. Clearly, Lin Fei's cultivation base had caused them to feel suspicious. Following the announcement of the arrival of His Majesty, everyone looked up. An illusory voice quietly descended on the sky above the imperial capital square. The illusory figure's face was blurry, and almost no one could see it clearly. He wore a golden robe and a crown on his head. Behind him there were towers rising out of thin air. Birds and beasts were flying across the sky, making it seem like an otherworldly paradise. That person was the Qianqing Emperor of the Qianqing Empire. From the moment the emperor appeared, Lin Fei's expression slightly changed. The other party could also make him feel threatened, even more so than the eldest prince. If he underestimated him, he might suffer a great loss. This old emperor's aura is strong, but there is a trace of death aura flowing in his aura. The rumors outside are true. This old emperor does not have much life left and is about to die of old age. He is not a universe-level expert, but he is not far from it. He can even use part of the universe-level combat power. Top ultimate gods are vulnerable in front of this old emperor. Lin Fei finally understood the reason why the Qianqing Empire could stand tall. Unless the old emperor died of old age, no one would dare to overthrow the Qianqing Empire. The old emperor in the sky opened his eyes that seemed to be able to rule over the world. Everyone's heart sank as a heavy pressure like a mountain crushed down on them. Whoever retrieves the treasure from the hopeless world mountain will be the crown prince of the empire. Kong Huan's deep voice echoed in everyone's ears. The old emperor waved his hand, and in the world behind him, an ancient teleportation platform appeared in the square of the imperial capital. A majestic aura swept out, suppressing the crowd. This teleportation platform was enormous, almost taking up the entire imperial capital square. Judging from the aura it emitted, anyone could tell that it was an extremely high-grade teleportation platform. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fallen into the hands of the old emperor. To the teleportation platform. The princes in the imperial capital square brought their subordinates to the teleportation platform. Rise! The teleportation platform glowed brightly, and a giant white bubble enveloped everyone. After tearing open the void, there was space, and in an instant, a super long-distance teleportation was carried out. Everyone in the bubble had different expressions. The location of this hopeless world mountain is not simple. That old emperor used this kind of ancient teleportation platform. I'm afraid that using it once consumes a lot of energy. Without this teleportation platform, it's impossible to go to the hopeless world mountain. Lin Fei was shocked. The hopeless world mountain is indeed very special. If it wasn't for Long Wuhan inviting me, I might not be able to find the entrance to the hopeless world mountain even after thousands of years. The giant bubble shuttled through the dark space. There seems to be a huge mountain in front of us. Could it be the hopeless world mountain? Someone shouted, and everyone noticed that a huge mountain had appeared in front of them. It was really a huge mountain. At a glance, they could only see that huge mountain. They really couldn't see the end of it. The mountain pierced the sky, and the mountain peak was surrounded by clouds and mist. In front of this huge mountain, everyone seemed very small, like ants. Hopeless World Mountain. It's really the Hopeless World Mountain, a prince said excitedly. The Hopeless World Mountain is a special place. Don't think that the Hopeless World Mountain is in front of us. In fact, it's in many different worlds. Without a location, no one can find the Hopeless World Mountain. The first Prince Long Wuxian said as he looked at the huge mountain. With this, everyone realized that the Hopeless World Mountain was different. There seems to be someone approaching the Hopeless World Mountain. In a direction that was close to the Hopeless World Mountain, there was also a giant bubble. Its target was the Hopeless World Mountain. Lin Fei was also shocked by this huge mountain. The Hopeless World Mountain is really big. I even saw a faintly discernible continent world in the space. If I'm not wrong, it should be the other two sealed continents. I didn't expect them to really be related. This huge mountain was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Similarly, surrounded by multiple worlds, Lin Fei instinctively felt the danger coming from the Hopeless World Mountain. The Hopeless World Mountain is more dangerous than I thought. Not only is the Hopeless World Mountain dangerous, but the external experts are also not to be underestimated. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Even though he had a powerful physical body that was comparable to a universe-class body, Lin Fei didn't dare to be careless. Before reaching the Hopeless World Mountain, Lin Fei realized that this place was the most dangerous place he had ever been to. The giant bubble brought everyone through the multiple worlds. The multiple worlds formed a barrier, but it didn't affect the giant bubble at all. Along the way, they finally passed through the Hopeless World Mountain. The Hopeless World Mountain was covered in darkness, as though they had entered a world of darkness. When the giant bubble brought everyone into the Hopeless World Mountain, the protective barrier outside disappeared. What followed was a terrifying chill and an overwhelming gravitational force. Bang, bang, bang. Caught off guard, everyone was knocked down by the gravitational force and fell one by one. Lin Fei's universe body was hit by the overwhelming gravitational force, causing his bones to make cracking sounds. However, that was all. The other ultimate gods were not so lucky. Under the first wave of gravitational force, they exploded one by one like a bloody mist. The remaining ultimate gods quickly took out their treasures and formed a protective barrier around their bodies to resist the gravitational force. We've just arrived at the Hopeless World Mountain, and this world has already given us a show of strength. It's really not easy. With a thought, Lin Fei tightened his body and formed a barrier to resist the invasion and suppression of the gravitational force. Ah! Below them was a black forest that exuded a decaying aura. A 6-star ultimate god had yet to land on the ground when a towering tree next to him shot out hundreds of vines without warning. The vines were like swords and pierced through the ultimate god's protective shield, turning him into a hornet's nest. The ultimate god's vital energy and blood were sucked dry by the vines, turning him into a shriveled corpse. Chapter 3290. They had just arrived at Boundless Boundary Mountain. Everyone was caught off guard by the Boundless Boundary Mountain. The trunk of the towering black tree below was covered with thick black vines. They were like sinister venomous snakes, dangerous and terrifying. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they surged over, almost covering the entire sky. The ultimate gods from the Qianqing Empire were no match for the vines. Their strong body fortifications were easily penetrated and turned into sieves. It was a shocking sight to see. The gravity of Boundless Boundary Mountain was so strong that everyone fell into the black forest below. Let's go. The eldest prince, Long Wushan, reacted the fastest and summoned a warship. The ultimate gods fled to the warship and saw the warship break through the wind and waves. It broke through the blockade of vines and successfully broke out. The princes behind followed suit and summoned their warships. They brought their experts with them and moved forward without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, only Long Wuhan and his group were left. Compared to them, Long Wuhan's luck was not as good. She had just taken out her warship when, perhaps because it had agitated the Black Forest or for some other reason, the overwhelming vines struck the warship like sharp swords. The warship wobbled. Before Dragon Traceless could fully activate it, the warship was tightly entangled by the vines. My warship! Long Wuhan wanted to cry but had no tears. Under the attack of the vines, only a dozen or so experts were left. Long Wuhan's vitality was greatly damaged in just one move. Your Highness, let's retreat quickly. It'll be difficult for us to get out once the vines surround us. A top ultimate god reminded. The black vines began to shrink as if they were trying to trap everyone in the black forest. As for the corpses that had fallen earlier, they were all sucked dry and shattered with a light touch. None of the top ultimate gods present wanted to follow in their footsteps. It was too terrifying. Break out of the encirclement. Long Wuhan was anxious and kept slashing with the divine sword in his hand. Waves of sword essence swept across the vines and the clanking sounds were like a musical performance. The danger in front of them was beyond Long Wuhan's expectations. His sword essence could not cut through a wave of unknown vines and only left white marks. The defense of the black vines was stronger than expected. Break out of the encirclement, break out of the encirclement. Don't linger in battle. Long Wuhan rushed toward the only exit as dense black vines kept attacking. The top-level ultimate gods around him died one by one. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Fei was left by his side. Those black vines were extremely domineering with offensive power comparable to a top-level ultimate god. In addition to that, the vines had a strong defense and could not be cut off by ordinary attacks. The vines themselves contained powerful toxins that would enter the body through the wound and cause a certain amount of damage. An ultimate god expert's speed and reaction would be affected to a certain extent. I'll bring you out. Lin Fei grabbed Long Wuhan with one hand. If he dragged on any longer, he would not be able to leave the Black Forest. Open! Lin Fei sent out a berserk punch, knocking back the black vines that were rushing at him, opening up a space for him to attack. Even with 50% of my strength, I still can't destroy the vines. How fierce! Lin Fei was secretly shocked. This Boundless Boundary Mountain is really terrifying. There were a lot of black vines. Lin Fei grabbed Long Wuhan and punched all the way. Endless fist seals turned into monstrous waves that crashed against the vines like flowing water. The black vines were unable to attack them and bought them some time. Whoosh! 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 We're finally out. A black forest already hurt my vitality. Boundless Boundary Mountain is much more terrifying than I imagined. Long Wuhan's face was pale as he looked back at the black forest covered in black vines. He subconsciously took a deep breath. He had lost all his capital in just one encounter. Thank you for your help, Brother Lin. Without you, I would have been dead this time. I underestimated how terrifying Boundless Boundary Mountain is. This place is really dangerous. No, it's 10 out of 10. Long Wuhan took out some elixir pills to heal his injuries. Lin Fei agreed and nodded. Boundless Boundary Mountain is really scary. A whole black forest is occupied by vines. Both their attack and defense are so domineering. I'm afraid other places are similar. We need to be careful along the way. He had thought that with a universe-level body, he could go anywhere in the world. After arriving at Boundless Boundary Mountain, Lin Fei realized that his thinking was ridiculously wrong. If he dared to swagger around Boundless Boundary Mountain, he would definitely be the one to die. I'll have to trouble Brother Lin for the rest of the journey. Long Wuhan put down his pride. He knew that without Lin Fei, he would definitely die in the man-eating Boundless Boundary Mountain. If there's anything you need me to do, Brother Lin, feel free to tell me. Let's leave this place first. Boundless Boundary Mountain was shrouded in a black veil. Lin Fei did not dare to fly with Long Wuhan at high altitudes. That would be too eye-catching. If there were any powerful creatures below, they would definitely become targets. His words were quickly verified. A warship flew across the sky and was slapped down by an unknown giant hand. Even the warship's defense could not withstand the power of the other party's palm. It was clear that the sky was not safe. This place is really terrible. Long Wuhan's sword slashed away a small thing that had attacked from the dark. His face was exceptionally solemn. Ever since he had left the Black Forest, all kinds of creatures had appeared. None of them were easy to deal with. His heart was constantly on edge. Come down, it's safe here. Lin Fei came out of the cave and beckoned to Long Wuhan. After entering the cave, Long Wuhan took out array flags and placed them around the cave. The array's power enveloped the cave, and the entire cave seemed to disappear into thin air. It also isolated the two's auras from leaking out. If I knew that Boundless Boundary Mountain was so dangerous, I would rather not be the Crown Prince. Long Wuhan looked at the dense attacks on his armor and laughed bitterly. Lin Fei laughed. It's really not easy to be the Crown Prince. Boundless Boundary Mountain is filled with danger. If I'm not careful, I'll fall into a trap. It's dangerous, but danger also means high rewards. There are definitely many good things in Boundless Boundary Mountain. It would be a pity if I don't take a few back. Boundless Boundary Mountain was dangerous, but Lin Fei believed in his own strength. As long as he was careful, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Brother Lin, these are the places that Father Emperor has collected where treasures will appear. Take a look. Long Wuhan took out a document. Since the situation was like this, he naturally had to cling to this thigh. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony. He took the document and flipped through it. That father of yours is really resourceful. He actually collected 6 places where treasures will appear. He's not simple. Lin Fei said. This document recorded the locations where treasures related to increasing lifespan would appear. This is a map. It's not very complete. Long Wuhan took out another map. Every prince had a copy of such a map. Lin Fei compared the location on the map and barely determined the location. There was a certain deviation, but the situation was not very serious. The place where we appeared before should be the Black Vine King's territory. No wonder its attacks were so sharp and domineering. Lin Fei pointed at one of the places and suddenly realized, this is the only place we can go now. Lin Fei stared at one of the locations. Chapter 3291. Boundless World Mountain. Everything he saw was black and shimmering with a strange luster. There were black boulders, black fog, and black creatures. It was as if Boundless World Mountain was made of black. The 10th King Palace is not far ahead. In the forest, 2 figures were galloping over. There was a trace of fatigue on their faces. These 2 were none other than Lin Fei and Long Wuhan. According to the information, Lin Fei and Long Wuhan had found their way here. However, they had underestimated how terrifying Boundless World Mountain was. In just half a month they had been ambushed countless times. There were some special creatures that they could not name, but they were very powerful. They had completely overturned their expectations of Boundless World Mountain. Luckily, that thing didn't follow us. What the hell? Long Wuhan looked back and said with lingering fear, Boundless World Mountain actually has that thing. We're really lucky. Over the past few days, Lin Fei and Long Wuhan had been chased by a group of black creatures. Their defenses were very strong, and they could only be beaten back. It was very difficult to kill them. Even if Lin Fei used 70% of his strength, he could only make their bodies cave in. He would not be able to take another step forward. These special black creatures were said to be from the ancient civilization. Lin Fei completely believed that there was an ancient civilization in Boundless World Mountain. Ding! Just as they were about to leave the forest, Lin Fei felt a sense of foreboding. He frowned and stopped without any hesitation. Soon after, an imperceptible sound rang out in his ears. A long black line shot out from the ground in front of them. The void was instantly split in half, and even space itself was affected. The moment the black line shot out, Dragon Traceless was slapped back by Lin Fei's palm. The black line passed right in front of Lin Fei. Its sharp aura swept across Lin Fei's body, leaving behind white spots. It was as if he had been pricked by needles. Be careful, there's an ambush. Lin Fei punched the black line and quickly retreated. The black line was very sharp and could leave white marks on his body. Your luck is not bad. You were able to avoid the black demon's ambush. You are not simple. The black thread began to expand and thicken, turning into a black-robed man. His entire body emanated a sharp aura, cutting through the surrounding void and trees. Black demon, you said that you would kill them. Look at what happened in the end. You boasted too much. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Light laughter could be heard from afar. At the same time, a large swath of leaves flew over, enveloping the sky above Lin Fei and Long Wuhan. Brother Lin, they are from the Myriad Gods continent. Their cultivation methods are different from ours. They have inherited the ancient civilization and have divine Dao techniques. We have to guard against them. Long Wuhan's pupils constricted as he recognized their origins. The leaves were not real leaves but contained divine Dao techniques. There was a black-robed woman sitting cross-legged on each leaf. They exuded a ferocious aura as they opened their mouths to spit out raging flames. A flame giant walked out from the leaves and slammed its palm across the sky. Flames surged and burned the forest. Another flame giant stepped forward and slashed the flaming saber in its hand. In an instant, dozens of flame giants attacked with different techniques. There were fist techniques, sword techniques, saber techniques, and everything else. Lin Fei had heard of the Myriad Gods continent before. It was the name of the fourth continent. The people there cultivated divine Dao techniques, and their combat power was not weaker than a peak ultimate gods. In fact, they might even be slightly stronger. Their techniques were also incredible. Lin Fei did not expect to encounter experts from the Myriad Gods continent so soon. The other party's techniques were indeed powerful. If it was not for his physical body that was comparable to a cosmic level and had a keen sense for danger, he would have suffered a great loss. Both of their techniques have the combat power of a peak ultimate god. Their techniques are more subtle. Their techniques are easier to use against others, but their power is only a so-so against me. 10 Seat Kings, we have taken a liking to you. Therefore you can only die. You overestimate yourselves. The black demon formed by the long black thread laughed sinisterly. His body once again turned into a long black thread. However, unlike the previous time, he split into countless black dots and shot toward the two of them. Ding! 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 Lin Fei was attacked hundreds of times in an instant. What a strong physical body. I might be able to sell you for a good price when I capture you. The black demon's eyes lit up as he chuckled. Very few people could withstand his attacks, especially when they were bare-handed. For example, Long Wuhan's protective shield shattered almost immediately. That was the difference between them. Long Wuhan's strength isn't bad, but he was easily suppressed by the experts from the Myriad Gods continent. He's indeed not simple. To me, the more experts the better. Lin Fei's thoughts turned quickly. No one was more excited than him. Ding! Ding! The black demon controlled the black dots and attacked Lin Fei's body like raindrops. He did not miss a single spot, as though he was trying to find Lin Fei's flaws. Unfortunately, Lin Fei's physical body was flawless. He could only suppress it with force. There was no other way. The black dots attacked Lin Fei's body and a burst of energy exploded, attempting to enter Lin Fei's body. However, it was repelled by his skin. You want to capture me? That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Lin Fei snorted softly, and the surrounding 500 square kilometer space collapsed without any warning. A small black hole appeared. As soon as the space collapsed, the black demon's attack was immediately affected. An earth-shattering force came crashing down. The black demon shrieked in pain as he condensed into a figure in the distance. He opened his mouth and spat out blood. Those black dots collapsed and disappeared one by one. How was it? That move of mine wasn't bad, right? Lin Fei quickly stepped forward and punched out, breaking through the speed of light. Black Demon had rich battle experience, but he was still a beat too slow. A massive fist appeared before him, and a whirlpool-like force came crashing over, shattering Black Demon into nothingness. You actually killed Black Demon. The black-clothed woman's expression suddenly changed. She had underestimated the kid's power. With one punch, Black Demon was killed. Didn't that mean that his cultivation realm was above hers? If I were you, I'd just stand there quietly. No one can compete with me in speed unless you want to try. Lin Fei looked at the black-robed woman, but did not attack. Then I don't mind killing you with one punch. The two experts from the Myriad God continent had strange means. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, no matter how strange the means were, he could kill them with one punch. If that didn't work, he would use 7 or 8 punches to kill them. Typically, such situations were rare. The black-clothed woman's face under the cloak could not be seen clearly, but it was clearly filled with fear. She had seen the speed and power of the punch. Chapter 3292. Expert, I'm quite interested in beating them to death. Lin Fei smiled at the black-dressed woman. The black-dressed woman's hair stood on end when Lin Fei looked at her. She felt an unprecedented fear, as though he could really beat them to death. Keep bragging. If you have what it takes, follow me in. The black-dressed woman floated forward, her hands clutching treasures. As long as the other party dared to charge at her, she would fight to the death. As you wish. Lin Fei's smile was still the same. The black-dressed woman heaved a sigh of relief. As long as she did not make a move now, she would definitely make him regret it once they were inside. Long Wuhan flew over, still feeling a lingering fear. I never expected them to beat us to the 10 Seats Palace. Are we really going in? Why don't we go in? Lin Fei said with a smile. Boundless World Mountain is not simple, and the 10 Seats Palace is not a place to be barged in. With me by your side, you can rest assured. You won't die. Long Wuhan gave a dry laugh. He was not weak in the Thousand Victories Empire, but in the Boundless World Mountain, just the people from the Myriad God continent made him feel immense pressure. He really had to count on Lin Fei for this journey. Be careful later. That black-dressed woman is not a good person. It's hard to say if there's a killer move inside, warned Lin Fei. Boom! 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 Lin Fei was straightforward. Along the way, the winds from his fists forced them out, regardless of whether there was a killer move or not. That fellow sure is violent. The killer move set up by the sex experts was actually dispelled. I wanted to let him have a taste of my killer move. The black-dressed woman watched as she retreated. He was completely different from what she had imagined. The fellow was more terrifying than she had imagined. His body, which was not considered strong, contained terrifying power. This kid is definitely a godly supremacy expert. His body is unbelievably strong. The black-dressed woman realized that her killer move could not threaten the other party. She had to be clear of the experts inside to prevent him from barging in. If such a person were to barge into the 10 Seats Palace, it would not bode well for them. The people from the Myriad God continent sure are sinister. They set up killer moves everywhere. If I'm not careful, I'll fall for them. Long Wuhan looked around warily as he cursed the black-dressed woman. We're here. After passing through the forest, a group of palaces appeared before Lin Fei. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 palaces, all of which were well preserved. A majestic aura assaulted his senses. This is a place that our Tianshao God clan has set our eyes on. On account of your endless cultivation, leave this place immediately, and you will be able to preserve your lives. More than a dozen experts with dazzling divine light rushed out of the palace and stood in front of Lin Fei and Long Wuhan. The woman in black was also there. Lin Fei had an understanding of the Myriad Gods continent. The people there cultivated the God Tao and formed a different cultivation system. Other than that, they called themselves the Celestial Race. In the 10,000 Gods continent, the Celestial Race was everywhere. At the same time, the godly venerable experts they worshipped could summon power. It was incredible. Lin Fei glanced at them. Their physical bodies weren't very strong, and he could kill them with a single punch. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram. Lin Fei stretched out a finger, followed by a second. Everyone, let's attack together. The woman in black had mentioned this person's strength, but the dozen experts present did not take it seriously. How could a martial path divine venerable be so young? Alright. More than a dozen experts attacked directly. Even a martial path divine venerable would be beaten to death by them. As soon as they attacked, giants more than 100 feet tall appeared above their heads. Each giant was different and held various weapons in their hands. They gave off a very ferocious aura. Brother Lin, this is the combat primordial spirit unique to the 10,000 gods continent. It's also their strongest force. It's visualized through various cultivation techniques. You have to be careful. Long Wuhan took out his battle armor and did not dare to let his guard down. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath Lin Fei and Long Wuhan cracked open. Flood dragons soared into the sky. There were more than a dozen of them and they charged toward them. Lin Fei was quite surprised. He had not even sensed the flood dragons underground. Each flood dragon was at least a 5-star peak-level godly venerable. If he suddenly attacked, not many people would be able to block him. Lin Fei once again witnessed the means of the 10,000 gods continent's experts. It was indeed very incredible. At the same time, their combat strength was even stronger. If they were not careful, they would be at a great disadvantage. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Lin Fei could not be bothered to waste his breath. The void around him collapsed instantly and he shot out with one step. He appeared in front of the experts attacking the flood dragons and slammed his palm down with the weight of Mount Tai. The expert was smashed into the ground, leaving only his head above the ground. Again, Lin Fei pounced at another expert and raised his hand to throw a punch. A huge fist mark brought about a hurricane and slashed forward like a blade. The dozen experts were very strong. They managed to block the hurricane attack, but wounds were left on their bodies. As the fist mark came, the area in front of them was shattered on the spot. The dozen experts were instantly minced into nothingness. Clanging sounds rang out as a large pile of things fell. It was best to describe it as a mountain. You killed them. The black-clothed woman was the only survivor. Her body trembled incessantly and she could not stand straight. Death cannot wipe out your crimes for not listening to me. Lin Fei came to the black-clothed woman's side. You should be familiar with this place. If you don't want to die, you know what to do. I know. The black-clothed woman did not have the courage to make a move and said pitifully. Long Wuhan was rummaging through the items and exclaimed, I'm rich. There are so many good things. I've long heard that the people of the 10,000 gods continent are filthy rich. It seems it's true. Tiske these weapons and these treasures. She was as happy as a child. Lin Fei was rather interested in the 10,000 gods continent's cultivation techniques and divine means. Keep them all first. Don't waste time. Long Wuhan took out a spatial treasure and kept all the spoils of war, leaving nothing behind. There were more than 1,000 palaces in the 10 Kings' palace. When one walked in, they would discover that many of the palaces had been reduced to ruins. The black-clothed woman led the way obediently and did not dare have any other thoughts. According to what she said, the Heaven Roar clan's goal was to obtain a worldly treasure in the 10 Kings' palace. It was said that it grew from a corpse and absorbed the nourishment of the world. It was an extremely mystical existence. Long Wuhan was very excited. This was going much smoother than she had imagined. She even wanted to snatch it. Lin Fei really wanted to see a worldly treasure that could be produced from a corpse. As for the origins of the 10-seat king, the Sky Roar celestial clan wasn't very sure. They only knew that the 10-seat king was once very influential. Lianshui, who are they? More than 10 people stood in front of a palace. Chapter 3293. It turned out that the black-robed woman's name was Lianshui. A very interesting name. Lianshui brought Lin Fei and Long Wuhan to a tall palace. This palace was more majestic and dignified than the previous one. At this moment, the palace was being attacked by more than a dozen people in turns. Mountains of knives, seas of fire, and other restrictions were constantly appearing. The only way to the palace had turned into a dragon's lair and tiger's den. A stern shout came from a gray-robed old man. His gaze was cold as he looked over. The remaining dozen or so people turned around, drew their weapons and prepared for battle. Lian Shui was so frightened that she couldn't even speak properly. I am the 6th prince of the Thousand Victories Empire, Long Wuhan. Your people tried to stop me from entering, so I killed them all. I can only say that they are too weak. Long Wuhan stood up and said disdainfully, his chest puffed out. Lin Fei was happy to let Long Wuhan deal with this. After his physical body reached the universe grade, Lin Fei preferred to speak with violence. Unfortunately, no one was his match for the time being. Thousand Victories Empire. 6th Prince. How dare you kill people from our Skyroar Celestial clan? The expressions of the dozen people changed as their gazes turned cold. The gray-robed elder's eyes flickered. Your Highness, not just anyone can kill people from our Skyroar Celestial clan. Aren't you not giving me face? With Lin Fei by his side, Long Wuhan had nothing to worry about. He snorted. The 10-seat King Palace isn't yours. It belongs to everyone. Your people can only blame their bad luck for wanting to stop us. If you can't take this lying down, feel free to make a move. When the time comes, we won't have to look for treasures. The gray-robed elder's gaze shifted back and forth between Long Wuhan and Lin Fei. He said expressionlessly, Your Highness is right. Everyone's goal is the same. Before we find the treasure, we can only fight it out. In the end, we can only give it to others. The gray-robed elder did not dare to let his guard down at Boundless World Mountain. There were dangers along the way, and killing intent lurked everywhere. The Prince of the Thousand Victories Empire was definitely powerful. Who could guarantee that there were no enemies hidden in the dark? The gray-robed old man could only swallow his anger. Once he figured out the situation, he would definitely kill these two brats from the Thousand Victories Empire. When they arrived, Lin Fei put the ripple water back. As for whether or not the secret would be leaked, he wasn't worried at all. Lian Shui returned to the gray-robed elder's side, and immediately secretly explained the situation. The main points were all about Lin Fei. For example, he killed Mo with one punch, his physical body was unbelievably strong, and he was a god of the martial path. The gray-robed old man's expression changed several times as he spoke. Martial path divinity, if it's true, then this guy won't be easy to deal with. The gray-robed elder was secretly shocked. In the myriad gods continent, divinities of the martial path were very rare, and every single one of them was extremely powerful. Even they were not a match for them. What the hell is this? We actually encountered a guy who is suspected to be a martial Dao divinity. The gray-robed old man did not dare to act rashly. We can only take it one step at a time. Although there were more than 10 of them, if the opponent was really a martial Dao divinity, not many of them would be able to survive. The gray-robed elder did not dare take this risk. Hierarch Skyhowl could not afford such a loss. There seems to be a small restriction sealing off the outside of this palace. It's not weak, so it's no wonder they could stop us. It seems like the 10 Seats Palace is more mysterious than I imagined. I wonder how much information they have. Lin Fei observed for a moment and discovered something. Entering the 10 Seats Palace was not as easy as he had imagined. The gray-robed elder continued to lead people to break the small restriction. Among the dozen or so people, there seemed to be an array formation master who was guiding them in breaking the restriction. You guys are too slow. Lin Fei could not wait that long. By the time we break it, the others will probably be here. The array formation master looked displeased. If the small restriction is so easy to break, then it wouldn't be a small restriction. Ignorant country bumpkin. Long Wuhan shouted. Who's a country bumpkin? Lin Fei winked at Long Wuhan. Your Highness, the small restriction is too easy. Watch me break it and let the people outside know how powerful our Thousand Victories Empire is. Breaking the restriction was a piece of cake for Lin Fei. With a stomp, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. The huge palace seemed to be on the verge of shaking. Palm winds landed on the small restrictive spell. In the instant that the spell shook, the palm winds successfully entered the spell core. The mountain of blades and the sea of flames disappeared, revealing the palace doors. Your Highness, let's go in. Lin Fei said. Long Wuhan said proudly, see that? If you break the restriction like this, when will you succeed? The gray-robed elder's gaze turned solemn. Breaking the small restriction did not seem difficult, but it required time. Very few people had the precision and speed of the other party, who seemed to have grasped the location of the small restriction's array core. It was easy to say, but not everyone could do it. This Prince Long Wuhan's subordinates are not simple. Lin Fei broke the small restriction first, and Long Wuhan followed closely behind. The gray-robed elder frowned again and immediately followed with his men. Huan pushed open the palace door, and only a clicking sound could be heard, as if a roulette was spinning. Lin Fei was the first to step into the palace. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed, and he actually arrived at a place with flowers and birds, like a mystic realm. This is an essence soul mystic realm. The gray-robed elder who entered later said, after an expert dies, his essence soul will transform, and the mystic realm will contain all kinds of divine powers, such as that flower. The gray-robed elder flicked his finger at the flower. The blooming flower shook its body, and a divine power with a vigorous aura shot out, shattering the finger winds that the gray-robed elder had flicked out. The flower swayed with the wind, as if it had never changed. But the scene just now had happened in front of everyone's eyes. Lin Fei was very interested. This method was really interesting. It was really incredible that a mystic realm could be transformed after death. A hint of smugness flashed across the gray-robed elder's face. How could they have seen a mystic realm after death? Elder, there's a huge lake over there. That island seems to be that corpse. Someone transmitted a voice transmission from afar. It turned out that while the gray-robed elder was speaking, the rest of the people had begun searching around and had found something. The gray-robed elder quickly ran, not daring to fly in the sky. Lin Fei and Long Wuhan did not fly in the sky. It looked like a clear sky, but in fact they were chanting divine powers and killing moves. Not long after, a huge lake that shone brightly appeared in their field of vision. In the middle of the lake, there was an island that was as long and narrow as a valley. In the middle of the island, there was a bald medicinal herb that was crystal clear, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. The gray-robed elder stared at the rare treasure of heaven and earth in the middle of the island and could not help but blurt out, "Elder, let's go get it." 3 figures soared through the sky toward the island. Chapter 3294. The sparkling surface of the lake hid a terrifying murderous aura. The 3 experts from the Tianshao divine clan were instantly killed by the creatures in the lake as soon as they made their move. Not even their bones were left. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Those were 3 peak-level ultimate gods. The gray-robed old man's face darkened. "Don't go. There are fierce beasts in the lake." Lin Fei and Long Wuhan came to the lake. At first glance there was absolutely no sense of danger. It was more like a beautiful place with birds chirping and flowers blooming. However, that was not the case. The lake in front of them was full of danger. That should be the 10,000 years divine crystal that Father mentioned. It contains a large amount of life energy and has become a special existence. Long Wuhan's breathing quickened as he stared at the 10,000 years divine crystal. The attack just now should be a divine power attack transformed from the Yuanshan secret realm that Guy mentioned. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. "I also feel a rich and boundless life aura from it." Life energy was also helpful to Lin Fei. Even if he did not need it, his subordinates needed it. Long Wuhan was at a loss as he did not sense anything. "Sorry to trouble you, Brother Lin." Long Wuhan transmitted his voice. Those people just now were on par with him, but they could not withstand a wave of attacks in the sky above the lake. He knew he could not withstand it either. He could only helplessly ask for help from Lin Fei. Only Lin Fei could help him get the items on the island. "I'll hold them back." Before Lin Fei could make a move, the gray-robed old man made a move first. He did not attack Long Wuhan or Lin Fei, but instead took out a treasure and went straight to the island to collect the 10,000 years divine crystal. The gray-robed old man personally took action. He flew above the lake and took out his Yuan Shun. It was a huge flood dragon that was 100 feet long. The creatures in the lake attacked again. The sky full of water arrows fell on the flood dragon's body. The gray-robed old man's body was very strong and withstood most of the attacks. This Yuanshan defense is very strong. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Although he had not reached the universe level, he was very close. At the very least, ordinary top ultimate gods would not be able to break through the gray-robed old man's defense. The flood dragon's huge body rolled up and down, crushing most of the water arrows that were shot at it. The remaining ones that landed on its body were also repelled and shattered. When the people from the Tianshao divine clan saw the gray-robed elder charging all the way through, they could not help but reveal looks of joy. That was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Seeing this, Long Wuhan began to panic. Lin Fei was very calm. Since this was a secret realm formed by his essence soul, it would not be easy to obtain the 10,000-year divine crystal on the island. Lin Fei couldn't wait for someone to test the waters first. As long as one wanted it, no one could snatch it away. The fact that Lin Fei didn't move gave the gray-robed elder quite a bit of pressure. That guy actually didn't make a move. Could it be that he wants to make a move at the critical moment? How sinister. Left with no other choice, the gray-robed elder had to split his attention and be on guard. The water arrows in the lake did not pose much of a threat. The gray-robed elder quickly approached the island. As long as he snatched the item, so what if that person was a martial Tao ultimate god? He was confident in that. When the gray-robed elder reached out his claws to grab the rare treasure of heaven and earth, a saber beam slashed out from the barren island without warning and severed one of the gray-robed elder's claws. A second saber beam followed closely, followed by a third and a fourth. The gray-robed elder's expression changed drastically. Ignoring his injuries, the scales on the flood dragon emerged one by one and covered his entire body tightly. The saber beam that shot out from the island was very domineering and directly crushed over with force. The gray-robed elder's essence soul was a flood dragon, but it could not withstand the saber beam's attack. The first slash severed the claws, the second slash sent the flood dragon flying, and the third slash slashed the flood dragon's huge body to the end, activating various divine powers. Long Wuhan was sweating profusely. If it was him, he would have died many times over. This Yuanshan secret realm was too domineering. The gray-robed elder quickly returned to the lakeside. His face was swollen and his body was riddled with injuries. He looked at the island again with fear. He had almost been killed. Terrifying, it was truly terrifying. I've embarrassed myself in front of the two of you, the gray-robed elder said. This Yuanshan secret realm is much more terrifying than I imagined. The two of you must be careful if you want that item. The gray-robed elder did not dare to test it anymore. The saber beam that was shot out seemed to have no end. It came wave after wave. If not for the flood dragon's specialization in defense, it would not have been so easy to deflect the saber beam's power. The gray-robed elder was confident that the two of them would not be able to take away the treasure. As long as they could not take away the treasure, he could take his time. Such a rare treasure could be exchanged for many good things. It's fine, it's just a small island. Lin Fei laughed. He moved his body and turned into 100 feet tall. He was like a fiend god. His hands expanded and a strong wind blew as he grabbed at the island in the middle of the lake. Regardless of what was down there, Lin Fei did not have the mood to test it slowly. He directly used force to suppress it. He did not want the fella inside to have the strength of a universe realm. Lin Fei's body shook and his huge body appeared. Violent air currents formed around him. The experts that the gray-robed elder brought were swept away by the strong wind. A martial path god realm body. What the hell? What kind of body is this? The strong wind howled. The gray-robed elder's body was surrounded by flood dragons. He stared at the strong wind and could not help but reveal a trace of shock and fear on his face. Luckily, I did not attack just now. This fella is really scary. When the island faced Lin Fei's attack, it also sent out rays of saber light. It seemed to cover the sky and earth, not giving anyone a chance to relax. It was as if it wanted to completely destroy the person who came. When the saber light slashed at Lin Fei's arm, the surrounding void collapsed. The saber light was crushed by a part of the force and the remaining part landed on Lin Fei's arm. Ding ding dang dang sounds could be heard. Lin Fei grabbed the island with one hand and shouted, "Rise!" For the first time, his physical strength surged into his arm and the surrounding void collapsed. The lonely island was grabbed by Lin Fei. The lake water surged and a giant formed by the lake water walked out and punched. Lin Fei also punched out, colliding heavily with the water giant's fist. At the moment of contact, water gushed up trying to trap Lin Fei. But with a shake of his strength, the water was evaporated. The opponent's water was easily neutralized by Lin Fei's hand. But to the water giant, Lin Fei's punch was condensed into a single point. When the punch landed on the water giant's body, the water giant exploded. Rise again. There seemed to be something sucking on the island. Lin Fei's aura continued to rise. Pung pung pung. As his aura rose, his blood essence flowed faster and his Yuanshan secret realm started to change. The flowers and grass around the lake exploded and spread out. Dong dong dong. Following the sound of a drum, the gray-robed elder who stood closest to the island groaned and vomited blood. Get out! The Yuanshan secret realms are about to collapse. Chapter 3295. No way, my Yuanshan secret realms are collapsing. The plants around the lake couldn't withstand Lin Fei's physical strength and started to collapse. After all, these plants were formed from skills. How could they withstand the pressure of a cosmic-level body? By the time Lin Fei reacted, the Yuanshan secret realms had already started to collapse. I've only released 70 to 80% of my strength. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was different from what he had imagined. The secret realms were too fragile. As the Yuanshan secret realms collapsed, the island started to change. The lake water disappeared, the plants disappeared, and a huge corpse appeared in the middle of the secret realm. It was a huge corpse. The 10,000-year divine crystal grew on the corpse's back. No wonder I couldn't catch it, it's a corpse. Lin Fei thought to himself. Now that the corpse is collapsing, let's see how long you can last. The corpse's owner had been dead for a long time. Those attacks that could threaten even peak godly venerables were nothing in front of Lin Fei. His body couldn't even penetrate it, let alone pose a threat to him. Lin Fei attacked again. 70 to 80% of his strength surged as he punched the corpse. A defensive skill appeared on the corpse, but it was crushed into pieces by Lin Fei's punches. In an instant, cracks appeared all over the corpse. The second punch landed on the corpse. The cracks widened, forming a hole. The third punch. The corpse cracked like gravel. Lin Fei reached out to grab it. The resistance wasn't strong, and the 10,000-year divine crystal fell into his hands. Other than this thing, there's nothing else. Lin Fei frowned. Since it was formed from a Yuanshan, it couldn't be that shabby, right? No matter how hard Lin Fei searched, he couldn't find anything good. The collapsing energy crashed into Lin Fei's body, causing him to feel a dull pain that he didn't dare to ignore. The collapsing energy wasn't something that could be easily resisted. Outside the palace, the gray-robed old man and the others were still in shock. That subordinate of His Highness Long was so strong that he could collapse the Yuanshan secret realms with just his body alone. That was a little too strong. The gray-robed elder was certain that the other party was a martial path divinity. The strongest aspect of any divine venerable was their physical body. The other party didn't even use any martial arts techniques. Just his physical body alone was enough to cause such a commotion. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if he used all his martial arts techniques. Seeing Long Wuhan again, the look in the gray-robed elder's eyes changed. With how dangerous the Boundless World Mountain was, it was no wonder that the other party only brought one subordinate with him. With such strength, just one was enough. Your Highness Long, your subordinate is so powerful. Long Wuhan was also shocked. Although she knew that Lin Fei was strong, she didn't think he was that strong. It's average. Elder, the palace is about to collapse. The palaces in the distance began to collapse. Go outside. The collapse of the palace would cause a chain reaction. No matter how courageous they were, they wouldn't dare to stay any longer. By the time they left the palace and came outside, the originally majestic and magnificent palace had collapsed one after another, turning into ruins. Dust flew everywhere. Following a loud explosion, the largest palace also collapsed, and the power of the collapse swept through the surrounding area, cleaning up everything within a radius of 500,000 kilometers. At this moment, countless living beings in the Boundless World Mountain were reduced to ashes. Cough, cough, cough. The gray-robed elder removed his defensive treasure. The impact of the collapse just now was really tiring. If possible, he didn't want to experience it again. A Yuanshan secret realm collapsed, turning everything within a million li into ruins. Lin Shui sucked in a breath of cold air, not daring to imagine how terrifying it was. Long Wuhan also swallowed his saliva. The commotion was too huge. At the same time, he was grateful to the gray-robed elder. Otherwise, if he had helped him, he wouldn't have had a good ending against that wave of energy. He's out. The moment Lin Fei appeared, the gray-robed elder's people noticed him. Here. Lin Fei wasn't interested in this item. After seeing Long Wuhan, he threw the item to him and asked him to be the crown prince. At the very least, Long Wuhan knew his strength and wouldn't act recklessly. Many thanks. Long Wuhan's eyes lit up, and he carefully kept the 10,000-year-old god crystal. Although it was just one of the many, it was better than nothing. He was especially grateful to Lin Fei. Fellow Taoist, the next time you enter the secret realm, it's best not to use all your strength. The secret realm might not be able to withstand the power and collapse. The collapse of a Yuanshan secret realm is a huge loss. The gray-robed elder said with a look of pity. The outside was in ruins, but Long Wuhan was safe. Lin Fei knew that the gray-robed elder had protected him. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. I don't see anything in the Yuanshan secret realm. Lin Fei asked curiously. That's not true. The gray-robed elder shook his head. Don't you know that those spirit arts can be collected and sold for a high price in the Merchant Association? Good spirit arts can even be exchanged for pure faith energy. Don't tell me you don't know that. Lin Fei laughed. I really don't know that. Right, what is this faith energy? The word faith immediately piqued Lin Fei's interest. With such a huge commotion here, there will probably be creatures coming soon. Why don't we go somewhere else? The gray-robed elder was more than willing to get close to such an expert, especially now that they were in Boundless World Mountain. Lin Fei took a look and nodded. The gray-robed elder was quite familiar with Boundless World Mountain. At the very least, they were not like Lin Fei and Dragon Wuhan. This was the first time the two of them had come here. If not for their strength, they would have died many times over. The dozen or so experts behind them was the best proof of that. One was trying to get close while the other wanted to understand the situation. It didn't take long for the two to become familiar with each other. Lin Fei also knew that the gray-robed elder was an elder of the Heaven Roar celestial race. This time, he had brought the clan's disciples here to train and obtain powerful spirit arts to cultivate. It's safer here. We can rest for a while. Boundless World Mountain is different from other places. Danger lurks everywhere, and no one can guarantee their own safety. Elder Shun Yuan led everyone to an abandoned cave. Fortunately, it was relatively clean inside. Look at those creatures in Boundless World Mountain. They're probably heading towards the collapsed area. These man-eating things aren't easy to deal with. Elder Shun Yuan pointed to the black mass of creatures outside. Even though they were hiding in the array formation, everyone still felt a certain pressure and fear. Right, this is pure faith energy. It can be used to cultivate the physical body and strengthen spirit arts. Shin Yuan took out a pure crystal and handed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei knew very well that this elder of the Heaven Roar celestial race probably had something up his sleeves. He wasn't worried at all. A universe-level body was much stronger than he imagined. In Boundless World Mountain, it wouldn't be a problem to be careful. Chapter 3296. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. The Myriad Gods continent actually had such a good thing. Power of faith. Lin Fei had never thought that such a thing existed. With Elder Shin Yuan's explanation, he was enlightened. Since the Myriad Gods continent was filled with celestial races, it was not strange for there to be power of faith. The power of faith might not be common in the victorious Thousand Empire, but in this cosmos it's a very popular item. Our myriad deity continent even worships the powerhouses of the cosmos. Elder Shen Yuan said mysteriously. It can't be. Long Wuhan said. It can't be that the universe experts are still alive. Sitting behind Elder Shen Yuan, Lian Shui laughed. Elder is talking about the totems left behind by the universe experts. The totems absorb the power of faith and can be worshipped by the universe experts. Once the enemies come, they can be summoned to battle. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. There is such a thing. This Myriad Gods continent is harder to deal with than I imagined. Master, you can also absorb this power of faith. Little Devil, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Lin Fei was also thinking about this power of faith. It was similar to prestige, covering all kinds of beliefs. Really? Little Devil's words were undoubtedly what Lin Fei needed the most now. Yes, there is no difference between power of faith and prestige. The system can help to absorb and convert it. At most, it will waste 10 to 20% of the power of faith. It is still a great help to master. 10 to 20% of the power of faith was something Lin Fei could choose to ignore for the time being. Looks like I have to study the power of faith, Lin Fei thought to himself. He casually asked, "Is the power of faith very popular outside?" Lin Shui finally had a chance to attack Lin Fei. Humph humph, the power of faith is not something that can be easily obtained. Do you know what kind of place Boundless World Mountain was in the past? You definitely don't know. This is a place where the continent worships. Even now, there is still the power of faith. Elder Shen Yuan did not stop Lin Shui from speaking, as if he wanted to say it to Lin Fei and Long Wuhan. Of course, the main point was Lin Fei. After all, it could more or less be seen that Lin Fei was the leader of the group. Not only can the power of faith be used to enhance totems, but it can also be used for cultivation. For example, the cultivation of gods. Elder Shen Yuan added, "The latter is more difficult, but totems are easier." Lin Fei listened for a while and understood a lot. At the very least, he knew that the power of faith had solved one of Lin Fei's biggest problems. With Lin Fei's wealth, if he could replenish it with the power of faith, that would be for the best. Establishing an empire was simply too high profile. Elder Shun, thank you for telling me these things. You've made a rookie like me not so muddle-headed. Lin Fei thanked the other party. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. Lin Fei got up and prepared to leave. Elder Shen Yuan was obviously stunned. This was different from what he had expected. To be able to say these to Lin Fei was actually Shen Yuan's selfishness. If he could pull a martial path divinity expert over, it would be very easy to accomplish that matter in Boundless World Mountain. Brother Lin, wait. The other party wanted to leave, and Shen Yuan felt embarrassed. Originally, he was prepared to wait for the other party to speak. In the end, this kid was more difficult to talk to than he imagined. What's the matter? Lin Fei laughed in his heart and said in a serious tone. Long Wuhan also guessed it. This person was too passionate. Previously, they were fighting to the death. In the blink of an eye, there was a huge change. It would be a lie if he didn't have any thoughts. Long Wuhan didn't say anything. Unknowingly, he listened to Lin Fei. Such a difficult-to-obtain 10,000-year-old god crystal was directly given to him. Who would be so happy to give it to him? In Boundless World Mountain, Long Wuhan really had to rely on Lin Fei. That there is indeed something. Elder Shen Yuan also knew that if he didn't speak now, once the other party left, it would not be easy to find him again in Boundless World Mountain. I want to hire Brother Lin to go with me to a Yuan Shen secret realm. At the crucial moment, help me restrain a special creature. After the matter is done, I can make the decision and give you 5 million power of faith. I knew it would be like this. If there was nothing, the other party wouldn't be so passionate. 5 million power of faith. Not to mention Lin Fei, even Guang Lianshui and the others were secretly shocked. This was a very high price even in Myriad God Continent. Lin Fei temporarily didn't know the ratio of 5 million power of faith. From their expressions, it seemed that they were mostly shocked. 5 million power of faith should be able to exchange for a few 100 million prestige. Lin Fei thought in his heart. Seeing Lin Fei lowering his head in silence, Elder Shen Yuan thought that Lin Fei was thinking that it was too little. Honestly speaking, 5 million power of faith was indeed not high, especially when the other party was a martial path divinity. 6 million power of faith, this is my highest limit. Lin Fei said. Sure, but you have to give me half of the power of faith first. As for whether or not I can block it, I can't guarantee anything. I can only say that I will try my best. Elder Shen Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. With this martial path divinity around, the chances of success were extremely high. 6 million power of faith was definitely worth it. This is a God Faith card. Elder Shen took out a black card. The black card was filled with ancient runes that Lin Fei actually didn't recognize. This card is made of a special material that can store power of faith. There are 5 million power of faith inside. I'll give it all to you, including the card. Lin Fei didn't expect Elder Shen Yuan to be so confident in him. Of the promised 3 million power of faith, Elder Shen Yuan directly gave him 5 million power of faith. When the God Faith card landed in Lin Fei's hand, it instantly gave off a special feeling. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to absorb the power of faith. This matter wasn't urgent. He didn't want others to know that he could use the power of faith, so he quickly refined it. After accepting his money, Lin Fei naturally had to help him. According to Elder Shen Yuan, there was no need to go to Long Wuhan's other places. Those places were all in the past. They were either occupied by others or guarded by powerful creatures. Upon hearing such a reply, Long Wuhan's eyes nearly turned black. However, she quickly recovered. At the very least, she had gained something. Her brothers and sisters might not be as lucky as her. Totem power. They traversed Boundless World Mountain. Lin Fei witnessed the means of the Myriad God Continent. A pillar that was dozens of feet tall was covered in runes. When it was activated, a force enveloped everyone. Along the way, there were almost no attacks from special creatures. Even if there were, they automatically retreated when they sensed the power of the totem. Upon seeing this scene, Long Wuhan was too deep for tears. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Totems were really good stuff. Chapter 3297. Boundless World Mountain. Lin Fei, Shen Yuan, and the rest walked through the forest unhurriedly. Compared to Lin Fei and Long Wuhan's rampage, Shen Yuan and the rest clearly knew how powerful they were. They activated their totems and avoided the attacks of the special creatures. The journey was very safe. Along the way, Elder Shen Yuan mentioned the use of totems. Although they could not unleash their strongest attacks in Boundless World Mountain, a godly venerable without a totem could not break the totem's protection. Lin Fei did not idle around. He exchanged his insights on primordial spirit combat, such as some of the Myriad God Continent's techniques, such as the Flood Dragon's protection and so on. Although Lin Fei now had a universe-level body and strong physical strength, after seeing the Myriad God Continent's techniques, he realized that he should try out a few powerful physical techniques. This way he could unleash his full power. Currently, Lin Fei was more or less unable to use all of his physical strength. Lin Fei had learned about the godly venerable martial path that Shen Yuan mentioned. They were special warriors who pursued the pinnacle of the physical body. Every godly venerable martial path was extremely powerful. It was unknown whether Lin Fei was lucky or Shen Yuan wanted to communicate more with him, but he really took out a mystic technique called the Flood Dragon Magic Enhancement. This godly venerable martial path technique was something that Shen Yuan had obtained by chance. Although it helped him to a certain extent, he, who was used to fighting with the primordial spirit, did not like such techniques that increased his physical strength. But it was different for Lin Fei. Prestige was precious. Lin Fei would never reject something that could increase his physical strength. In a short 3 days, Lin Fei mastered the Flood Dragon Magic Enhancement. If he was not afraid of alerting others, he would have done it in half a day. Brother Lin, nice move. At that moment, W-worms spiraled around Lin Fei's body. At the same time, runes covered the surface of his body. It was none other than the W-worm's enchantment magic. By covering his skin with W-worms, he could use them to both defend and attack. Lin Fei activated it, and 10 or so flood dragons drilled out of the ground. As soon as a special creature appeared, it was torn to pieces by the flood dragons. There was no need for him to do anything. Just this method alone was enough to fill Lin Fei with joy. I really have to thank Elder Shen Yuan for this. Lin Fei dispersed the dozen or so flood dragons. He was very familiar with the control. This kind of method can only be perfectly executed by a martial Dao divinity. I have really broadened my horizons. Elder Shen Yuan was inwardly shocked. The other party's comprehension was too strong. Someone's coming this way. Lin Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes. Under the surveillance of the system, it was easy for Lin Fei to know the situation. Someone's there. Elder Shen Yuan did not sense anyone coming over and subconsciously frowned. He's here. More than 10 figures dashed out from the forest ahead. They seemed to have sensed the presence of Lin Fei's group and directly rushed over. The person at the front took out a large bead-like object. Not good. They're from the Wandering God clan. Elder Shen Yuan's expression changed as he activated his totem. A huge barrier opened up, followed by a loud rumbling sound. It turned out that the bead-like object was a large-scale destructive treasure. It's Xin Yuan from the Heaven Roar God clan. Haha, our luck is pretty good. Someone shouted over there, looking very excited. Attack the totem for me. So. Totem after totem flew over from their side and landed outside in a circle. Each totem was very thick and 10 feet tall. When the totem landed, the ground seemed to tremble. A total of 6 totems landed on the ground in the blink of an eye. Once the totem was formed, a towering hand came out of the totem and slapped the barrier that was activated by Xin Yuan's totem, immediately changing the shape of the barrier. A crack appeared on the totem in Xin Yuan's hand. You guys are really shameless. You actually brought out the 6 directions totem. Xin Yuan continued to activate the totem as he explained to Lin Fei. The Wandering God clan in the Myriad God continent is considered a street rat. They are the type that everyone wants to beat up. They are best at plundering the treasures of experts. Wherever they go, there will be chaos. They are very cunning. I never expected them to plot against Boundless World Mountain. They are too bold. Rumble. Just as Xin Yuan was explaining, the ground beneath their feet began to shake. A guy with 3 heads and 6 arms burrowed out of the ground. 6 Extremes Battle Formation. The 6 arms held 6 weapons, each of which was different. They attacked them ferociously. With the attack of the 6 Directions Totem Formation, Xin Yuan was forced to do his best to protect the totem. Once he lost the protection of the totem, he would definitely not be able to withstand the blow. Brother Lin, sorry to trouble you. Xin Yuan was secretly glad that Lin Fei was here. If not, they would be in big trouble. The Wandering God clan had put in a lot of effort to plunder more treasures. If it had been elsewhere, Xin Yuan would definitely not have been caught off guard. With that person's 3 heads and 6 arms, the experts of the Heaven Roar God clan could not withstand him and were forced to retreat. Under the Essence Soul battle, the other party used all sorts of combat techniques. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Xin Yuan, let's see what else you can do this time. Another expert from the Wandering God clan burrowed out of the ground. His essence soul was a heavenly hound with 3 heads. When it opened its mouth, it spewed out a black mist that seemed to darken the world. Lin Fei had grasped the Flood Dragon enchantment. Actually, he wanted to see how powerful they were. One Flood Dragon after another rushed out of his body and blocked the way of the Heaven Roar God clan disciples. It was the same in front of Long Wuhan. With Lin Fei's current body, he could easily condense more than 100 Flood Dragons. The Flood Dragons had impressive defenses. The 3-headed, 6-armed expert was actually unable to blast them apart. In fact, the surrounding Flood Dragons even rushed out one after another and attacked fiercely. Dragon claws and dragon tails covered the sky as they attacked. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 Flood Dragons surrounded them, almost sticking close to them as they attacked. The Flood Dragons condensed from a universe-level body were not something they could easily defeat, be it in terms of attack or defense. In the blink of an eye, they were trapped by the Flood Dragons and bitten from top to bottom, forcefully tearing them to pieces. The Heaven Roar God clan members in the totem had a lingering fear. The attacks of the Wandering Gods were too fierce and they could not withstand them at all. However, Lin Fei's combat strength was beyond imagination. Was this the strength of a martial Dao Divine Lord? He did not take action personally and just condensed a Flood Dragon to easily bite them to death. They finally knew the true strength of a martial Dao Divine Lord. Boom! Boom! More than 100 Flood Dragons rushed out of the ground. The Wandering Gods thought that they had eaten up the Heaven Roar God clan and might be able to reap a harvest. Who would have thought that the situation would change in the blink of an eye? More than 100 Flood Dragons would pounce over. The scene was not an ordinary kind of horror. Retreat! The totem flew back with a swoosh. How could Lin Fei let go of the totem? He grabbed it with one hand and the 6 pillar totems fell into his hand. The summoning power of the totems was directly wiped out. Chapter 3298. The Wandering Gods had never expected the existence of a person like Lin Fei. With the 6 huge totems in hand, the rebound from the totems did not stand a chance against Lin Fei's immense strength. They were forcefully suppressed, and the summoning power was completely erased. The totems became ownerless. Lin Fei did not chase after them. Who knew what dangers he would encounter in Boundless World Mountain? It was best to be as careful as possible. Brother Lin, well done. It's rare for you to defeat them in one go. It's really satisfying. Elder Shenyuan exclaimed. Fortunately, you did not chase after them. The wandering gods are best at sneak attacks and schemes. Every time they attack, they have prepared a path of retreat. Once they chase after them, there will definitely be trouble. Lin Fei played with the totem in his hand and soon discovered something incredible. There was a depression in the totem, and 5 God faith cards were embedded in it. It was very eye-catching. Brother Lin, you are in luck. The wandering gods have suffered a huge loss this time. 6 totems and 6 God faith cards. Elder Shenyuan smiled even more happily. Through Elder Shenyuan's explanation, Lin Fei knew that the totem he carried around with him required faith power to be activated. Other powers could not be activated. Shenyuan, return the totem to us, or we'll teach you a lesson. Suddenly a loud shout came from afar. It's the wandering gods. They were indeed hiding nearby. Elder Shenyuan sneered. Lin Fei took out the 5 God faith cards, and each one contained 500,000 faith power. His eyes lit up as he thought to himself, these wandering gods are quite rich. In the myriad gods continent, even outside, the power of faith was a currency. Activating the totem required the power of faith, and the wandering gods were considered to be quite wealthy. To Lin Fei, who lacked prestige, the wandering gods were a good gift. Since they had not left, there was no need for them to leave. Wait for me here. Lin Fei rushed out like a stream of light. Everyone, including Elder Shenyuan, saw a blur and could no longer see him. Strong, ridiculously strong. In front of him was a dilapidated ruin. He couldn't see what this place was like when it was alive, but one thing was certain. This place should have been quite prosperous before this. At this moment, more than 10 people stood on the dilapidated ruins, their faces gloomy. Just now, when they launched a sneak attack against the Tianshao God clan, they had actually failed. 6 of their totems had been snatched away by the other party, and their summoning abilities had been erased. Their side had lost 2 experts. I have to get the totem back. In Boundless World Mountain, without the protection of the totem, our combat strength is reduced by 40%. No matter what that person does, the totem is not that easy to suppress. The auras of the dozen or so people were thick and vigorous. It was obvious that they did not think that the other party could easily erase the existence of the totem. The power of 6 totems was not something that the Tianshao God clan could completely suppress. Boom, boom, boom. Before they could finish speaking, there was a loud rumble, and the ruins were instantly attacked by a terrifying force. The remaining ruins of the building instantly turned into dust. It was as if they had been smashed by a hammer, and blood flowed from all over their bodies. A few of the weaker ones vomited blood on the spot, while the rest did not fare much better as they all staggered. If you don't want to die, hand over everything on you, such as the power of faith and other valuable items. In the middle of the ruins, a young man had appeared out of nowhere. It's him. This is the kid who snatched our totems. One of the wandering gods recognized the other party. If not for this person, they would not have suffered such heavy losses. If your skills are inferior, then you must be prepared to die. Dozens of flood dragons rushed out of the ground and surrounded the wandering god expert. In a single exchange, they tore the other party into pieces. Lin Fei strode over. Recently, a heavily injured wandering god stepped into the depths of the ground, and he could not be more dead than he was. If I were you, I wouldn't care about money in order to survive. Along the way, all the injured wandering gods were beaten to death. Every time he finished them off with one kick. This greatly stimulated and shocked the wandering gods in front of them. Since when did their divinity experts explode with one kick like sandbags? Everyone attacked together. The leader of the wandering gods shouted. The battle primordial spirit was activated. Lin Fei's movements were faster than them. Waves of fist wind swept out and swept all over them. The battle primordial spirit that had just appeared was instantly seriously injured, and was on the verge of death. One of them was directly blown up by the fist wind. Martial Path Divinity. You are a Martial Path Divinity. In Boundless World Mountain, Lin Fei did not dare to cause too much of a commotion, so he simply attacked with all his strength and defeated them. The leader of the wandering gods had good eyesight, and a look of panic appeared on his face. Unarmed and not needing the battle primordial spirit, He could only be a martial path divinity. You guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no reward. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Have you thought about it? Do you want me to kick you to death or?" The remaining wandering gods were scared out of their wits. It was not easy for them to meet their target, but it turned out to be a martial path divinity. Their luck was too bad. "Don't kill us, we don't want anything." The leader opened his mouth and begged for mercy. He threw out all the storage rings on his body, leaving nothing valuable on him. He was straightforward and efficient. Lin Fei was prepared to kick a few more guys to death. They did not cultivate their physical bodies and switched to the path of the battle primordial spirit. They might be a threat to others, but to him they were really weak. Soon there were a lot of things piled up on the ground. Storage rings, totems, weapons, everything that one could think of was there. Just 3 million power of faith, and you guys still have the nerve to come out and rob. Lin Fei took out a few God of Faith cards from his storage ring. All of them added up, it was only 3 million. This was too different from what Lin Fei had imagined. The few wandering gods almost vomited blood. 3 million power of faith was a lot. They were all doing business without any capital. Everyone could bring a few million power of faith with them, and they were actually quite rich. It was a pity that they met Lin Fei, who thought that power of faith was easy to obtain. Not enough. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. "I've decided that it's better to beat you guys to death. Who asked you to be so poor?" "Wait, I know an important piece of news." Seeing that Lin Fei was about to attack again, the leader of the wandering gods was shocked and blurted out, "News?" Lin Fei chuckled. "Tell me about it. If it's not important, I don't mind. Senior will definitely like it. Let's go there from here." The experts of the Myriad God continent and the Tianwu continent have all gone there. There is a lot of power of faith there, and they are all fighting for it. This news is absolutely true. Fighting for the power of faith. Lin Fei suddenly became spirited. This was definitely good news. It was really unexpected news. Yes, yes. The leader of the wandering gods nodded and said, "Lord Martial Dao Divinity, I wouldn't dare to lie to you even if I had 100 guts." Lin Fei carried the leader of the wandering gods back to the previous battlefield. He casually threw him to the ground. "Repeat what you said before." In order to confirm if it was true, Lin Fei didn't mind letting Elder Shen know about it. That person repeated what he said again. Elder Shen was more attentive and asked several questions. After a few rounds he said to Lin Fei, "The news should be true." Scram. Lin Fei didn't kill him. After stripping him of his belongings, it wouldn't be easy for him to survive in the Boundless World Mountain. "I didn't expect that there would be a place that produces power of faith in the Boundless World Mountain," Elder Shen Yuan said. "It's no wonder that every time the Boundless World Mountain appears, the major factions will gather." Lin Fei really wanted to meet the experts from the major sects of this universe. "I'm afraid I can't go there with Elder Shen," Lin Fei said as he took out the God Faith card. Elder Shen Yuan laughed and said, "Brother Lin, the place I want to go is in this direction. I wasn't worried at first, but now I'm afraid that those people from the major sects will accidentally discover that place." Lin Fei cared a lot about the power of faith. It was an important way to supplement his prestige. Even if there were many experts in that place, Lin Fei was confident that he would be able to gain a foothold. Regardless of whether it was Elder Shen Yuan or the leader of the wandering gods, they could all prove one thing, and that was the power of a martial Dao divinity. In other words, his physical body was tyrannical and invincible. "Let's hurry over, lest someone beat us to it." Along the way, Lin Fei and Shen Yuan activated their totems back and forth, avoiding the spying of the creatures in the dark. They approached the place that Shen Yuan mentioned without any mishaps. "Oh no, someone beat us to it. They've already arranged for people to stand guard outside." When Lin Fei and Shen Yuan's group arrived, it was a solitary temple that exuded a sacred aura. However, there were more than 10 people stationed outside the temple, monitoring the surroundings from all directions. Anyone who wanted to barge in would have to face them. "Do you know who they are?" Lin Fei asked. The people outside the temple were dressed the same. They were dressed in silver armor and their bodies exuded a radiant aura. "They're from the Radiant Temple." Shen Yuan took a deep breath. At the same time, they're also one of the top 10 powers in the Myriad God continent. I didn't expect them to discover us first. Then what do you want to do? Lin Fei asked. Shen Yuan smiled bitterly and said, the Radiant Temple is a temple that enshrines the Radiant God with a universe-level body. Our Tianshao God clan is like an ant in front of them. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. They have the bodies of universe-level experts? Xin Yuan did not notice the look of surprise in Lin Fei's eyes. In the Myriad God continent, as long as there's a temple, there will be universe-level bodies. They worship them day and night, absorbing the power of faith. They can display the combat strength of a universe-level expert. Who would dare disobey them? Lin Fei secretly drew a cold breath. The Myriad God continent is ridiculously powerful. I wonder what the situation is like in the Sky Martial continent. After knowing the other party's background, Xin Yuan no longer dared to take the risk. Chapter 3299. Xin Yuan no longer had any extravagant hopes of entering the temple to obtain the things inside. The Temple of Light was so strong that he couldn't even think of resisting. The other party was like a huge mountain in front of him that he couldn't cross. Who? Just as they were about to retreat, Lian Shui stepped on a withered branch. The cracking sound was extremely ear-piercing in the quiet environment. A warrior from the Temple of Light, who was standing nearby, shouted loudly. A battle primordial spirit flew out. It turned out to be an angel with a pair of wings. There were a total of 4 wings. When the wings spread open, dense rays of light shot out. These rays of light were like blade beams that flew over. Shen Yuan's face darkened as he summoned his totem and a huge barrier appeared. Retreat. Once the totem protection was activated, it could be considered to have blocked the overwhelming attack of the blade beams. With just this move, Lin Fei witnessed the power of the Temple of Light. The attacks of these people even contained thoughts within them. Those who were distracted would also be hit from a certain distance. It's a misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. We accidentally barged into this place. We'll leave immediately. To Xin Yuan, offending the Temple of Light was not a good thing. To the Tianshao God race it might be exterminated. In the Myriad God continent, the tyranny of the Temple of Light was well known. Other than the few top god races, the other god races were no match for the Temple of Light. So it's the Tianshao God race. How dare you covet the treasures of our Temple of Light? A few experts from the Temple of Light at the front pressed forward. The light god behind them was activated. Immediately above everyone's heads, blade beams slashed down. They did not give Shen Yuan any chance to explain. It was extremely tyrannical. Shen Yuan activated his totem. The power of faith was consumed extremely quickly. His expression turned extremely ugly. He originally thought that if he bowed his head, the experts of the Temple of Light would show mercy. He did not expect them to be so tyrannical. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. More than a dozen experts from the Temple of Light surrounded him at low altitude. They launched a series of fierce attacks on the totem's shield. Their strength was clearly much stronger than Xin Yuan's. When they joined forces, the protection of the totem was clearly insufficient. It was on the verge of breaking. It's just a bunch of birdmen. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Fei laughed out loud. Outside, dozens of flood dragons soared into the sky and surrounded the flood dragons. No matter how the light attacks landed on the flood dragons, they were not affected in the slightest. Not good, there's an expert. An expert of the Light Temple said before he died. The attack of dozens of flood dragons was very terrifying. If they surrounded him, he would be killed in an instant. The dozen or so experts of the Divine Light Temple distanced themselves from each other. At this time Lin Fei got out of 2T's protection and punched out. The nearest expert of the Divine Light Temple was sent flying and vomited blood in midair. Light slash. Rays of saber light formed from the power of light slashed down. Lin Fei seemed to have entered an uninhabited realm. When the saber light landed on his body, it was like a tickle. As for the bewitching voice, it was suppressed, not affecting him at all. Martial Path Divinity, let's go. Some experts of the Light Temple recognized him and turned around to run toward the temple. The other experts of the Light Temple all retreated. Lin Fei would not give them a chance to escape. His punches did not miss. He chased after them and punched, destroying their bodies. They did not even have the chance to reassemble. Their primordial spirits were crushed into nothingness by his physical strength. Dong! 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 Finally, the expert of the light temple activated the totem and a large array was activated. Sir, what is the meaning of this? That person could not understand why a martial path divinity expert would appear here. I'm not used to your tone. Lin Fei strode over. I'm very interested in the things inside the light temple. His punch landed on the totem array like a meteor. The totem formation actually shook a little, which scared the expert of the Temple of Light quite a bit. Who is this person? How can a martial path divinity be so strong? In the myriad god continent, although martial path divinities were strong, they could not shake the totem array with a punch. Lin Fei's punch landed on the totem array, and the rebound damage landed on his body. He could not help but feel a little surprised. This kind of totem was similar to enchanted equipment. Flood dragons emerge. With a loud rumble, 100 flood dragons attacked the totem array. Oh no, I can't hold on for much longer. Under the attacks of Lin Fei's tempest, cracks appeared on the totem. Seeing that it was about to shatter, he did not dare to use the totem array anymore. With a wave of his hand, he put away the totem. I can only let the elders do it. This person is too strong. He quickly retreated into the light temple. Lin Fei sent a voice transmission to Shun Yuan. Elder Shun, you don't have to go inside. Take His Highness Long and leave first. I'll come find you later. Shun Yuan did not dare to say anything else. Brother Lin, be careful. If Lin Fei could come out alive, it would be good news for Shun Yuan. At the very least, the light temple would be wary. His Highness Long, I'll protect him. Long Wuhan was used to Lin Fei's impulsive personality. So what if the 10 major factions were here? This lord was not so easily negotiated. Lin Fei rushed into the light temple. With the flood dragon in front of him, he went straight ahead. An expert from the light temple who looks like a birdman. I wonder if there will be an 8-winged birdman or even a 10-winged birdman inside. With the flood dragon in front, the arrangements of the light temple could not affect Lin Fei. There are so many statues, and there is even a trace of power of faith in them. Along the way, Lin Fei saw no less than a dozen statues. They were lifelike and even carried a trace of pressure. They moved so fast. At the end of the corridor, Lin Fei heard the sound of someone coming over. Lin Fei's body moved, and he shot over like a streak of light. Are you sure it's a martial path expert? At the end of the corridor, there were more than a dozen birdman primordial spirits with wings rushing over. Leading them was the 8-winged light temple expert, Pashan, and behind him was a group of 6-winged birdmen. I can't be wrong. He has been using his physical strength to resist, and even the totem array can't stop his ferocious attacks. I can guarantee that it's true. Pashan was a managing elder of the light temple, and could be considered very powerful. He came out as soon as he heard the news. The matter inside was too important, and no mistakes could be allowed. Suddenly, a sense of danger arose in his heart. A powerful force came crashing over, and before he could even see what was going on, he was sent flying. All the bones in his body were broken, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His subordinates were weaker than him, and they all turned into a mist of blood. Is this a martial path expert? In just a single exchange, Pashan was sent flying, and he was seriously injured. A chill came from the bottom of his heart. Not good, something big is going to happen. Chapter 3300. The interior of this temple was very large. Lin Fei constantly moved his body, and his powerful physical strength erupted. The 8-winged angels couldn't withstand a single impact and were injured. As for the 6-winged angels, they were finished in one move. Master, there's a dense amount of faith power ahead of us, Roland said. The little devil reminded. Good stuff. The more power of faith, the better. Regardless of whether there were experts from the Temple of Light or not, Lin Fei had to go in and meet them. In Boundless World Mountain, the death rate was so high. There was no difference between 10 or 100 deaths. The restrictions of the temple seemed to have been broken, and Lin Fei didn't encounter any restriction attacks. Lin Fei followed the direction and came to a huge space under the temple. A huge statue stood there, and the surroundings seemed empty. At this moment, a group of people was besieging the statue. As soon as Lin Fei came down from above, he encountered more than a dozen attacks. Obviously, They had received his message and were preparing for an ambush. The void around Lin Fei, who had unleashed his physical body to its fullest, kept collapsing. Layer after layer, the collapses extended outwards. The range of the collapses also kept expanding, rippling out in circles. Most of the power of the sudden attacks was neutralized, and the remaining part fell on Lin Fei, with almost no effect. Flood dragons rushed out of the body, and several of them locked onto an expert. In the empty underground space, muffled groans could be heard. There was no need for Lin Fei to make a move. Once the flood dragons appeared, they couldn't breathe. Lin Fei's eyes fell on the statue. A door appeared behind the statue, and a faintly discernible thing seemed to be tempting everyone. Weapon. The thing in the door was a weapon. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The statue stood motionless. Every time it made a move, the saber light crisscrossed, and the saber intent filled the space, constantly cutting the void. The experts of the Temple of Light couldn't get close to the door. There are actually 3 10-winged angels. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know the level of power, no matter how strong he was, he might not be as strong as a universe-level fighter. Ambushing Lin Fei did not work, and the experts of the Temple of Light who attacked were injured by the flood dragon. This scene was naturally seen by the 3 10-winged angels as well, and their expressions changed slightly. Your Excellency has great strength. The 3 10-winged angels all chose to retreat, and the statue no longer moved. Only the blade intent continued to wreak havoc in the space. But you've got guts, Lin Fei interrupted them forcefully. I'm quite brave. I heard that there's something good, so I came in to take a look. If you guys want to make a move, then hurry up, or else you won't have a chance to make a move later. When these words fell into the ears of the 3 10-winged angels, they were extremely displeased. They could confirm that the person in front of them was a martial path divinity venerable. However, he was extremely unfamiliar and definitely not from the 10,000 Gods continent. It was highly likely that he was from the Sky Martial continent. The Sky Martial continent was different from the 10,000 Gods continent. They trained their bodies, and while there were many martial path divinities there were very few on their side. A martial path divinity venerable of the Sky Martial continent, and so young at that, they had to take him seriously. What worried them the most was whether there were more martial path divinities behind him. Whether it was 1 or 2, that was the most worrying thing. Whenever the martial path divinities of the Sky Martial continent went out, they would usually go out in groups of 3 to 5. Especially at Boundless World Mountain, there was strength in numbers. 3 to 5 martial path divinities together could practically sweep away all enemies. They were worried that if they killed the person in front of them, they would anger the other martial path divinities. After all, martial path divinities were famous for being difficult to deal with. Each of them was extremely powerful, and they were known to be unkillable. Now that the other party had spoken, it meant that he was interested in the things inside, and his tone was extremely arrogant. The 3 10-winged angels were all big shots in the 10,000 Gods continent. They had never been ignored by a young man like this, as though he had them under his thumb. Sir, although you are a martial path divinity venerable from the Sky Martial continent, this place was found by our Radiant Temple. If you back out now, we can pretend that the matter of you injuring our people didn't happen. Qing Xian said expressionlessly. There are not many people who can make our Radiant Temple give them face. You must know how to cherish this opportunity. The 3 10-winged angels were not confident that they could withstand the attacks of the martial path divinities. They believed that the person in front of them would back out. The Radiant Temple was not that easy to trample on. It was a pity that the person they met was Lin Fei. You want me to leave? Sure. I charged all the way here and was ambushed and threatened. This person is really not agile anymore. Lin Fei laughed. The Radiant Temple is rich and overbearing. Give me a mental injury, and I'll just barely give you 500 million power of faith. Qing Xian's gaze turned cold. Sir, are you forcing us to attack you? Although you are a martial path divinity venerable, if we really want to deal with you, you definitely won't be able to gain any advantage. The other party was demanding an exorbitant price, which infuriated the 3 of them. There had never been a martial path divinity venerable who dared to ignore their Radiant Temple. They worshipped the corporeal body of a universe ancestor, and could summon it to attack at any time. In the 10,000 Gods continent, Even the elite celestial clans did not dare to fight with the Radiant Temple. The corporeal body of a universe ancestor was in existence with absolute deterrence. It was not something that anyone was willing to offend. There were not many in the entire 10,000 gods continent who dared to ask the Radiant Temple for 500 million power of faith. The person in front of them was definitely not one of them. As one of the top 10 celestial clans, the Radiant Temple thought that you were rich and overbearing. It turns out that you can't even produce 500 million power of faith. In that case, I'll have to do it myself. Who asked me to not return empty-handed? Lin Fei smiled as he took a step forward. He raised his hand unhurriedly and punched out. Before the 3 10-winged angels could react, the space they were in collapsed. Layer after layer of energy surged over, forcing the 3 10-winged angels to use their wings to protect themselves. Under the impact of the ferocious energy, the 3 10-winged angels tottered. 10-winged angels, he? Lin Fei swayed his body and came in front of Angel Qingxian, who had spoken first. He punched the wings that protected his body. The wings could not withstand the impact of a powerful force that was as thick as a mountain. A hole was blasted open in the wings, and the fist struck Qingshuan's essence soul. With a bang, Qingshuan's essence soul shattered into pieces, and a white light rushed out. In midair, a hand grabbed at him, and the white light landed in a palm. "Let me out." Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. "I'm in a good mood today. Scram as far as you can." The remaining 2 10-winged angels' expressions changed drastically. Elder Qingxian could not even withstand a single punch from the other party, and they were injured by the other party's punch. "Release Elder Qingxian, will leave immediately." With his bare hands and strength to such an extent, the 2 10-winged angel elders did not dare to act rashly. The other party's background in the Sky Martial continent was definitely very big. This matter was not easy to deal with. "You have no right to bargain." Lin Fei squinted his eyes. "Just because of your words, each of you hand over 5 million power of faith. Otherwise, I'll kill you with one punch. As for whether you believe me or not, you can try it yourself." Puff puff. Under the attack of their blood and chi, the 2 10-winged angel elders spat out blood. This was too much. "You guys leave, don't stay here." Elder Qingxian still had not recovered from his shock. In the blink of an eye, he had become a prisoner. This martial Dao divinity was so fierce that it was a complete mess. "Elder, go take everyone away. You guys are not his match, lest you lose your lives." Elder Qingxian realized that he had kicked an iron plate. Lin Fei had extorted 5 million power of faith from each of them. In total, it was 10 million power of faith. He was quite dissatisfied. If he had known earlier, he would have asked for 10 million or 30 million power of faith. "I'll let you guys off easy." In an instant, the underground palace became empty, except for the statue. "Sir, if you let me go, as an elder of the Temple of Light, I can let this matter go." Elder Qingxian had become a miniature 10-winged angel. His face was extremely pale, and his primordial spirit was severely injured. "Shut up." Lin Fei spat out the power from his palm, and like a gust of wind, it swept towards Elder Qingshuan's body, causing him to roll around in pain. "Stop, I won't say anymore, I won't say anymore." Elder Qingshuan's primordial spirit was currently in a complete mess. After losing his physical body, Elder Qingxian, who only had his primordial spirit left, did not have the slightest ability to resist. "Tell me what is inside. What is the origin of that statue?" Lin Fei looked at the statue and asked. "You better be obedient. If you say anything wrong, I have 100 ways to deal with you. I'll let you experience what it means to live a life worse than death. You understand?" I understand." Lin Fei controlled his power to stab at Qingxian's primordial spirit like a knife. That kind of feeling was not something that anyone could withstand. Elder Qingxian was also straightforward. He told Lin Fei everything he knew in detail. After Lin Fei heard this, his interest increased greatly. Faith divine weapon. Comparable to a universal weapon. If Lin Fei hadn't heard it, he wouldn't have known. But after hearing it, he was shocked. It turned out that the item inside was a faith weapon. It was forged from special materials and tempered with faith power. It was a very special weapon. The experts of the Temple of Light were also lucky to encounter this temple. They did not expect that they would consecrate a faith divine weapon. The statue in front of him was the guardian of the faith divine weapon. Although it could not move, its attack power was strong. If he wanted to enter the door to obtain the item, he had to destroy the statue head-on. Lin Fei looked at the statue and was secretly shocked. There is no trace of life on the statue. It has a pure instinctive attack. Moreover, I feel a familiar aura from the statue. It should be the power of faith. It's not simple. A lifeless statue, after receiving the power of faith, gained strength that was not inferior to that of a powerhouse. This method was indeed eye-catching. You said it was a puppet, but it wasn't. The other party was very different from a puppet. The saber intent that covers the void is sharp and domineering. Even the primordial spirit of the birdman doesn't dare to clash head-on. It sounds very sharp. I wonder if my physical body can handle it. Lin Fei strode towards the door. The statue moved. Chapter 3301. Lin Fei took a step forward and came to the area enveloped by the sword will. It's over, it's over. Elder Qingxian, who was being grabbed by Lin Fei, closed his eyes. This statue was extremely terrifying. When the blade slashed down, the will of the way was like rain. It would not be easy to block it. Even if the other party was a divine martial artist, he might not be able to withstand it. Lin Fei punched with one hand and hit the statue's blade. Under such power, the blade did not break. It did not even leave a crack. Power of faith. When Lin Fei punched the blade just now, his original intention was to shatter the statue's weapon. The moment the power erupted, a strange energy had worn away the power that erupted from his body. The first thing Lin Fei felt was the power of faith. After blasting away the long blade with one punch, the second blade came. Compared to the last time, it was even faster. One blade contained hundreds of blades. Huge mountains of blades came crashing down, and the space collapsed with a rumble. The sharp sword will kept slashing at Lin Fei's body. So strong, so strong. Lin Fei was hit by the sword will, and the blood in his body churned. On his arm there were many white blade marks. It was a shocking sight. Lin Fei had seen the power of the statue. No wonder the Temple of Light was helpless. Apart from consuming the power of faith, there was no other way to fight it head-on. The statue swung its saber at him again. Lin Fei's speed increased again, and the surrounding saber intent crumbled under the pressure. It shattered into pieces and spread throughout the entire palace. He can actually increase his speed. Elder Qingxian was already shocked. He could not even display such speed. The other party was purely using his physical body to increase his speed. There was no distance between them. How powerful was his physical body? With the increase in speed, the statue's attack speed was obviously slower. The blade missed, and the raging sword will could not stop Lin Fei. Lin Fei punched again. The power surged and hit the center of the statue. The statue shook, and a subtle crack appeared on it. This kid can't be thinking of breaking the statue, right? Qingxian was shocked. He's too bold. Lin Fei continued to punch, leaving only a series of afterimages. The statue, on the other hand, kept emitting cracking sounds as cracks covered its entire body. The statue could no longer attack Lin Fei when he moved. Boom! Another punch landed on the statue. Like a surging flood, the statue exploded into a pile of rubble. Lin Fei stood in front of the door. It really is the blessing of the power of faith. As soon as the statue shattered, the power of faith quickly disappeared. You actually broke the statue, Elder Qingxian said in shock. What's so great about shattering a statue? Lin Fei said calmly. He reached his hand into the door and found that there was no danger. He grabbed the faith weapon and took it out. It was a 3-foot-long sword with a green edge. It looked very ordinary. However, as soon as it landed in Lin Fei's hand, he felt the thick power of faith in the weapon. It was like a long river making him smile from ear to ear. Ha ha ha, is this the power of a faith weapon? Lin Fei casually waved it and didn't activate the power of faith in the weapon. Qingxian stared at the weapon. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that the whole process would be so simple. Look at him, it was as easy as breaking dry weeds. You're lucky. This is a relatively complete weapon. If you sell it, you can definitely sell it for a high price. Even the martial Dao divinity equipment you want won't be a problem. Lin Fei thought. What's so rare about martial Dao divinity equipment? I have the power of faith converted into prestige. I can have any skills I want. It's much better than those things. I can even save my life at critical moments. After putting away the weapon, Lin Fei checked the surroundings, wanting to see if there were any good things. In the end, there was nothing. It was truly empty. Lin Fei was quite satisfied to be able to obtain a weapon of faith. From Elder Qing Xian's expression, he could tell that the quality of the weapon he had obtained was quite good. As long as you sell this weapon of faith to our Temple of Light, we can help you find anything you want, even if it's a universe-level cultivation technique. Elder Qing Xian was envious. Generally speaking, the quality of the weapons found would be very poor, but the one in front of him was maintained so perfectly. It was really rare, especially the power of faith in it. Elder Qing Xian didn't know what to say. Such a good thing had actually been taken away by a kid. Elder Qing Xian wanted to slap himself a few times. If he had known this would happen, he would have fought with all his might. Even if he had to pay the price, he wouldn't have hesitated. Anything is fine? How generous, but why were you reluctant to take out 500 million power of faith just now? How dare you say that? Lin Fei shook his head. I can't be bothered to believe you. After leaving the temple, Long Wuhan and Elder Shun Yuan's auras had disappeared far away, as if they could be concealed. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to look for them. I heard that outsiders all go to a place in front. You should be familiar with it. Lead the way. Elder Qing Xian blurted out. You want to go to the Forbidden Soul area? So it's called the Forbidden Soul area. What an interesting name. Lin Fei smiled. If you can go, why can't I? Elder Qing Xian opened his mouth and thought to himself. This guy is too bold. It's not that easy to go to the Forbidden Soul area. If you're willing to join our Temple of Light, at least you won't die inside. Elder Qing Xian knew how to rope in such an expert. As for the primordial spirit injury, it was nothing. Every divine martial artist was worth roping in, especially the one in front of him. He absolutely believed that he was stronger than an ordinary divine martial artist. If he didn't rope him in now, when would he? I almost forgot, as an elder of the Temple of Light, you should know something about the Forbidden Soul area. Come, tell me everything. A gust of wind swept past Elder Qing Xian. Elder Qing Xian's primordial spirit was already seriously injured. After withstanding Lin Fei's attack, he quickly couldn't hold on. I'll talk. At the same time, in an even darker place, outside was a pile of rubble. On the pile of rubble, experts with strong auras were sitting cross-legged. All of them were resting with their eyes closed, as if they were waiting for something. Hey, Divine Son of Light, there seems to be something wrong with your people. In the distance, a group of people rushed over. A black-faced strong man who was sitting cross-legged opened his eyes and laughed unscrupulously. Didn't they say that the Temple of Light is very powerful? Could it be that they were beaten back by someone? Imo Wuhua laughed. He liked to mock the Temple of Light the most. The guy called the Divine Son of Light was very young and handsome. There was a very eye-catching divine rune in the center of his eyebrows. This was the famous Divine Rune of Light, which contained a powerful attack power. The Divine Son of Light was an extremely outstanding existence in the Temple of Light. Once they defeated all their opponents, they would become the Divine Son of Light and become famous throughout the world. This generation's Divine Son of Light was here. Behind the Divine Son of Light were 3 white-robed old men. They looked old and half asleep, but if anyone underestimated them, they would definitely regret it. Because they were the protectors. They would protect the Divine Son of Light until he grew up. Any genius with first-class potential, as long as they passed the test, would have a certain chance to be protected by the protectors. The Divine Son of Light was protected by 3 protectors at once. One could imagine how much importance the Temple of Light attached to him. Generally speaking, as long as the older generation did not make a move, no one could kill such a person. Everyone knew that the older generation would not make a move against the younger generation. Even if everyone knew that the Divine Son of Light had great potential, no one would kill him in front of everyone. This kind of thing would not be put on the table. For example, Mo Wuhua and the Divine Son of Light were both well-known figures of the younger generation. They did not like each other, so no one dared to kill in front of them. Even if it was in secret, they could not leave any evidence. Such people were not easy to deal with. Divine Son, something has happened. It was the two elders who rushed over. They came to report as soon as they left the temple. The three protectors were still half asleep and did not pay attention to each other. The Divine Son of Light looked calm, but there was a trace of doubt in his heart. After knowing the cause and effect of the matter, he subconsciously looked at one of the piles of rocks. There were more than 10 divine martial lords sitting there. They were from a powerful sect in the Sky Martial Continent. The powerful divine martial lords would definitely think of the Sky Martial Continent. There were the most body cultivators there, and it was easier to walk the path of divine martial lords. If it's someone from the Sky Martial Continent, then it will be a bit troublesome, the Divine Son of Light said calmly. He could easily defeat Elder Qing Xian, so his strength was obviously ordinary. The Divine Son of Light did not care that an elder had been captured. No matter how big the matter was, it was not as important as what was in front of him. The Forbidden Soul area was a special place in Boundless World Mountain. Although there seemed to be no changes on the surface, in fact, there were many ancient civilizations living in it. This place had been set up by a great formation, and it had always been sealed within. There were also rumors that in the past life of the Forbidden Soul area, the existence of a top sect, the Overlord of Boundless World Mountain. Later, the Forbidden Soul area erupted, and the ancient beings took action. The sect was greatly weakened, and since then the sect declined. The Forbidden Soul area did not change because of this. It had always been a land of death, but in the land of death, the things left behind by the ancient beings were tempting. There were the corpses of universe-level warriors in there. It was impossible not to be tempted. With Elder Qing Xian's guidance, Lin Fei rushed to the Forbidden Soul area at a steady pace. At the same time, he also learned a lot of information. He knew that it was a place where ancient beings were imprisoned. The people from the big forces came in person for the Forbidden Soul area. The other temples and palaces were small, and they did not care about them. The things in the Forbidden Soul area were worth dozens or even hundreds of things outside. Finally here. Chapter 3302. I feel a heart-palpitating aura. I didn't expect there to be such a place in the Hopeless Realm Mountain. It's really magical. Looking at the Dark Mountain, although it was not very big, the upper part of the Dark Mountain had been cut off and a huge black palace was built. It looked very strange in the darkness. It was the aura of the ancient existence suppressed in the Forbidden Soul area. Lin Fei himself was shocked by the aura. Ancient existences. They were really immortal. Any one of them was at the level of an old monster. There are a lot of them. The aura leaking out makes people feel afraid and uneasy. The ancient force that suppressed them back then was really terrifying. The ancient existence suppressed them just like that. The aura coming from the Forbidden Soul area could still be felt after such a long time. No one dared to look down on them. Even if they could only feel a trace of their aura now, they were still tyrannical and invincible existences. Lin Fei was also filled with admiration towards the peak power that had suppressed them. In this part of the cosmos, it was definitely an overlord among the overlords. After all, who would dare to suppress someone without some ability? Any ancient existence would have a large number of friends and a huge power behind them. This suppressing force was really a mess. Even if its aura was weak now, the aura that was leaking out now was still a universe-level existence. Looking at the current situation, universe-level experts were very rare. Even universe-level experts had to be recruited by the Eternal Church. Otherwise, they would be suppressed. This situation was really different from the past. The gap was really big. Lin Fei withdrew his gaze and noticed the experts on the pile of rocks in the distance. They each occupied an area and seemed to mind their own business. Their auras are all very strong. If I hadn't cultivated a lot of body refining techniques, I'm afraid I wouldn't be as good as any of them here. Lin Fei was secretly surprised by the strength of the experts. This was a true expert. He had the desire to fight. If I go all out, I should be able to kill any one of them with 3 punches. Lin Fei said to himself. There are a few of them who are quite powerful. You should be familiar with them. Tell me about their background so that I know better. Lin Fei asked Elder Qing Xian. There were hundreds of people standing on the pile of rocks. There weren't many of them, but every single one of them was a powerful individual. Lin Fei was naturally interested in getting to know them. Unfortunately, he had not met Zi Outyin and his daughter. Otherwise, things would not have been so troublesome. Elder Qing Xian was scared after being tortured. He really said everything he knew. Anyway, even if he didn't say it, she would find out sooner or later, so he might as well tell her honestly and avoid suffering. He didn't want to experience that kind of suffering again. Do you see those guys whose auras are so dense? They're the experts of the Sky Martial continent. They're from the Sky Martial sect, the #1 sect in the Sky Martial continent. The one leading them is called Tianlei Lai, a young master. The people in the upper left corner are all arrogant fellows. They are not from the Sky Martial continent, nor are they from the Myriad God continent. They are from the Star River Prefecture's Li family. They have always treated us like country bumpkins. Our light temple does not like them. Myriad God continent's Darkness Divine Temple's Mo Wuhua, an old enemy of our Divine Temple of Light. The thin elder behind him is a Tao protector. The Divine Son of Light of the Divine Temple of Light. The three behind him are Tao protectors. Elder Qing Xian explained in detail. Unknowingly, Lin Fei had a general understanding of the forces at the scene of the rubble. First was the Myriad God continent. Several forces of the divine race had come. Not only were there from the Divine Temple of Light, but there were also experts from the Darkness Divine Temple and the Earth Divine Temple. In addition, there was the Sky Martial continent. Only the Sky Martial sect had come. They had more than 10 Divine Martial Venerable experts, and their strength could not be underestimated. Outside of them was the Star River Prefecture's Li family. They also seemed to have a very powerful background. According to Elder Qing Xian, everyone was from the Star River Prefecture. The Li family, who could live in the Star River Prefecture, was innately superior to them. The Li family's aura was especially strong, and they occupied the largest area. They had a high and mighty appearance and were very arrogant. This Forbidden Soul area has really attracted a lot of attention. Lin Fei floated down. When he appeared, the first to react were the two elders of the Divine Temple of Light. It's him. He actually dares to come here. Kid, hand over Elder Qing Xian. The two elders seemed to have gained a backbone. When they saw Lin Fei appear, the eight-winged angel's primordial spirit rushed out and attacked Lin Fei fiercely. The aura of light surged. They were fast, but Lin Fei was faster. It seems that you don't know pain until I hit you. If it was Elder Qing Xian, he definitely wouldn't say such words. Lin Fei chuckled and punched out. One punch turned into two. The two elders of the Divine Temple of Light had indeed thought that with the Divine Son of Light and the Tao Protector around, the other party would not have the guts to attack again. They did not expect that Lin Fei would attack without hesitation. He punched out and the fist mark hit the two elders. The primordial spirit angel was sent flying by the punch and landed on the ground in the distance. It was on the verge of death. Zai, you forced me to attack. Aren't you just looking for trouble? Lin Fei landed on a huge rock unhurriedly. When Lin Fei punched out, the Sky Martial sect's Tianlei Lai laughed out loud. Brother, you're so strong to be able to send an angel flying with just one punch. I wonder which sect you're from? Do you want to know each other? I am Tianlei Lai of the Sky Martial sect. Tianlei Lai was shocked by the strength that this person had displayed. There were no signs of any cultivation technique being used. It was a pure physical attack. This made Tianlei Lai's eyes brighten. Where did this freak come from? He did not use any cultivation technique, but his physical strength was so strong. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Tianlei Lai would not have believed it was real. I am Lin Fei. I don't belong to any sect. I am just a loose cultivator. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, I heard that there is something good here, so I came to take a look. Tianlei Lai was surprised again. This guy was actually a loose cultivator. Since when did loose cultivators have such strength? If he was not a loose cultivator, he would not have attacked in such an old-fashioned way. I like you, a loose cultivator. Mo Wuhua stood up and said in a loud voice, anyone who attacks the Light Temple is a friend of the Darkness Temple. I wonder if Brother Lin is interested in joining the Darkness Temple. Lin Fei had a better impression of Mo Wuhua. No matter if he was telling the truth or not, at least he would leave a good impression on others. The Darkness Temple is good at recruiting people. Lin Fei obviously noticed that the people from the Temple of Brilliance were not looking good. It seems that the opposition between darkness and light has always existed. It seems that the Temple of Brilliance seems to be suppressing the Shrine of Darkness. Lin Fei smiled. I will think about it. After all, I am used to being lazy. Mo Wuhua did not show any dissatisfaction. He said straightforwardly, "It's okay. The door of the Darkness Temple is always open to Brother Lin." It was normal that he could not recruit Lin Fei the first time. "Wuhua, that kid is very strong. You have to be careful," the azure-clothed Dao protector said via voice transmission. His physical body is filled with power, and it's deep and terrifying like a boundless ocean. It's a rather inconceivable matter. We should either rope him in or not offend him. Mo Wuhua was shocked. Is he not a loose cultivator? Since Lin Fei appeared, he had severely injured the two elders of the Light Temple with his bare hands without using any treasures. At the same time, everyone was looking forward to the next move of the Light Temple. Humph, defeating two elders is nothing. An elder behind the Divine Son of Light shouted. The 10-winged angel's primordial spirit rushed out. Its wings were like blades carrying the aura of light. In everyone's eyes, the 10-winged angel elder only had white blade radiance left, which slashed at Lin Fei. Lin Fei stood there without moving. Space collapsed as he used one hand to block the saber light. The saber light shattered. When everyone saw this, they were inwardly shocked. Strong. This person was very strong. It was not easy to destroy the attack of the blade radiance with pure physical strength. That was the attack of a 10-winged angel elder. Ordinary ultimate gods would not dare to take it head-on. Young master, we must pull this person into the sect. On the heavenly martial sect's side, the eyes of the gray-clothed protector behind Tian Lei Lai flashed with shock. That Light Temple elder is about to lose. He can't even break through his opponent's defense. If this gets out, everyone will laugh their heads off. In the sky, the 10-winged angel elder had tried more than a dozen attacks, but still could not break his opponent's defense. This is all the Light Temple can do. Lin Fei shook his head and struck out with his palm. Amidst the airtight attacks, the 10-winged angel was sent flying, crashing in front of the Divine Son of Light. This is really disappointing. Everyone realized there was going to be a good show when the 10-winged angel was defeated. Such an expert is indeed worth recruiting into the Sky Martial sect. Tian Lei Lai revealed a look of joy. A lone martial path divinity venerable, who had not displayed any cultivation technique up until now, was really ridiculously strong with his pure physical strength. If I cultivate a body-refining killer move, I can't even imagine how strong I will be. At this moment, Tian Lei Lai was tempted. His opponent was a martial path ultimate god that he did not know. He thought he was strong, but there was a huge gap between him and his opponent. At the very least, he could not beat the 10-winged angel elder with his bare hands. The Light Temple elder glared at him. His previous thoughts of not taking him seriously were suppressed. This person was indeed worthy of attention. Your Excellency, what do I have to do for you to release Elder Qing Xian? The Divine Son of Light's body flashed with the aura of faith. He stopped the elder's action with a gesture. The person in front of him was not someone the 10-winged angel elder could deal with. In the eyes of the Divine Son of Light, Lin Fei had relied on the purest physical strength to make the 10-winged angel elder, who had always been proud of, suffer a great loss. So fast. Why don't you come out and fight a few more rounds? Lin Fei laughed. I haven't had enough yet. The Light Temple elder glared at him. Arrogant. If it was somewhere else, the Divine Son of Light would not mind suppressing him. How strong could his pure physical strength be? But not here. Once the hopeless boundary mountain caused a big commotion and alerted those ancient existences, everyone would have to bear the consequences. This was also the reason why everyone was sitting together peacefully. They did not dare to cause trouble. This person is quite arrogant. He is no different from those martial arts addicts. He is smelly and tough. The Divine Son of Light was expressionless. Force is definitely not allowed. The Divine Son of Light knew the situation best. If he really attacked, the people from the Dark Temple would definitely attack. As for whether the Sky Martial sect would attack, it was highly possible. If the three parties fought, it would undoubtedly give others a chance to take advantage of the situation. Especially the Li family, they would probably applaud. I'll give you one more chance. State your conditions. I heard that you want the power of faith. I can agree to it. The divine Son of Light did not attack, which would definitely make those people unhappy. For example, the Li family from the Star River Prefecture. I missed a chance. Li Yunhao shook his head in disappointment. If the Divine Temple of Light and the Dark Temple fought, they would be greatly weakened. They would not be qualified to compete with us. Li Yunhao was a high-level elder of the Li family. He looked down on the Divine Temple of Light and the Dark Temple. He always thought that they were from the countryside. If it were not for the fact that the two temples had the attacking methods of the universe-level experts, Li Yunhao would have killed them long ago. It was not a big deal for a group of people to die in the hopeless boundary mountain. That Lin Fei is quite interesting. He doesn't use any body-refining techniques and only uses his physical strength. It is rare to see such a person. Li Yunhao said to himself, quietly watching the situation on the field. Lin Fei knew that he had met his match. Such a person could actually remain calm at such a time, and did not even show a trace of killing intent. He was indeed worthy of being the Divine Son of Light. He was indeed not to be underestimated. If I were to provoke him again, there might not be any benefits. Lin Fei thought to himself. Just stop. Lin Fei knew very well that he was about to reach his limit. I heard that the Divine Temple of Light is rich and overbearing. I have no enmity with the Divine Temple of Light, but you attacked me as soon as you came. My heart. Lin Fei spouted nonsense with a straight face. Bring me 500 million power of faith, and I'll release Elder Qing Xian. If you're not willing, there's no point in keeping him. You might as well kill him. Elder Qing Xian, who had been grabbed by Lin Fei, almost fainted. Was he going to die? The Divine Son of Light might not be willing to take out 500 million power of faith. As for asking the Divine Son of Light to take it out, Brother Qing Xian would definitely not dare to ask. 300 million power of faith, that is my limit. The Divine Son of Light was still indifferent. If you don't want him, just kill him. He is just an elder. If he dies, then so be it. 300 million power of faith. The Divine Temple of Light is indeed rich and overbearing. I want it. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony. Hand over the power of faith and let him go. Chapter 3303. 300 million power of faith was transferred into a God of Faith card, and he casually threw it in front of Lin Fei. Thank you. Lin Fei grabbed the God of Faith card and threw it into the system space. He then released Elder Qing Xian. You're in luck. 300 million power of faith. I welcome you to take revenge. Qing Xian managed to escape and subconsciously rolled his eyes. Revenge? To think that you could even think of it. Elder Qing Xian didn't even have the guts to think about it. He would rather be abused. To think that he had the nerve to say that. Brother Lin, come sit with us. After the transaction was completed, Mo Wuhuo waved at Lin Fei. The guys from the Darkness Temple are the best at scheming. Our body refining school is better. Tian Lei Lai also greeted enthusiastically. Let's talk about body refining. Although they didn't fight, Lin Fei's personality made the eyes of the forces present light up. Two country bumpkins, what's there to go? At this moment, a cold and disdainful snort was heard. Our Li family welcomes talents like you. As long as you join our Li family, when our Li family leaves, we can take you away from this place. When you reach the Star River Prefecture, you will know how wonderful the outside world is. A Li family disciple shouted. In the Li family's opinion, whether it was the Darkness Temple or the Radiance Temple, they were all the same. Even the Heavenly Martial sect was useless. In a small world, fighting to the death was a very boring thing. Outside, it would be a completely different story. The Star River Prefecture was a place where experts moved freely. Li Yunhao was interested in defeating the Tin-Winged Angel Elder with pure physical strength. With a little polishing, he would become a powerful expert. Where else could he find such a good thing? Li Yunhao believed that the other party knew how to choose. As long as he wasn't an idiot, he would go to the Star River Prefecture. That was a martial artist's paradise. I'm sorry, a country bumpkin like me can't go to such a high-end place. Forget about the Li family. Lin Fei rejected immediately. The other party kept calling him a country bumpkin, which made him very uncomfortable. Join the Li family? What a joke. That was no different from being a lackey. Lin Fei wasn't interested in going to the Star River Mansion. That place wasn't something he could go to for the time being. His accumulation wasn't deep enough. Just the Radiance Temple alone had the corpse of a universe-grade powerhouse. Who knew what kind of powerful existence the Star River Mansion had? How can you say that? The Li family disciple was displeased. Our Li family thinks highly of you. That's why we let you become our Li family's consecrator. How many people can only dream of this opportunity? You actually said that you don't want it. The Li family was a noble family of the Star River Prefecture. Many people wanted to become a consecrator. As long as they spread the news, countless people would line up. However, they had been rejected by a kid. This was looking down on the Li family. What are you threatening me? Lin Fei laughed. If you don't want to join, then don't join. If you have the ability, come and catch me. Believe it or not, I will kill you with one punch. The Li family disciple's face darkened even more, and his gaze became filled with resentment. Brother Yunhao, does your Li family really like to force people? Emowa's big mouth started to move again. You want to drag anyone you see to become a consecrator. You really have a way. Li Yunhao had a faint smile on his face. You misunderstood. I cherish a genius like Lin Fei very much. Becoming a consecrator of the Li family will allow his strength to increase by a few steps. Since you don't want to, then forget it. However, the Li family's gate welcomes you at any time. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. This Li Yunhao had killing intent towards him. His emotions contributed to his killing intent. The Li family's gate is too high. I think I'll pass. Lin Fei laughed. That's really a pity. Li Yunhao said with a face full of regret. It was as if he really felt that it was a pity. In fact, he had killing intent towards Lin Fei. If such a person wasn't used by the Li family, then there was no need for him to stay. Li Yunhao was vicious and merciless. It was fine if he listened to the Li family, but if he didn't, he would kill a martial Dao hierarch with good potential without any pity. Some people were happy about Lin Fei's appearance, while others were angry. The Temple of Light was naturally one of the angry ones. After Elder Qing Xian returned, he told the Divine Son of Light what had happened under the palace, including the divine weapon of faith in detail. Divine Son, that kid's strength is as strong as a mountain. It's not a good thing to keep him here. Elder Qing Xian said. He had set up a soundproof array outside them. If that guy is on the side of the Temple of Darkness or the Heavenly Martial Sect, it'll be quite troublesome. Elder Qing Xian had seen how powerful Lin Fei was. Their physical bodies were basically unable to withstand his attacks. Until now, Elder Qing Xian still didn't know what his opponent's limit was. As the name suggested, he hadn't been able to find out his specific strength. That was the most frightening part of it all. There's no need to worry about this. In the Forbidden Soul area, everyone has a goal. Once he leaves, I'll personally suppress him. The Divine Son of Light said. His body is very good and is very suitable to become a light warrior of the Temple of Light. It's not that easy to obtain 300 million power of faith. Elder Qing Xian subconsciously shivered. Lin Fei's strength was what Mo Wuhua was most happy to see. Brother Lin, you've taken 300 million power of faith from the Temple of Light. You're really bold. However, do you know who the Divine Son of Light is? He's an extremely narrow-minded guy. Back then, in order to become the only divine son of this generation of the Temple of Light, he killed all the other candidates. Mo Wuhua glanced at the Divine Son of Light in the distance and chuckled. Lin Fei didn't care about this. Although their expressions didn't change, the numbers didn't lie. He could distinguish good and bad people at a glance. If he wants to kill me, he'll have to see if he has the ability to do so. Lin Fei smiled and said, maybe I'll kill him then. I think it'll be very interesting if the Temple of Light loses a divine son. Ha ha ha, Brother Lin is really an interesting person. Mo Wuhua liked Lin Fei more and more. Actually, I've wanted to kill the Divine Son of Light for a long time, but I couldn't handle the 3 guardians behind him. Lin Fei didn't say anything. The 3 guardians were indeed very strong, and it wouldn't be difficult to kill them. What he was worried about was whether or not they had some powerful means of self-defense. The word Tao protector was not that simple. If they couldn't even protect one person, what was the point of having guardians? This was the most important thing. The divine Son of Light was also more powerful than he had imagined. There was a dangerous aura on his body. Once it broke out, even Yi Futian's universe-level body would suffer. This was the most important thing that Lin Fei discovered. This guy from the Temple of Light was indeed ridiculously strong, and he even had a trump card. Such a situation was not limited to the divine Son of Light, but almost all the other young masters. They threatened each other and didn't dare to act rashly. Brother Lin, it won't be so easy for the divine Son of Light to kill you. If you don't mind, when the Forbidden Soul area's great restriction is weakened, you can go in with us. Mo Wuhua invited. There's a place that needs an expert like Brother Lin. The Forbidden Soul area was full of large formations. The presence of a martial Tao divinity gave them a huge advantage. Mo Wuhua naturally wanted to rope in Lin Fei. Once we find any treasures such as divine weapons of faith, Brother Lin, you can choose 3 of them. How about it? My sincerity isn't bad. There were no martial path divine masters in the Temple of Darkness, and there were only a few in the Myriad God continent. It would be a real pity if they didn't seize such a good opportunity. Lin Fei wasn't very clear about the situation in the Forbidden Soul area. It wasn't that he couldn't go with the Temple of Darkness, but there would be more or less restrictions, and he wouldn't be able to act as he pleased. Lin Fei had heard Ziotian's words very clearly. The Eternal Church was suppressing the universe experts, either to recruit them or to suppress them. Once they knew that he had a universe-level body, they would definitely come to capture him. Lin Fei didn't want to expose himself so early. It wasn't easy to find an alternative way to increase his prestige, and he didn't want to miss the opportunity. He needed to accumulate more. Brother Mo, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Lin Fei said politely. I plan to go alone. Anyway, many ancient existences are dead, so my luck won't be that bad. Mo Wuhua was very surprised. The Forbidden Soul area wasn't a place anyone could go. Although many ancient existences had died of old age, some had survived in special ways, and they were definitely terrifying existences. That's true. Your body is so strong. If your luck isn't too bad, you can really avoid danger. Mo Wuhua was quite disappointed, but he didn't show any dissatisfaction. If you really encounter danger, you can contact me. Mo Wuhua took out a token, with the word Mo on the front and the word darkness on the back. Thank you. Lin Fei put away the token. Mo Wuhua told him some things about the Forbidden Soul area. Although Lin Fei knew a lot, it was all forced out by Elder Qing Xian, so he had more or less concealed some information. Now that he said it, Lin Fei finally understood the situation. The people from the Temple of Light are really bad. It turned out that the Forbidden Soul area was almost no different from the outside, but there were small spaces everywhere, and the ancient existences were imprisoned in these small spaces. If anyone accidentally broke in, they would most likely die. Lin Fei decided that the next time he met Elder Qing Xian, he would beat him to death. Elder Qing Xian dared to trick him, and he almost fell for it. Even if he had a strong body, he might not be able to withstand it. If he ran in and fell into those small spaces, Lin Fei would be so depressed that he didn't know what to say. Outside the Forbidden Soul area, time passed day by day. There weren't many people in the rubble. It could be seen that not everyone could come to this place. Everyone was resting with their eyes closed, and Lin Fei was one of them. He had already transformed 300 million power of faith into prestige, which exceeded his expectations. 300 million prestige was exchanged for 200 billion prestige. It was just enough to release a small skill. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. The power of faith was a currency, and as long as he wanted to obtain it, there were still various ways. For example, the exchange of treasures. This was the most common. Chapter 3304. It's open. The experts sitting cross-legged on the boulders all opened their eyes as if they had a telepathic connection. The black fog shrouding the Forbidden Soul area seemed to be suppressed by an inexplicable force. Its power began to weaken, and the towering trees on the mountain could be vaguely seen. Before this, the things in the Forbidden Soul area could not be seen. People from the Temple of Light, follow me. The divine Son of Light moved. He summoned a huge phantom and blasted it toward the Forbidden Soul area. A passage was blasted open, and the experts of the Temple of Light quickly rushed in. Although the restriction of the Forbidden Soul area seemed to have weakened, it was not. Whoever dared to go in foolishly would definitely suffer a lot. Brother Lin, are you sure you don't want to go in with us? Mo Wuhua of the Temple of Darkness asked again. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Mo. Lin Fei said with a smile. I'll contact you if there's any danger. Mo Wuhua nodded and took out a treasure. It was a divine dark pagoda, and a phantom was also summoned. It struck across the air and blasted open the passage. The people of the Temple of Darkness followed him in. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. The phantom they summoned should be a universe-level expert when he was alive. Only they can have such power to break through the weakness of the seal. Lin Fei squinted and watched. The blasted passage did not last long. In 10 breaths at most, the passage would be swallowed up and disintegrated by the power of the seal, thus disappearing. If ordinary forces really came to the Forbidden Soul area, they could only watch helplessly. The power of the Forbidden Soul area could only be torn apart by a universe-level attack. The Divine Lord could only stand aside. Of course, this was under the condition that the power of the seal was weakened. The experts sitting cross-legged on the boulders used various treasures to tear open the seal and successfully entered the Forbidden Soul area. It seems that they are not interested in dealing with a little guy like me. Lin Fei stood up and shook his head. I thought I could get some power of faith. I'm ready to make a move. In front of treasures, I'm nothing. Until the last force entered the Forbidden Soul area. After making sure that there was no one around, Lin Fei walked up to the Forbidden Soul area and punched out. His physical strength exploded, and the power of the universe rushed out, blasting the sealing power apart. Compared to the previous methods that blasted open the passageway, Lin Fei's punch was more powerful and violent. There's always a difference in the strength of a dead universe-level fighter. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and rushed into the tunnel, disappearing into it. The sealing power is indeed powerful. My punch is even more powerful than theirs, but it still couldn't withstand the power of the sealing power. Lin Fei could feel the power in the tunnel disintegrating. He didn't care when the channel collapsed. Mo Wuhua had told him a few things about the Forbidden Soul Zone. For example, the Forbidden Soul Zone's sealing power had weakened, and it would last for a year. Once the time was up, if you didn't come out, you wouldn't be able to leave. Not even universe-level experts could break the sealing power. He had to leave the Forbidden Soul area within a year. Lin Fei stood on the grass, unable to sense the aura of Mo Wuhua and the others, as if they had disappeared into thin air. They all came here for a purpose. They are all in the mini-space now. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and sized up his surroundings. It was nothing but ordinary. If it weren't for the name Forbidden Soul Area, no one could imagine that ancient beings were imprisoned here. They would think it was an ordinary place, so they wouldn't pay attention to it. With Mo Wuhua's reminder, Lin Fei didn't have the nerve to wander around. If he ran into an old B****, he would be doomed. Let me see what skills I can use to help. Lin Fei certainly had to cherish this 1 year's time. From the looks of the Divine Son of Light and others, Lin Fei could tell they cared a lot about the things in the Forbidden Soul area. They were very important and they could enhance their strength. After searching for a while, Lin Fei did find a suitable auxiliary skill. Searching for 10,000 miles. It was a skill of little value. But for Yi Xian, this skill was good enough. Even the Divine Son of Light and others didn't know how many spaces there were in the small Forbidden Soul area, let alone Lin Fei. The spaces they had found were probably left by the predecessors. Ding! 10 billion prestige points are consumed. Search across 10,000 miles. Lin Fei turned it into a space and limited its range. It happened to be within the range of the Forbidden Soul area. A huge field of vision showed up in Lin Fei's head, like a flat map. Ding! Found a space. Identification. Level 1 danger. Ding! Found a space. Identification. Level 1 danger. Ding! Found a space. Identification. Level 2 danger. The skill search across 10,000 miles worked better than Lin Fei had imagined. That's great. 10 billion prestige points are worth it. And the danger level is shown when I enter. On the flat map in his head, one after another space prompts popped up. At the same time, the danger level was marked clearly. I can't believe there's a space about 100 feet in front of me. Lin Fei looked at the nearest space. It was a level 1 danger space. He couldn't help but jump in fright. This was too close. If he were to recklessly charge in and encounter a level 5 or level 6 danger space, he would really cry. There are so many spaces. There are 869 in total. Among them, 4 out of 10 are level 1 dangers, 2 out of 10 are level 2 to level 3 dangers, 2 out of 10 are level 4 to level 6 dangers, 1 out of 10 are level 7 and level 8 dangers, and 1 out of 10 are level 9 and level 10 dangers. Lin Fei's eyes lit up after a slight calculation. There are 3 level 9 dangers and 1 level 10 danger. Looking at the marks on the map, Lin Fei took a deep breath. He was confident in his strength, but once he went to level 9 or level 10, he wouldn't be able to come out in one piece no matter how brave he was. Lin Fei was not a greedy person. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to go below level 5. I still have to explore slowly. My goal is to find something valuable that can be exchanged for the power of faith. Lin Fei set a goal for himself. The dangers that others would encounter were nothing to Lin Fei. As long as he didn't go to those level 70, 80, and 90 dangers, he would be fine. But it was different for them. I'll go to the first space in front to take a look. It was a level 1 space. Lin Fei didn't encounter any danger and rushed into the space. Inside the space, there weren't mountains and rivers like he had imagined. Instead, it was a cold secret room that exuded an oppressive aura. The entire secret room was empty. It can't be, right? There's nothing here. After checking, there was nothing in the secret room. Someone must have ransacked it. Chapter 3305. The second space was also a level 1 space. As soon as he entered the space, it was also a secret room with gusts of chilly wind that cut like a knife. At the same time, black energy seeped over and tried to invade Lin Fei's body. This should be a heretical expert. The power in the black mist has a corrosive effect. Even a top-level ultimate god might not be able to withstand it. It's a pity that it met me. Lin Fei punched out and a tornado was formed, sweeping across the area. After the whistling sound, the space became quiet. The chilly wind was no longer and the black mist was also gone. If this is the level 1 danger, it's safer than I thought. Lin Fei thought to himself as his eyes fell on the skeleton. Let me see what good stuff is left behind. If Lin Fei's words were heard by others, they would probably bang their heads against the wall. They were not like Lin Fei, who had a cosmic body. The skeleton was golden with ancient runes attached to it. It seemed to be a problem of time as the runes had become dull and colorless, as if they were about to collapse. Lin Fei slammed his palm on the skeleton and a ray of light appeared as if it wanted to block the palm attack. However, as soon as the light met, it was immediately broken and the skeleton was also smashed. What a pity! Lin Fei shook his head and buried himself in the examination. After a quick inspection, he was disappointed. Apart from the bones, there was nothing else. There was a weapon, but it had long since turned into scrap metal. He broke into 10 level 1 danger spaces in a row. Lin Fei practically didn't reap a single grain. This result was somewhat unexpected and unexpected. Therefore, he began to enter the level 2 space, followed by the level 3 space. There was not much difference between the level 2 and level 3 danger spaces. It was just the strength of the residual power. It was not worth mentioning in front of Lin Fei. After breaking into more than 50 spaces, Lin Fei obtained a divine weapon of faith. It was quite damaged and only had about 30% of its power. This was the first harvest. In Lin Fei's opinion, it should be worth a bit of money. There was a space mark. Lin Fei's journey was unimpeded. Level 3, Level 4, and Level 5. They didn't encounter any danger. From the Level 5 dangerous space onwards, there would be a certain amount of the opponent's spirit sense within with decent battle power, but none of them had a universe-level power. Lin Fei's harvest also increased from 1 faith god weapon to 8, and its power also varied from 30% to 80%. This also proved one thing. Almost all of the ancient existences suppressed here used divine weapons of faith. Hua! Lin Fei rushed into another space. This space was a level 7 dangerous space. The moment he entered, it was not a secret room, but a landscape of mountains and rivers. Yuanshan's secret realm. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced. He had not researched it previously. Along the way, he especially wanted to find a Yuanshan secret realm space. Perhaps he could research some secrets. Lin Fei was also very interested in those remnant divine abilities. There are people here. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Two beams of sword light slashed over like dragons, one from the front and one from the back. There were guards here. It wasn't easy to find a Yuanshan secret realm. How could Lin Fei just turn around and leave? That would be a joke. Just because you told me to get out, I'll get out. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, and the two sword dragons shattered. No one can stop me from going where I want to go. The one who attacked Lin Fei remembered that it was a force called the Sword Sect. They were most proficient in Sword Dao. Lin Fei was disdainful. With his current physique, mere Sword Dao couldn't break through his defenses and threaten him. It's in front. Lin Fei sensed the ripples. He ignored the two brats and headed straight for the core of the Yuanshan secret realm. Stop him. Don't let him in. Along the way, there were a total of 3 groups of people. Each group was stronger than the last. Their sword techniques and sword Dao were unparalleled. Anyone who encountered them would have a headache. Lin Fei countered them with a punch. He didn't care what kind of skill it was, he just punched out. At the core, the people of Sword Sect surrounded an ancient expert formed by a skill. Even though the ancient expert was dead, the skill he left behind was still incredibly strong. This thing is mine. As for the intruders, the elders of Swords Gate and the headmaster of Swords Gate didn't pay much attention to them, as they focused on dealing with the intruders. A huge hand descended from the sky. It was as huge as a mountain, and its 5 fingers were as thick as stone pillars. The headmaster and elders of Swords Sect tried their best, but they still couldn't withstand the power of the finger. They were all sent flying away, and they didn't dare to face it anymore. The one who attacked was naturally Lin Fei. He clawed through the air and sent the experts of Sword Sect flying away, suppressing the skill. I heard from Mo Wuhua that the first thing in the Yuanshan secret realm is the skill itself. As long as the consciousness of the skill is wiped away, it will become a pure skill. The later generations only need to refine it to master the skill. Lin Fei held the skill in his hand, and he silently recalled Mo Wuhua's words. This skill should be the strongest. The person formed by the skill struggled and attacked in Lin Fei's palm, but it couldn't withstand the thick skin of Lin Fei's palm. It couldn't even break through the outermost layer of defense. Seal. Lin Fei used a method to seal the skill domineeringly, condensing it into a small ball-like state. After ascertaining that there would be no problems, Lin Fei kept the mystic art ball and continued to search for a second mystic art. This time, all the mystic arts in the lower Yuanshan secret realm were activated. The mystic arts came in all directions, some strong and some weak. Lin Fei searched along the way, and he barely found 2 more skills. One was a fist art and the other was a leg art. They were quite powerful. Open. The Yuanshan secret realm was completely destroyed by Lin Fei's punch. Once the secret realm disappeared, he returned to the secret chamber. A corpse lay in the cold chamber. It was a corpse just like the skeleton from before. Could this be a universe-class corpse? Lin Fei was about to take a look, but the corpse automatically collapsed, leaving behind only a skeleton. In the end, the skeleton also disappeared. It really disappeared completely. It can't be, right? This is messing with me. Lin Fei was really looking forward to the corpse of a universe-class expert. In a level 7 dangerous space, Lin Fei was even more confident in his judgment. If he wanted to find something good, he had to explore the higher-level dangerous spaces. Just going to those lower-level dangerous spaces was purely a matter of luck. There definitely wouldn't be anything good. He consecutively went through more than 10 level 7 spaces, and he met people along the way, but he was directly chased out by Lin Fei. He collected more than 20 skills, and all of them were quite powerful. So far, he hadn't found anything good. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He still had a lot of time in the sacred region. Level 8 dangerous space. Lin Fei changed his target again. I hope this can give me some excitement, or even something good. Chapter 3306. As soon as the dozens of attacks locked onto Lin Fei, they formed a huge formation with a shadow sitting cross-legged in the middle of the formation. The shadow's face could not be seen clearly as it slammed its palm toward Lin Fei. The attack method was very unconventional and could really catch people off guard. The shadow's palm slammed down and the void behind Lin Fei collapsed on the spot. A powerful force like a millstone strangled Lin Fei's body. What a powerful attack! With just one palm, Lin Fei could feel the power of that move. There was a slight fluctuation in the blood essence in his body. Although it was not very obvious, Lin Fei still noticed it. That was all there was to the palm. If it were someone else, they might have been able to stop it. However, for Lin Fei, that palm attack only surprised him. The shadow on the formation dissipated and the scene returned to normal. No one could tell that there was a formation attack in that place. It really caught people off guard. To be able to set up such a big killer move, even a peak ultimate god would die. I wonder which force is in there. There must be something good inside. It was to keep people out. Lin Fei was suddenly interested when he thought it was a space that no one could enter. A formation attack won't be able to stop me. Lin Fei laughed loudly as he punched the space. The attacks of the formation outside the space had only just appeared when Lin Fei's powerful attacks forcibly destroyed them. Lin Fei didn't really care about the attack of an uncontrolled formation. He plunged into the level 8 danger zone head-on. The level 8 dangerous space is not formed by the Yuanshan secret realm. As soon as Lin Fei entered the space, he was faced with a mountain of flesh that occupied a huge secret chamber, leaving very little empty space. He thought it was a place for dead people, but it seemed that it was not the case. There were people who survived. Old thing, if you don't want to turn into ashes, hand over your treasures and I can spare your life. On that mountain of flesh, there was something like a demon-revealing mirror that tightly restrained the mountain of flesh below. Insignificant ant, if this old man wasn't being suppressed, I would have blown you to death with a single breath. Beneath the mountain of flesh was an old man who was cursing loudly. You want this old man to hand over the item? Don't even think about it. Kill this old man if you can. It seemed like the old man was being suppressed, but for some reason, Lin Fei saw a disapproving look in the old man's eyes. That's right, the old man must be determined to defeat them. Even if he has a treasure to suppress them, he must be able to use it continuously. That old man is planning to suppress them with silence. Lin Fei saw it. The person activating the treasure might not be able to activate it for long. Once they were unable to suppress it, these people would definitely not have a good ending. Country bumpkin, you actually managed to pass through the formation. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, the people besieging the old man noticed him. Their faces flickered, and when they saw Lin Fei's appearance, their expressions flickered. The people besieging the old man were none other than the Li clan from the Star River Prefecture. They were a group of arrogant fellows who treated everyone like country bumpkins. Your formation is too trashy. I didn't come in. Looks like the items in your hands aren't that great after all. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Now that he knew who the other party was, he might start killing them. When he was outside, he had rejected the invitation and the other party had the intention to kill him. It could only be said that they were unlucky to meet him here. Brother Lin were really fated. The person activating the mirror treasure was Li Yunhao. He was a little shocked when he found out that Jian Wushuang had passed through the formation. Others might not know, but Li Yunhao knew that the formation could kill a peak ultimate god below the 5-star level. Suddenly it could kill a peak ultimate god at the 7-star level. Such a formation diagram could be set up without anyone noticing. Who knew how many people had suffered greatly from it? Their heads separated from their bodies, and they died with remaining grievances. Li Yunhao was quite surprised that Lin Fei was able to pass through. This martial ultimate god strength was really quite good. Actually, I didn't want to meet you. Lin Fei shook his head. Why? Li Yunhao smiled. Do you really want to know? Lin Fei smiled. I'm quite interested. Li Yunhao said. In my opinion, it's fate that we met here. I can give you a chance to join our Li clan and become a high official. In the future, you'll definitely have a meteoric rise and set foot on a higher realm. You rejected me last time. I think you've thought it through. At such a time and place, Lin Fei's intrusion was a great help to Li Yunhao, especially since he was a martial ultimate god. Forget about becoming a high official. Lin Fei shook his head. Because when I saw you, I knew you wanted to kill me. Now you're trying to trick me. Do you think I'm that stupid? The old man who was being suppressed saw a person barging in. His pair of turbid eyes seemed to be looking at something incredible. Kid, don't believe this guy's words. As long as you help this old man get rid of them, this old man can give you great wealth, a reputation that shakes the world. I can let you become a real person above others. Conquering the world is not a problem. Li Yunhao really didn't know how the other party guessed it. Brother Lin, you must be joking. You're a divinity of the martial Tao, and you've just passed the attack of the array diagram. Your future potential is limitless. Why would I kill you? There must be a misunderstanding. Li Yunhao explained. No need to explain. Lin Fei said in a serious tone. So if we meet, it's not a good thing because you'll be killed by me. Li Yunhao's face darkened. You're just a country bumpkin, you dare say you'll kill us? You're overestimating yourself, let me, boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei appeared in front of the nearest ultimate god and punched him, instantly plundering a huge amount of life energy. The plunder skill was also activated. Nice! Lin Fei killed a bi-star level ultimate god with one punch, shocking the Li family's elders and experts. What do you think, who can block this punch of mine? Lin Fei disappeared again and punched again, killing another ultimate god expert. Lin Fei used all his strength to prevent the news from leaking out. Bang bang bang. Country bumpkin, humph, you're the country bumpkin. Lin Fei punched again, killing an ultimate god. The old man below was relieved, his eyes fixed on Lin Fei, his eyes shining. Good kill, such a strong physical body, it's too tempting. Get out of the formation, trap that kid. Li Yunhao was also angry, but he was even more shocked. His physical body was so strong that he could kill an ultimate god expert with ease. Set up the formation, there's no chance. How could Lin Fei give them the chance to set up the formation? The formation outside was enough. If it was any stronger, his physical body might be injured. He would not give them such a chance. Die. Chapter 3307. His encounter with the Star River Prefecture's Li family had been predestined. The roar produced by the cosmic-level body, and the power of his blood qi spread out like a boundless ocean, crashing into the bodies of those present. Their bodies were badly mutilated by the roar. Other than the cosmic-level body, no other body could withstand it. The treasures were sent flying, and the armors were dented and cracked. They had completely lost their defense and became useless. Even Li Yunhao himself was sent flying by the power of the roar. The mirror treasure in the air lost its function. The old man under the mountain of flesh snickered and snatched the mirror treasure. Cough, cough, cough. I didn't expect you to be stronger than I thought. Li Yunhao steadied himself and his eyes turned bloodshot. Most of his people were dead, and the remaining ones were badly injured. They had less than 20% of their combat power. The result was beyond his expectations. How could Lin Fei be so strong? Even in the Star River Prefecture, there were very few geniuses with such combat power. How did he meet one here? If I wasn't strong, how would I dare to come in alone? Lin Fei's only target was Li Yunhao. The shield in front of Li Yunhao was hit by a storm of attacks. Li Yunhao was so fast that he could no longer be seen. The only thing he could see were the fists raining down on the shield from all directions. This defensive shield was something that Li Yunhao had spent a lot of money to buy. However, at this moment it was unable to withstand this kind of devastation and was covered in cracks. You forced me to do this. Li Yunhao knew that the mysterious Lin Fei was stronger than he had imagined. The ultimate gods he had brought along were all experts, but they were like ants in front of Lin Fei. Die! Li Yunhao used his killer move. The opponent's pure experience had crushed the shield in front of him. Li Yunhao had to use his killer move since there was a certain gap in their strength. He pulled with both hands and a jingguang was pulled out. Traceless. The jingguang was pulled out from Li Yunhao's hand, lighting up the whole Yuanshan secret realms. Kid, be careful. This is a move that contains the will of a universe-level warrior. The old man below the meat mountain warned. Li Yunhao also revealed a sinister smile. You're strong, really strong. Unfortunately, you can't be used by me, so I can only kill you. Jingguang is not very long. It instantly gave Lin Fei a sense of danger, but it was only a sense of danger. Jingguang slashed forward. As Jingguang slashed down, an illusory figure appeared. Only a silhouette was left, and its features could not be seen clearly. It was as if it did not exist, as if it could break at any moment. As soon as the phantom appeared, the space Lin Fei was in was directly suppressed. Country bumpkin. You will never understand the power of a universe-level fighter. Li Yunhao said proudly. Every time this move is used, someone will die. To be able to kill such a powerful martial path god venerable, Li Yunhao was also satisfied. This was Lin Fei's first time seeing the power of a universe-level fighter. Although it could not truly reach the level of a universe-level fighter, at least there was a hint of charm in it. Suppressing space, making people unable to move. This is a form of deterrence. Lin Fei was not anxious at all. He wanted to experience the power of a universe-level fighter. As the space was suppressed, the saber light slashed in front of him. The barrier formed by Lin Fei's body was cut inch by the saber light, leaving behind blood spots on his skin like needles, left behind by the will. The power is average, enough to deal with a god venerable. Lin Fei shook his head in front of Li Yunhao. He reached out a hand and casually grabbed the jingguang. An endless amount of power exploded, as if it was trying to break Lin Fei's palm. Ha ha ha, a country bumpkin is a country bumpkin, a universe-level attack. You can block it with your body. As soon as the voice fell, Li Yunhao's face stiffened. With a bang, the jingguang was completely crushed by the country bumpkin Lin Fei. Countless jingguang power burst out. The poor Li Yunhao was hit on the spot. A large bloody hole was left on his body. Your body can actually withstand a universe-level attack. Your body is a universe level. Li Yunhao coughed out blood, but his eyes were full of horror. You know too much. Lin Fei slapped out with his palm, blotting out the sky. Ha ha ha, Lin Fei, you are dead. Not a universe level. But you have a universe level body. You can wait for the whole world to hunt you down. Li Yunhao went crazy. With a slap, Li Yunhao was smashed into a meat patty. The defensive treasure on his body burst like bubbles, and he was no longer breathing. Fool, you really think you can spread the news? Lin Fei snorted coldly. If he had not prepared, he would not have dared to use his full strength. It was a pity that the Li family experts from the Star River Prefecture could not force Lin Fei to use his peak combat power. Not even a warm-up. It was really disappointing. With Li Yunhao dead, the experts he brought did not have a good ending. They were all killed by Lin Fei. Kid, I want this body of yours. The mountain of flesh, which had been suppressed, opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Lin Fei in one gulp. Within the mountain of flesh there was a space. In the space, the old man was no longer in a sorry state. He was sitting high up on a throne in a huge palace, playing with a treasure in his hand. It was the mirror-like treasure. When Lin Fei landed in the palace inside the mountain of flesh, his entire body was suppressed. He could not use a trace of energy in his body. It was as if he did not belong here. Welcome to my cosmos world. On the throne, the old man's eyes were shining brightly. He kept staring at Lin Fei. In my cosmos world, I am God. I am an invincible existence. Cosmos world. Lin Fei felt that it was inconceivable. He had been to many spaces. Even if it was dangerous, it was just pressure. However, in this space it was not the same as he imagined it to be. In this place, it was as if he had lost control of his energy. It no longer belonged to him. How would a junior like you know the power of the cosmos world? The old man laughed. Back then there was no cosmos world, it was just dust. You can cultivate your body to the level of a cosmos world. It is indeed not simple. It is a pity that this body is very useful to me. Now hand over your body. A Class 8 dangerous space. It was indeed dangerous. Lin Fei felt that his entire consciousness was about to leave his body. A feeling of floating appeared in his body. Danger. A true danger. The old man was originally prepared to play with the Li family kid, but in the end, a guy with an unbelievably strong body came in, causing him to be quite shocked. Thus he chose to wait and see. Along the way, the more he looked, the more he liked it. A truly perfect body. If you were outside, I might be afraid of you, but now that you are in my cosmos world, you have no chance to struggle. The old man stood up from the throne and walked in front of Lin Fei, looking down at him. Chapter 3308. The old man was an ancient being named He Yuan. He had been suppressed in the Forbidden Soul Zone for a full 2 million years. Compared to those ancient beings who had died, He Yuan had been suppressed for the shortest period of time. His forte was not in attacking but in preserving his life. Hence, while those ancient beings had died of exhaustion, He had always been alive. This time He Yuan saw a chance to escape. As long as he could possess this body, he would definitely be able to leave this damned place. He was already sick of this place. Now that a body comparable to a universe-level body had been delivered to him, his strength would not be affected too much. He would be able to regain his strength very quickly. He Yuan would laugh even in his dreams if he encountered such a good opportunity. Hence, he did not stop the other party from killing the Li family members. Compared to them, this was what made He Yuan's eyes shine. Kill! Just as He Yuan landed in front of Lin Fei and was about to possess him, a ball of light exploded in front of He Yuan. Ah! Layers of protection appeared in front of He Yuan, but the protection continued to crumble, one layer after another. The protection crumbled. He Yuan retreated. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to his throne. During this period, he had suffered countless attacks. A drop of blood flowed from between his eyebrows. You actually injured this old man. How many years has it been? I have almost forgotten the feeling of pain. The blood flowed down and floated in front of He Yuan. Unknowingly, a hole had appeared in between his eyebrows. The existence being suppressed is really powerful. My sword attack only left a drop of blood. Lin Fei finally understood why this place was classified as a level 8 dangerous space. If not for the system's assistance, that move just now would have caused him to lose his body and watch helplessly as his body was forcibly taken over. You actually have a treasure on you that can withstand the universe world. He Yuan had underestimated this fellow and was pleasantly surprised. That's good too. The stronger you are, the faster I will recover. Old man, if you don't want to die, surrender obediently and I will spare your life. It would be a pity for an expert like you to die. Lin Fei maintained his previous posture. You want to kill me? He Yuan sneered. In my universe world, no one has ever been able to kill me. Back then they couldn't kill me, and neither can you. Boom! 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 Lin Fei's palace collapsed without warning. A powerful force pressed down on him. Just this pressure alone was at the universe level. Lin Fei had lost the ability to control his physical body. This should be the suppression of the universe. In this world, he was an invincible existence. That old man definitely won't be able to maintain such a powerful attack for long. Lin Fei exchanged absolute space for himself. He wanted to test his opponent's strength. Once the absolute space was formed, Lin Fei immediately regained his freedom. The power in his body filled his entire body, and that feeling of powerlessness completely disappeared. With a single push, the place where Lin Fei was standing was flattened. A powerful force slammed into absolute space, tyrannically wreaking havoc. However, it was unable to tear through absolute space's defenses. Wave after wave, Lin Fei could be seen floating in the air. Old man, this place is not bad. You can be a local tyrant. Lin Fei followed the flow of energy in the face of the storm of attacks. This method consumed very little of his prestige, but it also allowed him to experience the old man's attack methods. Within He Yuan's universe world, waves of powerful energy that could kill an ultimate god countless times had no effect on Lin Fei's body at that moment. His opponent was like the wind, following the flow of energy. He Yuan, who had been watching from afar, looked worse and worse. That kid, what treasure does he have? It's impossible for him to keep blocking my attacks. The old man looked at his opponent's leisurely manner and gritted his teeth. He Yuan doesn't believe that his treasure can last that long. Since things had come to this, the old man would not stop until he took down his opponent. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, 6 days, 10 days, 20 days, He Yuan used all kinds of methods. Why can't I open that layer? He Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. He was so close. In 20 days, he had used up 80% of the universe world's power. Unable to take down that area, He Yuan was full of bitterness. He was good at staying alive. If he had the strength he had back then, he would not be in such a passive position. Over the years, it was not easy for He Yuan to maintain his universe world and his universe-level strength. Old man, hurry up. Lin Fei urged the other party again. Since 5 days ago, the power attacking him had started to weaken. Every day it would weaken to a certain extent. This change was within Lin Fei's expectations. In these 20 days, Lin Fei relied on absolute space, and used up less than 300 billion reputation. It was a very conservative move. Kid, who are you to be able to withstand my attacks for 20 days? You're definitely not an ordinary person. Are you the reincarnation of a universe warrior? I might even know you. He Yuan did not dare to approach the other party. He Yuan had not forgotten the wound between his eyebrows. He did not know how the other party had attacked. In any case, he had been injured. It was fortunate that they were in the universe world. If they had been outside, he would have been seriously injured. Now, He Yuan was in a difficult position. It was almost impossible to take down the other party. This kid exuded a strange aura. He did not look old, but he had many life-saving treasures on him. He had even mastered such a strange and powerful attack. Troublesome, not just any ordinary kind of troublesome. Looks like you're at your wit's end. Lin Fei knew that it was his turn to attack. If I were at my peak, I would not be your match. But now you're definitely not my match. After 20 days of attacks, I'm guessing you've used up almost all the energy in this universe. Let's see how you can withstand it. He Yuan's heart went cold. This guy knew all along and was purposely exhausting the old man's universe energy. Kill. Lin Fei pointed 2 fingers and slashed across the air. The speed of the sword exceeded He Yuan's reaction time. Although He Yuan was prepared, he was still a step too slow. Shields appeared in front of him. Based on the previous time, he believed that he would be able to withstand it. However, this time Lin Fei's energy consumption was 3 times that of the previous time. He Yuan was caught off guard and suffered a huge loss. The sword pierced through his eyebrows and penetrated his entire brain. He Yuan's energy was greatly depleted, and a palace reappeared. It fell from above and landed on the throne. You're really treacherous. You can restrain the power of the same move to such an extent. He Yuan did not dare to imagine that the other party could control his power to such an extent. He had been caught off guard and had been seriously injured with a single sword strike. He had failed miserably at such an easy task. Lin Fei was also shocked as he stood in the palace. I used a killing technique with 3 times the prestige output, but I couldn't kill the other party. The life force of a universe warrior is terrifyingly dense. I wonder if I can add plunder skills in the future. Chapter 3309. He Yuan just stared at the other party. As one of the most famous powerhouses in the universe, he had almost forgotten his own name. However, on this day he was helpless against a junior. It was truly a terrible thing. He Yuan even dared to say that the fellow survivors of the Forbidden Soul Zone might not be able to take this guy down. Anyone who heard that someone who was not a universe-grade powerhouse could use a move that could injure a universe-grade powerhouse would find it inconceivable. The other party did not have the aura of the universe. This was a heaven-defying pace. The old man knew that he would not be able to block the next sword. He dared not guarantee how many more secrets the other party was hiding. At the very least, he could not see through this person. There were secrets all over him. He Yuan was not confident that he could take down the other party, and he even had to consider his own life. You win. He Yuan did not want to die now. After living for so long, he had nothing more to look forward to. If he died, there would be nothing left to look forward to. However, it's not a problem if you want my things. He Yuan said darkly. However, you have to help me do something. If you don't agree, I will destroy those treasures immediately. I believe you won't be able to stop me, if you are willing to give it a try. Lin Fei was very interested in the old man's collection. This was a good thing to exchange for the power of faith. If this guy also had the power of faith, it would be the best thing for him. However, the other party's words made Lin Fei feel helpless. This old man was really good at divination. Just as he said, this place did not look big. Even after 20 days, Lin Fei had not fully understood it. The problem was, how big was this place? The universe that the old man mentioned was not just for show. Naturally, it had its own advantages. If the old man really wanted to destroy the treasures, Lin Fei would not be able to stop him. Although the old man could not do anything to him, it would not be easy for Lin Fei to obtain the items. Lin Fei could not bear to kill the other party. Crafty old fox? There was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. The power of the previous sword was enough to make the other party afraid, unless he really wanted to die. You first, Lin Fei said. If I can, I will definitely help you. But if I can't, then I won't promise you. If I can't get what I want, then I'll kill you. Lin Fei's interest was piqued. If he really couldn't get his hands on the old man's collection, then he wouldn't mind killing him. No matter how strong the old man was, he would just need another 3 to 5 sword strikes. As for using absolute space to imprison the other party, Lin Fei wasn't confident. He could control the power of this world. For example, if Lin Fei wanted to make a move now, he would have to rely on the system, and he would even have to open an absolute space to protect himself. This old man is tired of living here. He Yuan took a deep breath and revealed a look of yearning. However, coupled with his pale face, he felt very strange. I want you to take me out of this place. As long as you take me out, not only will I give you the treasures, but I can even take you to a space in the Forbidden Soul Zone. There is a body refining technique left behind by a supreme universe-level expert. It's very suitable for you. Lin Fei chuckled. You think too highly of me. Even you can't escape from this place. What can a junior like me do? Seems like I have no choice but to kill you. Who asked me to have never killed a universe-level senior in my entire life? Another sword strike, not giving the old man a chance to speak. This sword strike left only a sword light, which was particularly dazzling in the palace. He Yuan organized his defense and gathered the energy of the universe in front of him to block the sword strike. However, the sword still pierced through his body. On the other hand, the throne behind him was incomparably sturdy and was actually unscathed. Senior, you're still strong despite your age. It seems like you can withstand at least 3 to 5 more sword strikes. Lin Fei pretended to attack. He Yuan suffered another sword strike, and his injuries worsened. He thought to himself, this little bastard doesn't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. My old bones, one more sword strike and I'm really done for. Wait, I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. In the face of his life, the old man chose to lower his head. Although he was now a universe-level expert, his strength was really very weak. He couldn't even deal with a junior and had even exhausted his energy. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have tried to take over the body. The loss was too great. Wouldn't it have been better if you had cried out earlier? Lin Fei laughed, but he didn't dare to underestimate the other party. This fellow was not honest and was quite cunning. If not for the system, he would probably be at a disadvantage, especially after entering the other party's universe. That would mean a completely different thing. Here you go. A storage ring was taken from the old man's hand and unbound. It floated in front of Lin Fei. My things are all inside. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of the other party playing any tricks. If he didn't behave, he would beat him to death. He scanned the storage ring with his divine sense. There were only a few things inside. Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. Senior, do you know that you're so poor? He Yuan couldn't keep his face any longer. Brat, this old man was a tycoon back in the day. If not for this place being isolated from all the heaven and earth spiritual chi, all my treasures would have been refined. Otherwise, I'd have so many things that you'd be scared to death. Being able to survive until now was naturally a testament to his ability. This was something that Lin Fei really admired. Swish, swish, swish. All the items in the storage ring fell out. There were 6 items in total. There isn't even the power of faith. Lin Fei glanced over the items and found that there were 4 that he couldn't recognize. He muttered to himself. He Yuan's face darkened again. Power of faith. Humph, these 6 items can be exchanged for at least 2 to 3 billion power of faith. This is good stuff. 2 to 3 billion power of faith. Due to the abundance of power of faith, it could be exchanged for a huge number of prestige points. It was hard for Lin Fei not to be shocked. Are you sure? No matter how he looked at these 6 items, Lin Fei couldn't see anything special about them. Listen up. He Yuan was furious. He was really going to be angered to death by this brat today. How could he not recognize such good stuff when it was right in front of him? He must be blind to say that they weren't valuable. What a bastard. The one in front is the long saber. It's a grade 9 cosmic divine weapon. Just this cosmic divine weapon alone costs 1 billion power of faith. Furthermore, someone has to sell it. Look at the mirror. The treasure that the Li kid brought out is also a cosmic divine weapon. It's a grade 9 cosmic divine weapon. It won't be a problem to sell it for 300 million power of faith. After listening to the old man's explanation, Lin Fei finally understood the value of these 6 items. According to the old man, all the elixirs and treasures had been refined. Only these few items were left, and they could be considered the old man's most valuable items. Chapter 33:10. Lin Fei quickly ascertained the value of the items he had plundered from the old man. As for the old man Heiyuan, who looked like he was about to die, Lin Fei chose to ignore him. If not for his strength, he would have been possessed long ago. I'm out, I'm really out. Heiyuan was shrouded in a space as he stood behind Lin Fei. He was already outside the small space, inside the Forbidden Soul Zone. A grown man with tears streaming down his face. After being suppressed for 2 million years, Heiyuan had been looking forward to this day for a long time. He had never imagined that he would be released under such circumstances. Even though the fellow before him had beaten him half to death and plundered his treasures, he had at least brought him out. Heiyuan had very complicated feelings toward this young man. Now that I've brought you out, aren't you going to fulfill your promise? For example, Lin Fei grinned at Heiyuan. I'll lead the way immediately. Heiyuan suppressed the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. He was no match for him now. The trump cards that the other party had seemed to be beyond his imagination. It was just as he had said. Heiyuan seemed to be very familiar with this. Lin Fei believed Heiyuan's words. He checked the map of the Forbidden Soul Zone and realized that the other party had brought him to a level 9 dangerous space. This level 9 dangerous space was one of the few spaces present. This old man isn't being honest. He wants me to trick him into a level 9 space. Lin Fei followed behind him without batting an eyelid. That's good too. With this local bully leading me in, at least he won't attack me immediately. I can also severely injure him and snatch his items. These thoughts flashed through Lin Fei's mind. Heiyuan was grateful to the other party, but this gratitude did not last long. As an expert from 2 million years ago, how could he admit defeat so easily? That was impossible. Once we're inside, no matter how powerful you are, you'll still fall for my tricks. We're here. Heiyuan pointed at a towering tree and grabbed it with his palm. The barrier in front of him was torn apart, revealing an entrance. There used to be an all-powerful body refinement expert in the universe suppressed here. Those fellows couldn't kill him. He was truly indestructible. Your Excellency has learned his body refinement attacks and even a powerful visualization technique. Your Excellency's strength will definitely increase greatly, Heiyuan said. Looking at the time, he should be at his last gasp, or even dying of old age. A universe body refiner I like this, lead the way. Lin Fei smiled. Heiyuan nodded and entered the space. Lin Fei followed behind him. Ha ha ha, Immortal Gene, you're finally dead. So what if your attack power is strong? You still can't beat me. Heiyuan entered the secret chamber. A corpse was sitting cross-legged. There was no trace of life, as if he was really dead. Kill. After Lin Fei saw the corpse, 2 Jingguang beams shot out from his eyes and pierced through Heiyuan's body. The power of the Jingguang beams did not change, but 2 fist-sized bloody holes appeared on the corpse. Bastard, how did you find out? The lifeless corpse instantly came to life. It was a burly man. He clutched the bloody hole in his chest and looked at the young man in shock. His ambush had failed, and he had been seriously injured instead. I'm a cautious person. Even if it's a corpse, I'll still stab it twice even if it's dead. Lin Fei said with a smile. Who knew you weren't dead? Immortal Gene, this kid is troublesome. Finish him quickly. Heiyuan vomited blood and fell to the ground looking depressed. He had clearly plotted against the other party, but he had been stabbed twice. What the hell? Just who was he plotting against? Stinking brat, you're too cunning and shameless. The burly man was 6 feet tall and had a strong physique. The muscles on his naked upper body bulged, and at this moment, the 2 wounds were extremely glaring. Kid, you've angered me. Immortal Jin's voice was like a great bell, causing the space to constantly tremble. Trap. A huge cage instantly fell on Immortal Jin's body. You want to trap me with such a small thing? Immortal Jin's face was full of disdain. He punched the sky, but the cage didn't move at all. His face sank. You have some ability, but that's it. Immortal Jin's Jingguang body was like a golden man. The sky full of afterimages fell on the cage, causing it to constantly shake. But it still didn't break. Continue, I'll wait for you to come out and kill me. Lin Fei came in front of He Tu and kicked him. With a loud sound, He Yuan vomited blood and his entire body twisted like a fried dough twist. Misunderstanding, it's definitely a misunderstanding. He Yuan's injuries were already severe. After being stabbed twice, his injuries became even more serious. Plotting against me, you're really daring. Who told you to plot against me? Lin Fei rushed over and lifted He Yuan up again. Without waiting for He Yuan to fall to the ground, Lin Fei came behind him and punched him again. If I had known, you wouldn't have been my teacher. Lin Fei stepped on He Yuan. He Yuan smashed into the ground, but the ground was very hard. With just one step, He Yuan was on the verge of death. Don't hit me anymore. Spare me. I won't dare to do it again. He Yuan came up to hug Lin Fei's thigh. He didn't care about his reputation as an expert anymore. I'm obsessed. Don't hit me anymore. My body can't take it anymore. He Yuan cried bitterly. Those few kicks didn't seem to be very powerful. But to He Yuan, each kick almost made him explode. One kick was already unbearable, not to mention the second and third kicks. Despair and pain followed. He Yuan was indeed bewitched. He thought that he knew Jin Immortal Jin and could join forces to attack him. Who knew that Jin Immortal Jin was too cautious and caught him off guard? It was really terrible. The trapped Jin Bummy, who had the power to kill an ultimate god with one punch, encountered an unbelievable scene at that moment. The thin layer of the cage's defense was unbelievably strong. After a few hundred punches, the cage showed no signs of collapsing. Instead, it was unbelievably strong. What kind of treasure is this? How can it withstand my fierce attacks? No, this is absolutely impossible. Jin Bummy punched the cage again and again. When he saw Lin Fei beating up He Yuan, his pupils shrank. What the hell, universe-level power? And it comes from the flesh body, just what kind of person is this? He Yuan was lying on the ground on the verge of death. I don't believe it. Gold Imperishable attacked like a storm. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, but the cage didn't budge at all. Most of the energy within his body had been consumed. What kind of treasure is this? Jin Undying gasped for breath. After 3 days he was exhausted. You don't have the right to know. Lin Fei laughed. Hand over all your valuables and you can continue living. Maybe I'll capture you and sell you to a universe-level warrior for a huge sum of money. You dare? Jin Bummy glared. You're already a prisoner. What do you think? Lin Fei said. I wonder how many attacks your universe space can withstand. Voila! A terrifying sword beam shot out from Lin Fei's body and slashed at the space. Chapter 33:11. When Jin Immortal's universe was affected, he had no choice but to bow his head and admit defeat. He had lost a lot of face this time. That kid was more powerful than he had imagined. He Yuan's loss was not unjustified. What Lin Fei didn't expect was that this Jin Immortal was even poorer than He Tuesday. He didn't have a single treasure left behind, which made him almost vomit blood. Wouldn't this be a waste of effort? Seeing that Lin Fei was about to kill, Jin Immortal couldn't remain calm. Even now, he couldn't figure out his opponent's background. After secretly communicating with He Yuan, he realized how terrifying this person was. He could actually bring someone out of the suppressed space. This method was heaven-defying. Jin Immortal had wanted to leave this place for many years, but the seal of the small space was boundlessly powerful. Those ancient existences had all died in the small space. I can give you a powerful visualization technique that was passed down by an almighty. It's because I learned this technique that my combat power is amazing. Jin Immortal hurriedly said. He was really afraid. This seemingly harmless guy definitely had the strength to kill him. He wasn't at the universe level, but he had the strength of a universe level. He might even be hiding a terrifying trump card. That was the most terrifying thing. Tell me about it. Lin Fei would be very dissatisfied if he did all this for nothing. Jin Immortal didn't dare to hide anything. He told He Yuan about the infinite eternity he had cultivated, not daring to hide anything. As for He Yuan, He simply shut off his divine sense and pretended to be deaf and mute. He knew of this infinite eternity, and it was a very powerful visualization technique. Back then, Gene Immortal had dominated the world because of the infinite eternity visualization technique. Unfortunately, he had encountered an even more powerful sect and was directly suppressed. He Yuan wouldn't dare to eavesdrop on this powerful visualization technique, even if he had 100 guts. The young man in front of him wasn't easy to deal with. If he angered him, he would definitely be the unlucky one when he slashed at him. There was no other possibility. Lin Fei listened very carefully. This visualization technique was very mysterious. From the information he had gathered, Lin Fei knew one thing. In the previous civilization, almost everyone used visualization techniques to increase their combat power. Every single one of the strongest practitioners practiced a powerful visualization technique. After mastering it, they would be able to transform into a visualization existence, an existence that everyone feared. Even though this visualization technique of mine can't compare to those top-rate visualization techniques, it's still a quasi-top-rate existence. It's boundless and eternal, and it's a special existence that runs through the present and the future. Once it's visualized, then I'll be able to draw an unending stream of vitality from it. Whoosh! Gene Indestructible began to visualize. In an instant, a vast and boundless celestial river appeared behind him. When he appeared, even Lin Fei felt incomparably small. This is the boundless eternal Milky Way. Lin Fei could feel the terrifying might of the heavenly river behind Gene Imperishable. Even with the existence of the system, he still felt invincible. Strong. No, this is the boundless eternal Milky Way. Since ancient times, very few people have been able to visualize this visualization technique. Gene Imperishable bitterly smiled. Unfortunately, my boundless eternal Milky Way has been sealed. This was the feeling of powerlessness that Gene Imperishable felt. Once you visualize the boundless eternal Milky Way, you can learn the infinite divine fist. This is a fist technique with no upper limit. The stronger the body, the more powerful the fist technique. Lin Fei slightly frowned. It sounds very high and mighty, but when you use it, I don't feel that way. Gene Imperishable was rebuked. I've been sealed. This place is isolated from everything. Gene Imperishable lowered his head. This was the most shameful thing. It's understandable. Lin Fei didn't try to visualize it. Moreover, it wasn't the right time. I'll teach you the infinite divine fist now. Soon Lin Fei copied the infinite divine fist technique. I have no way of knowing whether it's good or bad. Lin Fei smiled. It just so happens that I'm lacking a few cannon fodder. Your strength isn't bad, you can be cannon fodder. Cannon fodder? Gene Imperishable's gaze turned cold. Lin Fei didn't care. If you're willing to continue staying here, I have no objections. But as long as you become my cannon fodder for 1,000 years, I'll return your freedom. Ever since he had heard about the power of the visualization technique, Lin Fei had been eyeing it. It would be a great loss if he didn't have such a powerful fighter. You'll take me out? Gene Imperishable actually wanted to mention it, but he didn't dare to. His strongest strength couldn't even break a single move from the other party. What confidence did he have? I'm willing to be cannon fodder. He Yuan was the first to pounce and hug Lin Fei's thigh. Take me out. Previously, he had plotted against Lin Fei but failed. He Yuan was like an ant on a hot pan. If he were to abandon him here, he would really be done for. Cannon fodder? 1,000 years? He Yuan didn't hesitate to hug Lin Fei's thigh. At such a young age, he was shrouded in a layer of mystery, and his methods were unimaginable. If He Yuan didn't hug Lin Fei's thigh, when would he? Gene Imperishable was still considering when he saw He Yuan's actions. He cursed this bastard in his heart. Back then you were so high and mighty. Now for the sake of freedom you'd become so shameless. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. I'm willing. Whether it was He Yuan or Gene Imperishable, they both wanted to leave this place. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it. Now their chance had come. Being cannon fodder for 1,000 years was just a blink of an eye. For the sake of freedom, they were willing to do anything. Since they couldn't beat Lin Fei, they could only obediently be cannon fodder. Lin Fei now had his eyes on the level 10 danger zone. With these powerful cannon fodder around, he might be able to reap some benefits. It would be a pity if he didn't go. Who knew if he would still be in the Forbidden Soul Zone the next time he came? Lin Fei spent some prestige to exchange for a sealing technique that could seal people. At the same time, this seal would absorb energy until it reached its limit. If the seal wasn't removed, the other party would undoubtedly die. It was a very simple item. He Yuan and Jean Imperishable had no other choice. They could either die of old age here, and they didn't have many years left to live. If they didn't leave now, when would they be able to? They were unwilling. They decisively let Lin Fei set up the sealing technique. When the sealing technique was set up, they actually couldn't feel the existence of the seal. However, a voice in the unseen world told them that they had indeed been struck by a terrifying sealing technique. When they looked at Lin Fei again, their hearts couldn't calm down. "I'll bring you out now." Lin Fei took out a large cage, and the two's auras instantly disappeared. He brought them out of the small space. The spatial power that had been obstructing them now ignored them and allowed them to be brought out. Chapter 33:12. Boundless World Mountain Forbidden Soul Zone. In one of the level 8 danger zones. Under the joint attack of He Yuan and Jean Bummy, Lin Fei and the other two easily took over the space and plundered all the treasures within. Awesome! With the help of 2 cannon fodder, Lin Fei saved a lot of prestige. There was almost no danger in the level 7 or 8 space. He wanted to find a few more cannon fodder, but unfortunately these people were not so lucky. They all became Yuanshan secret realms, which disappointed Lin Fei for a while. Level 9 Danger Zone. This was one of the few danger zones. A year was not a long time. Lin Fei did not want to waste time, so he emptied the level 9 danger zone first. There's someone. This level 9 space was in a very hidden location. But at this time there were people attacking in the level 9 space, releasing energy auras. "It seems like the aura of light," He Yuan said. "I also feel the aura of light." After Jean Bummy left the small space, he recovered a lot of his strength. With a visualization technique, energy continuously flowed into his body. Lin Fei smiled. "My luck is not bad, I met an old friend." He Yuan and Jean Bummy looked at each other, knowing that this old friend was in trouble. Ever since they became cannon fodder, He Yuan and Jean Bummy could see that this person looked harmless normally, but when he fought, he would definitely kill. In the Yuanshan secret realm, the people from the Radiant Temple were attacking a semi-solid figure. The power of light enveloped the Yuanshan secret realm. Majestic and divine aura covered the sky. The experts from the Radiant Temple, including the Tao Protector, were attacking this figure. Under the semi-solid state, the figure was extremely powerful, and was not at a disadvantage at all. "It's the shadow scar from back then." He Yuan recognized it and said in shock. To think that he still couldn't stop the great enemy of time, and became a Yuanshan secret realm after death. Jean Bummy sighed. Lin Fei was not interested to know who it was. "You guys go up and have fun with the people from the Radiant Temple," Lin Fei said with a smile. He Yuan and Jean Bummy accepted the order and went up. Radiant Temple fella die. Black Yuan wasn't adept at attacking. As a universe level, his normal attacks were extremely lethal. Gold Indestructible was even simpler. He punched out with his infinite divine fist. The mighty fist wind swept over, and the light was torn apart. The Divine Light Temple's formation was activated, and a huge defensive barrier appeared. Waves of ripples appeared and brilliant light shone. "Who are you?" The Divine Son of Light unleashed his primordial spirit to fight, a true 12-winged angel. The formation he laid down began to shake violently. Cracks appeared one after another. "Damn you!" Jean Imperishable didn't have a good temper. He attacked once more, his fist imprints majestically smashing into the formation-saving diagram. He Yuan assisted from the side. For a moment, the huge barrier was like a lonely boat in the middle of the ocean, swaying non-stop. "It's a universe warrior." The expressions of the two Tao protectors changed. "Impossible. The experts of the hopeless boundary mountain cosmos can't enter. They must have escaped from the Forbidden Soul area." As Tao protectors, their combat power was also at the universe level, but they weren't real universe warriors. In front of these two, they had no chance of winning. The Divine Son of Light's mind was disturbed. Caught off guard, he was injured by the Shadow's attack, and he grunted. "Oh no, it's going to break." He Yuan and Gold Indestructible were extremely powerful. How could a mere formation block their attack? It didn't last long before the barrier collapsed. You two, we are from the Divine Light Temple. Is there a misunderstanding? The Tao Protector stood in front of the Divine Son of Light and said. Gold Indestructible moved his fist, and a storm of attacks rolled over. Bang, bang, bang. In just one exchange, the experts and elders of the Divine Light Temple were all blown to pieces. In the blink of an eye, only the Divine Son of Light and the Tao Protector were left. The two Tao Protectors joined forces to block the attack, but their expressions changed drastically. The opponent wasn't in a weakened state. He was a true universe warrior. If there was only one person, they might have been able to contend with him. But now that there were two universe warriors, it was different. You can block my punch. Not bad, not bad. Gold Indestructible's strength hadn't fully recovered, but there were no restrictions on using universe-level attacks. The two Tao Protectors were having a hard time blocking. They were at most pseudo-universe warriors. Compared to real ones, they were obviously a whole level lower. We don't want the Yuanshan secret realm anymore. The Divine Son of Light was also decisive. We will leave this place immediately. Please let us go. He Yuan chuckled. Wrong. We were only ordered to kill you. Letting you go is not up to me. The Divine Son of Light and the Tao Protector's expressions changed. They thought they had offended a universe warrior, but they had offended a big shot as well. This puzzled them no matter how they thought about it. They didn't seem to have offended anyone in Boundless World Mountain. How could they be targeted by a universe warrior? This was completely impossible. He Yuan threw out this sentence and attacked the Tao Protectors. He slapped them with a palm that covered the sky. One palm and the three of them vomited blood. Gold Indestructible used another infinite divine fist to beat the three of them to the brink of death. They couldn't be compared to a real universe warrior. Divine Son of Light, we meet again. Lin Fei didn't let Gold Indestructible kill them. It's you. The Divine Son of Light's face was pale and he vomited blood. His battle essence soul was about to be broken. He stared at the person coming over, his mind blank. The guy he saw as an ant actually had two universe warriors on his side. This was beyond his imagination. How is it? Are you surprised? Lin Fei smiled. I knew you wanted to kill me. Now I'm right in front of you. The Tao Protector was also shocked when he saw Lin Fei. How did this kid have such a powerful background? Back then they didn't even look at each other. The Divine Son of Light suffered a big blow. It's a misunderstanding. How would I dare attack you? It was all my fault. He raised his hand and slapped himself, followed by a second slap. Lin Fei had underestimated this Divine Son of Light. He slapped himself again and again, as if he knew what was going to happen. However, to Lin Fei, this Divine Son of Light was not simple. He could act as he pleased. However, his killing intent could not be hidden. He kept contributing to Lin Fei's prestige. Sir, as long as you don't kill us, we are willing to pay any price, anything. One of the Tao Protectors said. If they had known that this person had a powerful background, they wouldn't have looked down on him even if they were beaten to death. But now they had offended such a powerful warrior in Boundless World Mountain. They were really unlucky. Chapter 33:13. The Radiant God's son and his protector left pathetically. All the treasures on his body had been completely taken away. Not a single one was left. Apart from that, Lin Fei also made the Radiant God's son sign an IOU for 2 billion power of faith. As for whether or not he would give it to him, he was not worried at all. Oh right, when a universe expert dies, can't he leave behind a universe crystal chip? Lin Fei asked curiously. He Yuan laughed bitterly. Although universe experts can have a universe crystal chip, it's not just any ordinary universe expert. It has to be at the pinnacle of the universe level. When the universe in their body starts to become complete, they can condense a universe crystal chip to break through to the next level. Lin Fei shook his head. A universe crystal chip was indeed not that simple. It had to be at the pinnacle of the universe level. This joke was too big. Let's go to the next space. He Yuan and Jean Bummy were shocked by Lin Fei's ability along the way. Those spaces did not need them to lead the way. He could find them one by one, and their locations were better prepared than theirs. It was truly an incredible thing. In a few of the level 8 spaces, Lin Fei met any external forces and wiped them out without holding back. He did not meet Mo Wu Hua from the Black God Temple or Sky Lei Lai from the Celestial Martial Sect. The level 8 space was wiped out. The level 9 space was wiped out. Only the level 10 space was left. In the entire Forbidden Soul region, Lin Fei did not meet a third living ancient existence. They were basically all dead, leaving behind their powerful Yuanshan secret realms. The last level 9 danger space in particular tormented Lin Fei and the other two quite a bit. The Yuanshan secret realm formed after its death was still unbelievably powerful. Fortunately, there were 3 of them. 2 of them held the opponent back, and Lin Fei used his prestige killer move to injure the opponent. They successfully killed the opponent, and the rewards were bountiful. The last level 10 danger space, Lin Fei was really looking forward to it. Let's go in. The last level 10 danger space. He Yuan and Jin Bumi entered first, and Lin Fei followed closely behind. He activated his prestige killer move, ready to go all out at any time. No Yuanshan secret realm. As soon as he entered, Lin Fei saw a small empty space. Where are the corpses? He Yuan and Jin Indestructible looked around but couldn't find any corpses. Their complexions changed. Lin Fei furrowed his brows. This situation didn't seem right. It's been scanned. It's classified as a level 10 dangerous space. How could there be no one here? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he felt a sense of foreboding. A hand struck his body and a violent force jolted Lin Fei, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. His entire body slammed into the small dimension. He Yuan and Gold Imperishable were the same. They had fallen to the ground, barely breathing, their eyes filled with horror. Jia, it's not easy. 3 of you came at once. No silhouette appeared, only the echoes of the voice. Black Yuan, Gold Imperishable, you two have quite a long life. You actually managed to live until now, but you're too timid. You were actually caught by a human boy. You've really lost face. In front of this voice, He Yuan and Jin Bumi's faces turned white, snow white without a trace of blood. It was as if they had never seen the sun for an entire year. You are that void cosmos god. He Yuan hesitated before saying. The moment this name came out, Gold Imperishable's expression changed once again. Clearly, he could discern the identity of the other party, and it was a terrifying identity. Who would have thought that someone could remember my name? Jia. The gloomy voice continued reverberating. Lin Fei, who was bleeding from the mysterious palm, felt his heart jolt. A terrifying energy was wreaking havoc in his body. It was crazily destroying his body. This was the first time someone had broken through his defense and injured himself. Level 10 dangerous space. It's indeed true. He was injured with a single palm. This person's strength was frighteningly strong. This fleshy body is good. Chi and blood is one. Even if he isn't a cosmos expert, he would have a cosmos fleshy body. This is truly a perfect body to possess. Voila! Lin Fei felt his head hurting. Someone had barged in. The other party was formless and colorless. It was fitting of the name Void Cosmos God. In the consciousness, Lin Fei saw a black figure. Stop struggling. I'm not He Yuan or Gold Imperishable. Even if I suppress you, I still have the strength of a peak cosmos god. The black figure extended his hand. Lin Fei felt his consciousness dissipating. The other party was so strong that he could easily kill others. Kill. Lin Fei's consciousness dissipated. He immediately exchanged for a survival technique, stabilizing his consciousness. At the same time, he used a prestige support technique. A huge lump of light spread out in Lin Fei's consciousness. After the light appeared, that black figure screamed continuously. What is this attack? How could you execute it? I am a peak cosmos god, and it is impossible for me to be injured. Ah! The white light landed on the black figure. The black figure struggled and attempted to escape. It's just that when the white light spread out, it covered the entire consciousness. When the white light landed on the black figure began emitting black smoke until it disappeared. Wave after wave of black fog dissipated. The black figure did not last for more than 10 breaths of time before it disappeared. Lin Fei fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, Master, you are awake. He Yuan and Gold Imperishable stood by the side of Lin Fei. At this moment they finally let out a sigh of relief. Ever since Lin Fei fell unconscious, the two of them had been on tenterhooks. They were afraid that the Void Cosmos God would succeed in his possession. By then they would be doomed. This protection lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. I'm fine now. Lin Fei glanced at the two and said. Only he understood that he had nearly failed miserably. A peak Cosmos God was so powerful that he could nearly kill him with a thought. Lin Fei stood up. His body was not affected at all. He then saw a corpse not far away. This was a ball-like object. It could be considered a corpse for the moment. This is the true body of the Void Cosmos God. He is a unique life form that became a Cosmos God. He specialized in soul attacks and no one could defend against him. He could change between the illusory and the real. He was born as a fish in the void, and was born as one with the void. He is an undying existence. He Yuan explained. But it is still Master who is amazing. He easily killed this fellow. He Yuan and Gold Imperishable were extremely shocked. He could even kill Void Cosmos gods and was unfathomably powerful. That was a fellow who could injure them with a thought. So ugly. Lin Fei chuckled. His heart was dripping blood. Just a moment ago he checked through. The move that killed the Void Cosmos God had cost him a total of 900 billion prestige points. Master, the Void Cosmos God is ugly, but this is a good item. Perhaps there might be Cosmos crystals left behind. He Yuan brought out a piece of good news. Lin Fei's eyes brightened. Cosmos crystals? This item was good. Chapter 33:14. Such a dangerous existence had consumed close to half of Lin Fei's prestige. What concept was this? It would frighten others to death if they heard about it. Jean Undying went to dig up the corpse of this sphere. Jean Undying did not dare to imagine that the other party could kill a peak Cosmos God expert. They who similarly had Cosmos realm strength could not resist the other party at all. Jean Undying happily dug up the corpse. Master, our luck is really good. This fellow really has a Cosmos crystal piece. Jean Undying dug out a Cosmos crystal piece that emitted Cosmos aura. Ha ha ha, my luck is not bad. Lin Fei guffawed. He grabbed the Cosmos crystal piece. This thing had the same aura as the one he collected. It was genuine. Worth it. 10 Cosmos crystal pieces could fuse into a Cosmos crystal. Lin Fei felt heartache over the prestige he had to pay. But now he was 100% satisfied. This thing was not easy to find. The Eternal Church was also searching for it. Other than the Cosmos crystal piece, there were no other good things. He did not even have a single Cosmos God weapon. He was so poor. Void Cosmos God, where did he come from? Lin Fei curiously asked Jean Undying. Even though his strength had fallen to the peak Cosmos God level, he had broken through to the Cosmos God level before this. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Jean Undying did not know much. Hence he told Shuang everything he knew. After listening, Lin Fei was startled by how powerful the other party was. The system's assessment of the rank 10 dangerous space was not just for show. Without the support of prestige, he would have died many times. Master, we discovered a good item. He Yuan brought over an item. It was a scepter. Its entire body was pitch black, and it looked extraordinary at first glance. Cosmos God weapon? Lin Fei had used a Cosmos God weapon before. It was powerful and could withstand the strength of his fleshy body. He was relatively satisfied with it. If he could discover another Cosmos God weapon, it would be not bad. No, it is something better than a Cosmos God weapon. He Yuan became excited as he spoke. This is the Sect Master Scepter of the 9 Spectres sect. According to legends, whoever takes this scepter will become the new sect master. Lin Fei's eyes widened. It can't be. The leader of the 9 Serene sect, what kind of background does he have? That's what the rumor said back then. If Master leaves this world and goes to the big mansion outside, you should know. He Yuan said. This 9 Nether Scepter is rumored to be able to summon a 9 Nether old monster. Countless people have suffered greatly from it in the past. Lin Fei took the 9 Nether Scepter. It was ice cold and felt very special. Initially, he had thought that it was just an ordinary Cosmos divine weapon. However, after hearing Zhang Xian's words, he realized that this item was a symbol of status. I wonder how much I can sell it for. I believe many people will be interested in it. Lin Fei did not have much interest in becoming the sect leader. Exchanging this Cosmos divine weapon for the power of faith would be the best deal. If he could auction it, that would be the best thing. He had just exited the level 10 dangerous space. Lin Fei felt that he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. In the future, I must not casually enter the unique space. After experiencing this, Lin Fei dared not act recklessly. A peak Cosmos God expert had caused him to suffer greatly, and he was nearly possessed by the other party. If that was the power of a Cosmos God, Lin Fei did not dare to imagine it. This is another spatial location within the Forbidden Soul region. You guys go over and collect all the good stuff. After coming out, Lin Fei was no longer interested in the remaining space. It would be too much of a pity to leave it there. Instead, he could let He Yuan and Jin Undying go over. There was still a year's time left. In the remaining time, Lin Fei was waiting for He Yuan and Jin Undying to collect the harvest. He himself visualized the infinite eternal celestial river, this formidable visualization technique. With the system, Lin Fei could easily grasp it. This visualization technique, infinite eternal celestial river, startled Lin Fei greatly. The moment he visualized it, he would be able to pour a vast amount of energy into it as if it was endless. Frightening. Truly frightening. Lin Fei's fleshy body was at the Cosmos God realm. Once he visualized it and borrowed the energy from the infinite eternal celestial river, the power he could unleash was even stronger than Jin Undying. It was utterly tyrannical. This was the only thought in Lin Fei's mind. In the future, there is no longer a need for the Forbidden Soul region to exist. There are no more things inside. Lin Fei left the Forbidden Soul region. This time he had collected a total of 13 Cosmos God weapons. They were not of low grade. There were a total of 6 visualization techniques. Compared to Jin Undying's infinite eternal celestial river, they were not on the same level. But if he released it, it would still drive many crazy. To Lin Fei, all of these things were equivalent to the power of faith. Brother Lin, it's great to see you again. Outside the Forbidden Soul region, several people came over. They were none other than Mo Wuhua from the Black God Temple. They were greatly startled when they saw Lin Fei. This time they had suffered a huge loss inside. When they saw Lin Fei and the 2 people beside him, they were also startled. We were lucky, Lin Fei said with a smile. It seems that you have had a good harvest. Mo Wuhua really couldn't see through Lin Fei. We have suffered a great loss. Just saying it makes me cry. At this time another familiar person came out. The leader was Tian Lei from the Heavenly Martial sect. He didn't look too good. When he saw Mo Wuhua and Lin Fei, he was also slightly surprised. What a coincidence! Mo Wuhua and Lin Fei both smiled. Yeah. The protectors of the Black God Temple and the Heavenly Martial sect looked at the 2 people standing behind Lin Fei, their expressions changing. These 2 people gave them a terrible feeling. They couldn't figure out what Lin Fei had obtained inside. Could it be that he was also a protector of some force? If it was true, the other party's background was even greater than they had imagined. Since we have met, why don't we go together? Mo Wuhua took the initiative to propose. There are several places in the Boundless Realm Mountain. If we go together, we might have a good harvest. Think it's okay. What do you think, Brother Lin? Tian Lei asked. I have no problem with that. There were many good places in the Boundless Realm Mountain. On the other hand, Lin Fei was on his own. If he stayed with them, he would be able to learn more about the situation. This could be considered a pretty good method. This trip had yielded 2 cannon fodder, a universe crystal chip, and a powerful visualization technique. He was very satisfied. Lin Fei really didn't want the things left in the Boundless Realm Mountain. The 3 forces joined forces and began to sweep the Boundless Realm Mountain. Lin Fei deliberately restrained his strength, as did He Yuan and Jin Indestructible, so they didn't notice anything. Along the way, the 3 of them became close friends who could talk about anything. It's strange. I don't know where the Divine Son of Light went, Mo Wuhua suddenly said when they came out of another place. I don't think I saw the Li family. Tian Lei followed. In the Boundless Realm Mountain they met some people, but they really didn't see anyone from the Divine Temple of Light or the Li family of the Star River Prefecture. He might have left. Once he's unlucky, anything can happen to him. Lin Fei said with a laugh. Mo Wuhua and Tian Leilai subconsciously felt that it made sense. In the Boundless Realm Mountain, if they didn't have protectors, they didn't know how miserable they would be. Wait, let's change directions. Chapter 33:15. In a forest in Boundless World Mountain, Long Wuhan felt that she was really miserable. Originally, he was exploring Boundless World Mountain with Shun Yuan from the Tianshao Divine Clan, but ended up encountering trouble. Experts from the Star River Prefecture wanted to rob them of their belongings. Both sides started fighting. In the end, they suffered heavy losses. They ran all the way and were finally trapped in a small forest. Run! Continue running if you can. In the forest, more than 20 ultimate god experts surrounded Long Wuhan and Shun Yuan. All of them were seriously injured. I think you'd better leave. If my lord comes, you'll all die here. Long Wuhan tried hard to stabilize himself and said to them. Sun Ling had come to Star Sect, a first-rate force in the Star River Prefecture. In Boundless World Mountain, those who were not from the Star River Prefecture did not care as they plundered resources to their heart's content. The Tianshao Divine Clan was surrounded by Sun Ling, who wanted to force them to hand over their belongings. Who would have expected them to be so daring as to resist? Hence, Sun Ling wanted to annihilate them. If they dared to disobey, they would all be annihilated. Sun Ling's killing intent was very strong. In the Star River Prefecture, the Star Sect did not have a good reputation as they liked to secretly kill and plunder. Fortunately, they were very secretive and no one could do anything to them without concrete evidence. Ha ha ha, are you threatening me? Sun Ling did not make a move as he watched quietly. Your lord? What a joke. In front of the Star Sect, even your lord has to bow his head obediently. Long Wuhan could only hope that Lin Fei would come. Although those people were powerful, they were no match for Lin Fei in Long Wuhan's eyes. He would kill as many as he came. You'll regret this. In the blink of an eye, Long Wuhan was hit a few more times without any ability to struggle. The other party's strength was tyrannical as an array formation restricted their range of movement. Regret? I've never known it before. Sun Ling laughed. Kill them all and leave no one alive. Who do they think they are? It was not the first time he had done such a thing. He did not care about regret. Apart from those from the Star River Prefecture, Sun Ling, a top-tier 8-star ultimate god, did not take it seriously at all. Wuhan, can fellow Taoist Lin Fei come? Shun Yuan's entire body was covered in blood, and he could only rely on Lin Fei. In Boundless World Mountain, he really couldn't find anyone who could help him. The experts of the Star River Prefecture were even more frightening than they had imagined. The Sky Roar celestial race was not weak, but they did not have the ability to put up a fight in front of the other party. A single array diagram had caused them to suffer greatly. I don't know either. Long Wuhan said with a wry smile. Sigh, then we can only resign ourselves to fate. Xin Yuan's eyes dimmed quite a bit. The people that Xin Yuan brought along died one by one. Under the encirclement of the array, they weren't a match for the Heavenly Star Sect at all. It was a completely one-sided situation. Dragon Wuhan and the others were soon like arrows at the end of their flight, unable to resist at all. Send them on their way. Sun Ling said cruelly. After getting rid of them, they could continue to encircle and annihilate the ultimate gods in Hopeless World Mountain. It was much safer than personally exploring the mountain. It was also the principle that Sky Starry Sect had always followed. Hence, the current Heavenly Star Sect was living comfortably. The people from the Heavenly Star Sect surrounded them and prepared to send them on their way. Long Wuhan and the others no longer had the strength to struggle. Their eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. Clang! 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 When they attacked, a huge shield appeared in front of them and protected the remaining people. Their weapons were all blocked by the shield. Fellow cultivator Lin. Long Wuhan was in despair. However, when the shield appeared, he shouted without hesitation. At that moment, almost no one except him would come to save him. Kill them. Sun Ling released his divine senses and did not find anyone. It could only mean that they hadn't arrived yet. He was not afraid of anything. He would kill them all first. As for the rest, there was nothing to worry about. Those people attacked again. How dare you? Who allowed you to attack? After a series of voices, Those who wanted to attack Long Wuhan were all turned into a pool of flesh and blood. The bright red blood was especially dazzling. Long Wuhan finally saw Lin Fei and was so happy that he cried tears of joy. We're saved. The remaining 4 people had a new lease of life. Good brat. You dare to kill people from our Heavenly Star sect. Sun Ling's expression was ashen. He had lost several subordinates in a single exchange. He could no longer keep his face. Sorry, I've never heard of the Heavenly Star sect. Lin Fei laughed. The people from the Star River Prefecture are all very arrogant. Sun Ling waved his hand. Kill them all. Let them know how powerful our Heavenly Star sect is. More than 10 experts behind him rushed forward. On the side of Lin Fei, there was no need for him to speak. Jin Undying descended like a demonic god. He punched out with his infinite god fist. More than 10 experts were smashed into pieces. Too weak. Jin Undying took a step to the side of Sun Ling. He extended his hand and grabbed. Sun Ling's technique was broken, and his neck was grabbed by someone. Like a dead dog, he was casually thrown in front of Lin Fei. Heavenly Star sect. Lin Fei laughed condescendingly. What plaything? With 2 cosmos gods as cannon fodder, any Heavenly Star sect would turn to dust. Who exactly are you? Sun Ling's mind was blank. He brought more than 20 experts, yet they were all annihilated in the blink of an eye. This was an outcome he could not accept. Do you know regret? I believe you do not. Send him on his way. Jin Undying seriously executed the order. No, Sun Ling was killed by a punch from Jin Undying. As he died, his eyes were wide open. He died with a grievance. All right, we are safe now. Lin Fei turned back and said to Long Wuhan and Shen Yuan. Long Wuhan blinked. This person who nearly killed them was so weak in front of Lin Fei. No, from start to end, Lin Fei did not act at all. Dao friend Lin, why did you kill someone from the Star River Prefecture? Heaven Thundersplit and Mo Wuhua who came from behind were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. Those were people from the Star River Prefecture, and they were born a level higher than them. The Star River Prefecture was a colossal existence. They had never thought that Lin Fei would be so daring to kill someone from the Star River Prefecture. Furthermore, it was the narrow-minded Heavenly Star sect. That was a notorious sect. Even though the Great Continent was sealed, there were still some channels in the Myriad God Great Continent and the Sky Marshal Great Continent that knew of this matter. There's nothing to worry about. So what if they are killed? They can still come and take revenge on me. Lin Fei said with disdain. Mo Wuhua was truly convinced by Lin Fei. Don't you know about the Eternal Guards? That's right, the Eternal Guards. They are responsible for arresting and killing criminals. Those who are targeted by them, none will survive. Heaven Thunder Split added. Eternal Guards? What the hell? Lin Fei blinked. He had never heard of it before. Sounds amazing. Mo Wuhua and Heaven Thunder Split were convinced by Lin Fei. You are in big trouble. We are in the Broken World land, and they are different. All registered sects will be protected. Now that you have killed them and the news spreads, you will be in big trouble. Chapter 33:16. Mo Wuhua and Sky Thunder Split guaranteed that this news would not spread. Along the way, they knew how formidable Lin Fei was, especially the 2 Dao protectors behind him. They were incredibly powerful. After seeing Lin Fei's subordinates killing those from the Sky Star sect as if they were ants, they were even more shocked at how daring Lin Fei was. He even dared to kill a sect from the Star River Prefecture. Even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to leak this secret. At least not now. The remaining matters were simple. Lin Fei swept through the place. He had to say that the Sky Star sect was indeed a force in this line. They had a bountiful harvest. For instance, they had quite a few Cosmos God weapons. Their quality could not be compared with his, and it was not a problem to sell them for a few tens of millions of faith energy. We are finally back. 1,000 Victories Empire. Lin Fei and Long Wuhan returned to the 1,000 Victories Empire. A total of 10 years had passed. In their eyes, it was just a flick of a finger. That's right. Lin Fei chuckled. During these 10 years, he had practically swept through the entire Boundless World Mountain. All good things had been collected, and he was just short of selling them off. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to casually sell them, But Mo Wuhua and Sky Thunder Split reminded him that it was best to sell Cosmos God weapons to the merchant associations in the Star River Prefecture. The price offered there was high. As for the merchant associations in the Broken World, they did not have much wealth and it was not worth it. Before leaving, Mo Wuhua and Sky Thunder Split gave him a map that led to the Star River Prefecture. After looking at the map, Lin Fei realized that this Saint Spirit Great World in the past and the current Broken World were actually interconnected. For instance, the Thousand Victories Empire, Myriad God Great Continent, and Sky Marshal Great Continent were actually interconnected. This secret was limited to the circle of the apex superpowers. The three great continents were interconnected, and there were channels to enter the Star River Prefecture outside. It's just that there were dangers within, and it was not easy to enter. To Lin Fei, these were not huge problems. This trip to Boundless World Mountain gave Lin Fei a huge harvest. Just Black Yuan and Jin Undying, these two cosmos gods, could suppress the experts from the three great continents. Brother Lin, it is all thanks to you this time. Without you, I do not know what would have happened. Long Wuhan was very grateful to Lin Fei. Even if Long Wuhan was given another chance, he wouldn't dare to go to Boundless World Mountain. There was only danger. You brought me in and I helped you. We're helping each other, so there's no need to thank me. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm going back too. Have a safe journey. Long Wuhan nodded. Back at the Sacred Body Mountain. In these 10 years, the Saint Spirit Continent and the Divine Beast Continent hadn't changed much. This made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. He was worried that something might happen in the next 10 years. Even if he had made some preparations, he would only be able to watch helplessly if chaos were to break out. After listening to the events of the Sacred Body Mountain for the past 10 years, Lin Fei sent them away. In the secret chamber, Boundless Eternal Milky Way, Lin Fei visualized the infinite eternal Milky Way. Compared to the time when he was at Boundless World Mountain, there were no restrictions this time. He arrived at a surging river, and a vast amount of energy flowed into his body. That fellow Gene Imperishable, where did he get this visualization technique from? Is there such a place in this world? Lin Fei only felt that it was full of mysteries. Master, this is a higher level universe. Little Devil, who hadn't spoken for a long time, finally spoke. Another universe? Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. Standing on the infinite eternal Milky Way, the entire Milky Way was boundless, and one couldn't see the end. On it, Lin Fei was like an ant. In such a place, he could communicate with it just by visualizing it. This was very strange. After hearing Little Devil's words, Lin Fei suddenly understood. This visualization technique came from another higher level universe. That's really... Lin Fei couldn't find the right words to describe it. It's definitely another higher level universe. Little Devil's tone was very certain. Master, you have to properly improve your strength. All right. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. What was this? This visualization technique was more mysterious than he had imagined. After returning to Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei didn't go out. Other than visualizing the infinite eternal Milky Way, he was researching the path to the Star River Prefecture. If not for the fact that he had obtained a universe chip in the Boundless World Mountain, Lin Fei would have really coveted the Broken World's universe chip. However, to Lin Fei now it was dispensable. The Broken World's area had probably been targeted long ago. If Lin Fei really made a move, he would inevitably alert the enemy. It wasn't worth it at all. With the map to the Star River Prefecture, Lin Fei had a different idea. He might as well go to the Star River Prefecture to take a look. According to Mo Wuhua and the others, the road to the Star River Prefecture wasn't smooth sailing. There weren't many dangers in the Myriad God Continent and the Sky Marshal Continent, but outside the Sky Marshal Continent, there was a region that was the most dangerous. Countless people wanted to go to the Star River Prefecture, but after entering the Land of Exile, there was basically no news of them. It was extremely dangerous. The last region was called the Land of Exile. That place was formed for special reasons. No matter who wanted to go to the Star River Prefecture, they had to pass through the Land of Exile. The Land of Exile was filled with vicious people, and not everyone could barge in. Master, the people from the Yuan Fu are here. Hearing the subordinates report, Lin Fei frowned. During the trip to Boundless World Mountain, Lin Fei also learned one thing. The Yuan Fu was more tyrannical than he had imagined. They were the eyes of the Star River Prefecture. The broken world was almost entirely in the hands of the Yuan Fu. Of course, that was a long time ago. Ever since it was split into 5 continents, the Yuan Fu's ability to rule had deteriorated. For example, the Myriad God continent and the Sky Marshal continent weren't simple. Therefore, all these years, the Yuan Fu hadn't been able to conquer them. There's no harm in meeting them. In the palace on the highest level of the Sage Body Mountain, Lin Fei met the person from the previous time. It was the guy called Luo Xian. However, this time he was alone. Congratulations, Taoist Lin. You must have gained a lot from this trip to Boundless World Mountain. Luo Xian chuckled. Lin Fei shook his head. Sai, don't mention it. Boundless World Mountain is really dangerous. If not for my good luck, I would have probably died in there. Even if I had the chance, I wouldn't have gone. Luo Xian smiled at Lin Fei. Is that so? Lin Fei roughly knew what the other party wanted to do. He was here to extort him. No, he was here to ask for benefits. Even a fool could see that cheeky smile on his face. Lin Fei hadn't decided on how to deal with this Yuan Fu. However, he knew that he couldn't fall out with the Yuan Fu now. They had a legitimate identity and weren't just some random force. Taoist Luo, what do you mean by this? Lin Fei frowned. Could it be that you think this Lin is lying to you? Luo Xian had come this time to fish for benefits. All those who could come out of Boundless World Mountain had brought something with them. This Lin Fei was even more foolish than they had imagined. Even after so many things had happened, he still could not tell. How in the world did he manage to cultivate up to this level? Chapter 33:17. Luo Xian left. Luo Xian did not treat a small native from the broken world as a big deal. Hearing that Lin Fei had gone to the Boundless World Mountain and came back alive, Luo Xian naturally had some thoughts on the other party. He came to reap some benefits. He could not understand how a small native could come back alive from the Boundless World Mountain. Luo Xian said. Lin Fei took out a portion of the items with a heartache as a gift to Luo Xian. Hence Luo Xian left happily. Master, are we going to let them leave just like that? After Luo Xian left, Black Yuan and Jin Undying appeared. Lin Fei did not care much about the items he extorted. Instead, it was the words spoken before he left that made him pay attention. Who would have thought that the words of Mo Wu Hua and Sky Thunder Rend really happened? The Eternal Guards actually contacted the Yuan Fu to investigate the matter at the Boundless World Mountain. Who knows, the Li clan might be involved in this. In the Forbidden Soul region, he had killed everyone from the Li clan. After that, it was the unlucky Sky Star sect. No matter how they investigate, they can forget about finding me. Lin Fei remembered the Li clan and the Eternal Guards. The two of you follow that Luo Xian. Wait until he leaves the great continent before acting in the dark and plucking everything from his body. Lin Fei ordered Black Yuan and Jin Undying. Remember, don't leave any traces behind. It was not an easy matter to take anything from him. 2 cosmos gods acting was akin to using an anti-aircraft cannon to kill a mosquito. It's a pity that only the 2 of them by Lin Fei's side could capture Luo Xian, and it was a suppression method. When Luo Xian entered the depths of the Primal Destruction City, he met a mysterious person. In front of the 2, he was like an ant. He could not withstand a single move and was knocked unconscious. Everything on his body was stripped off before being thrown into the Primal Destruction Great City. He was a person from the Yuan Fu, yet he was thrown onto the streets of a great city. Who did he offend? After Luo Xian woke up, he felt ashamed. When he returned to the Yuan Fu office, he immediately arranged for people to investigate, but in the end they found nothing. The person who did it did not leave any trace. It only proved that the other party was very strong and was at least an 8 or 9 stars pinnacle ultimate god. Luo Xian suspected that it was Lin Fei, but after thinking about it, it was impossible. In the entire Sage Body Mountain, only Lin Fei was powerful. But this time there were 2 people and it was a one-sided suppression. Luo Xian could only give up in the end as he secretly cursed the culprit. This trip was really for nothing. The most frustrating thing was that he had no idea who had attacked him. He had even become a laughingstock. Helpless, Luo Xian could only go into seclusion. Master, these were all found on Luo Xian's body. If I didn't search him, I wouldn't have known that he was quite wealthy. He Yuan took out a storage ring. Luo Xian's things were all in the storage ring. Lin Fei casually scanned through the items. He was indeed quite wealthy. Not to mention other things, just the power of faith alone was 10 million, 3 divine weapons of faith, and some visualization techniques. This is. Lin Fei found something in the storage ring. After taking out the item, he saw that it was a seal. Lin Fei easily opened it without much effort. It's actually an information token. The information token was made of a special material that could transmit messages. Each information token could only be used once and would be useless after that. He had opened the information token and used his divine senses to penetrate it. There's such a thing. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Even the heavens are helping me. Lin Fei had never imagined that he would be able to get his hands on something like this. Master, is it good news? He Yuan asked. Of course it's good news. Lin Fei passed the information card to them. See for yourself. He Yuan and Jean Bummy could not help but laugh after seeing it. It's really good news. I think Master can go. With Master's strength, who can stop Master? There was not much information in the information card, but it was very important. In 100 years, the Xinghe Prefecture would elect a new prefecture master of the Yuan Fu. Was it important? Of course it was. At least for Lin Fei it was definitely good news. As for why Luo Xian had it, Lin Fei was not interested for the time being. He was thinking about the position of prefecture master of the Yuan Fu. If he became the prefecture master of the Yuan Fu and the 2 continents merged in the future, he might really be able to get a universe chip under his nose. Of the 10 universe chips, there were still 8 left. Lin Fei was very tempted by the one under his nose. It was just that for some reason he had to consider it. Now he felt that there was room for maneuver. Lin Fei was excited just thinking about it. Fellow Taoist Lin, save me. Just as Lin Fei was thinking about how to do it, Long Wuhan sent a distress message to Lin Fei. What's going on? Lin Fei was speechless. Go to the border of the continents and bring that brat Long Wuhan back. Lin Fei shouted for Black Yuan. That brat was very fast. Remember, don't let others see you. In reality, Black Yuan, who was a cosmos god, was not someone anyone could see. With Black Yuan acting, he could easily find Long Wuhan. This brat was in a sorry state and his aura was weak. He was on the verge of death. With a cosmos god acting, he could easily sweep through these people and bring Long Wuhan back. What did you do? Lin Fei was speechless. Long Wuhan laughed bitterly. It's a long story. Why is it a long story? Tell me. Don't worry, it's very safe here. Long Wuhan explained the matter. That's it. Lin Fei was impressed by Long Wuhan's brothers. Amazing. You colluded with experts from the myriad god great continent. No wonder you were caught unprepared. I know. Long Wuhan did not expect his sweet dreams to be destroyed by outsiders. Then what do you plan to do now? Lin Fei had a relatively good impression of Long Wuhan. Long Wuhan stood up. I wish to invite Dao friend Lin. As long as you help me take back my things, I'll follow your lead in the future. If not for him knowing Lin Fei, Long Wuhan dared to guarantee that he would have died. Since I'm free. 1,000 Victories Empire. That old emperor had been killed by someone. The one who became the new emperor was an unknown son, Long Wumi. He did not have any background or power, yet he colluded with outsiders to obtain the highest position in the empire. What failure! They're all dead. Long Wumi was just like his name. The aura he emitted was extremely cold. This coldness was frightening. He was like a poisonous snake. The entire army has been wiped out. Long Wuhan's whereabouts are unknown. Long Wumi had planned for this day for a long time. Who would have thought that Long Wuhan would escape? Your people aren't that great. They're all dead. Long Wumi looked at the white-robed man in the dark. Chapter 33:18. 1,000 Victory Great Continent 1,000 Victory Empire. Outside the imperial capital, Long Wuhan and Lin Fei came to the vicinity of the imperial capital. At this moment, the internal turmoil of the 1,000 Victory Empire was the most dangerous to Long Wuhan. But for Lin Fei, the current victorious 1,000 Empire couldn't pose any threat to him. Ignoring everything else, just He Yuan and Jean Bummy could easily flatten the victorious 1,000 Empire. This time he only brought He Yuan with him. Jean Immortal remained at the Sacred Body Mountain. With a cosmos god protecting the empire, Lin Fei could be at ease. Dao friend Lin, that little brother of mine has grasped the entire power of the imperial capital. Long Wuhan looked at the imperial capital. He suppressed the anger in his heart. Replace his subordinates both inside and outside. Actually, Long Wuhan wanted to ask what to do next. At this moment, Long Wuhan could only count on Lin Fei. So what if we replace him? We will enter through the city gates. Lin Fei squinted. It was time to increase his prestige. He had spent 800 billion prestige in one go to deal with the peak cosmos god in the boundless world mountain. Even now his heart was aching. It was rare for him to come here. How could he not increase his prestige? Enter through the city gates? Long Wuhan shrunk his neck. He was afraid of being chased. Of course. Lin Fei and He Yuan flew towards the city gates. Wait for me. Long Wuhan gritted his teeth and followed. I found your highness, Long Wuhan. Everyone, let's take down Long Wuhan. When Long Wuhan appeared, he was recognized by the guards at the city gates. You are a prince, yet these guards dare to act against you. Can you swallow this anger? Lin Fei chuckled. Today, I am here to help you vent your anger. Let's kill our way in. Long Wuhan had never been looked down upon by others. A few guards also wanted to take him down. What a joke. Kill. Long Wuhan was already holding back his anger. How could he not understand Lin Fei's intention? He took out his weapon and killed his way over. The guards at the city gates could not withstand Long Wuhan's attack. Within a moment, the city gates were filled with blood, and corpses were everywhere. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to act. As long as there were no ultimate gods who could threaten Long Wuhan, he did not intend to make a move. He was there to build up his reputation. Kill, kill, kill. In the Thousand Victories Empire, Long Wuhan had never been chased so miserably before. He was on the verge of exploding, so he raised his saber and slashed wildly. Imperial capital, Imperial palace. Your Majesty, that dragon Wuhan has charged in. In front of this temperamental emperor, no one dared to address Long Wuhan as Her Highness, even using her full name. Long Wumi was dressed in imperial robes, with a crown on his head. He didn't exude the domineering aura of an emperor, only a sinister and cold aura. Of the victorious Thousand Empires princes, almost all of them had been killed by Long Wuhan. The remaining ones were nothing to be afraid of. Long Wuhan was an exception. He's got guts. He actually dared to come back. Long Wumi stood up. Right now, the Thousand Victories Empire is mine. Even if you find reinforcements, they won't be able to stop me. Long Wumi rose to his feet and left. As long as he got rid of this elder brother, no one in the entire Thousand Victories Empire would be able to shake his position. All those words that he had said could go to hell. Cut the weeds and pull out the roots. I'm a prince of the empire. Get out of the way. Long Wuhan killed like a madman. With his treasures and his own strength, Long Wuhan killed his way through the streets and finally arrived at the entrance of the imperial palace. At this time, the victorious Thousand Army was standing guard at the entrance of the imperial palace. There were at least 10,000 of them. This was the force that protected the imperial palace. Long Wuhan's combat strength was formidable, but when faced with the empire's most powerful army, he was in imminent danger. Wave after wave of attacks tore through his armor. Master, I think that kid can't hold on for much longer. He Yuan said in a low voice. Should we make a move? Otherwise he'll die. Lin Fei had not allowed He Yuan to make a move. Wait a little longer. With them around, Long Wuhan wouldn't die. My good brother, why didn't you find a place to hide? Why did you come back? On the walls of the imperial palace, the victorious Thousand Army was kneeling on one knee to welcome Long Wumi. Long Wumi landed on the walls of the imperial palace, looking down at his big brother, Long Wuhan, a cruel smile in his eyes. Wumi, you plotted against imperial father. As imperial father's son, I must avenge him. Long Wuhan said in a low voice. Today, no matter what, I will kill you. Ha ha ha, with just you. Long Wumi laughed. Even if 100 more came, it would be useless. Originally, if you had hidden yourself, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. But since you want to die, I don't mind helping you out. Long Wumi sneered. Kill him. The victorious Thousand Army moved. The 1,000-man squad unleashed a joint attack, their power converging together. With a single move, Rainbow pierces the sun. They sealed off all of Long Wuhan's escape routes. The victorious Thousand Army was famous precisely because of their terrifying joint attacks. No one was willing to exchange blows with the victorious Thousand Army. The slightest mistake could result in death. Long Wumi shook his head. My good brother, do you see that? Just a small squad of the victorious Thousand Army can kill you. What qualifications do you have to fight me? Now that he controlled the Empire's power, no faction could withstand a single blow from Long Wumi. Not even his brother. Long Wuhan's strength was not weak, but in front of the victorious Thousand Army, especially after using their joint attack technique, he could not resist at all and was beaten to a pulp. Xiao He, go and help him. Lin Fei said to He Yuan. The victorious Thousand Army's joint attack technique was very powerful. Its power was almost at the level of a peak ultimate god level 5-star or even peak ultimate god level, which naturally put a lot of pressure on Long Wuhan. The victorious Thousand Army's second attack had arrived. One person stood in front of Long Wuhan and the victorious Thousand Army's attack was automatically nullified by that person. It was as if the area around him had become a vacuum. How dare you hurt my master's friend? He Yuan snorted coldly and raised his hand to slap them. The victorious Thousand Army's perfect team collapsed on the spot as one by one vomited blood and fell to the ground. Who are you? How dare you make an enemy out of me and the victorious Thousand Empire? Long Wumi was also shocked by the person in front of him, as he had defeated his victorious Thousand Army with a single slap. He was at least an 8-star ultimate god level expert. Long Wuhan finally felt relieved. Wumi, as long as you surrender now, I can spare your life. Ha ha ha, do you think I'm afraid? Even though the person who came was mysterious, Long Wumi was not alone. Victorious Thousand Army, kill them. The victorious Thousand Army moved. 10 small teams attacked from all directions. He Yuan had the strength of a cosmos god. Even if more ultimate gods came, they would not be a threat to him. A huge world enveloped them. He Yuan unleashed his primordial spirit, turning it into a huge world that trapped the victorious Thousand Army. What about now? In just a moment, Long Wumi's important support was destroyed. Chapter 33:19. Long Wumi did not treat this stray dog who was being hunted down as a big brother. But in the blink of an eye, victorious army was trapped by the other party. He could not unleash his combat power at all. This power startled Long Wumi. How did his big brother find such an expert? Being a cosmos god, Black Yuan suppressed a mere 10,000 victorious army with his primordial spirit. In his eyes, suppressing them was as easy as lifting his hand. After suppressing victorious army, Black Yuan's primordial combat spirit moved once again. Target. Long Wumi. Open the array diagram for me. Just as Black Yuan was about to grab the other party, an array diagram appeared on Long Wumi's body. 5 enormous light pillars shot into the sky, and one of them smashed down with immense power. Black Yuan laughed. Interesting. Retracting his palm, he flicked the light pillar 3 times. The first time the light pillar slowed down. The second time the light pillar cracked. The third time, the light pillar shattered inch by inch. How could he break the array diagram attack? Long Wumi's expression changed. He controlled the second light pillar to attack. This array diagram was something he bought from the Light God Temple with a huge price, yet it was destroyed in a single move. He truly wanted to cry. The second and third light pillars were all destroyed. Long Wumi was startled by the strength of this person who could shake his array diagram. But that was it. After all, he was within the royal palace. Sir, you are very strong, but you shouldn't have helped that big brother of mine. No matter who you are, since you are here, you can forget about leaving. Long Wumi laughed savagely. Sky Thunder kill. Hung Long. A violet sky thunder descended from the sky above Black Yuan. This was Long Wumi manipulating the array energy of the royal palace. The royal palace of any empire had always been the strongest place. It was filled with powerful array energy that could allow a person's strength to skyrocket. Long Wumi was naturally in control of the array energy since he resided in the royal palace, allowing his strength to soar. In the royal capital, Long Wumi was the undisputed #1 expert. He could control the array energy and was unparalleled. Sir, you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use the array energy to deal with you. Long Wumi was extremely confident in controlling the array energy. He was unparalleled in the royal capital. My good brother, you really sent a good gift. Unfortunately, it's useless. When Dragon Wuhan saw the heavenly lightning crashing down, his mind went blank. How could he have forgotten about this? The power of the Imperial Palace's array formation. This is bad. Being a prince of the Thousand Victories Empire, nobody understood how frightening the array formation of the royal palace was. It had the power of a cosmos god. Long Wuhan was worried that the people that Lin Fei had brought with him might not be able to hold them off. His face was also filled with worry. If something were to happen, he did not know how to explain himself. Who was Black Yuan? He was a cosmos god. Even if his realm had fallen, he was still a genuine cosmos god. He Yuan's battle primordial spirit soared into the sky as a bolt of purple lightning struck down. He raised his hand and slammed it heavily against the purple lightning. The clouds in the sky were destroyed by the explosive power of the lightning, and a black hole appeared in the sky above the imperial capital. Just an empty shell. He Yuan wasn't going to play anymore. He raised his hand again and struck out with his palm, striking the formation of the palace. The rainbow-colored light illuminated the entire imperial capital. Long Wumi, who was above the royal palace, shook. That palm of the other party had caused many slight changes to the array formation of the royal palace. He actually withstood it. Long Wumi had never treated Dragon Wuhan as a big deal, but the other party smacked away the heavenly lightning formed by the array formation with a single palm, shocking Long Wumi. Before Long Wumi could regain his senses, the other party had sent a second palm over. Long Wumi shook again, causing many structures within the royal palace to crack. His strength has actually penetrated through the array formation. The third palm. The huge royal palace was emitting cracking sounds. The outermost structures were collapsing one after another, turning into ruins with dust flying all over the place. The array formation has been damaged. I can no longer utilize all of the array formation's energy. Long Wumi was dumbfounded. The array formation, which had always shocked everyone, had lost its effect in his hands. A hand stretched out. Long Wumi was greatly startled. He immediately activated the remaining array formation energy to form many barriers. But the other party's hand was still approaching him. I'm doomed. Long Wumi's neck tightened, and he was dragged away like a dead dog. Save me. Long Wumi's face turned pale as he screamed. Victory Empire. In one of the palaces within the royal palace, Person opened his eyes. His gaze was pure and holy as his expression suddenly changed. He's actually outstanding. Half of the palace has been destroyed? That person was dressed in silver armor. He frowned slightly as he left the palace and appeared in the sky above the royal palace. A beam of light slashed over. Your Majesty, don't grab him. Just as the beam of light was about to land on He Yuan's body, a radiant giant appeared and slapped his head. He chanted in Sanskrit, Lotus Flower Battle, Radiant World. If He Yuan was an ordinary ultimate god, he would have been severely injured or even killed by that attack. Unfortunately, he had encountered He Yuan this time. Scram! With a roar, the radiant giant was shattered. So it's a birdman. He Yuan sneered as he sealed Long Wumi and casually threw him to the side. His battle primordial spirit activated, and a huge world descended upon the silver-armored birdman. There was a loud bang. The world formed by the battle primordial spirit suppressed the silver-armored birdman. He could no longer withstand it and fell down on the spot, crushing a part of the royal palace. Birdman, you've got guts. He Yuan stepped on the body of the silver-armored birdman. With a tearing sound, his divine wings were ruthlessly torn off. If you want to kill me, you can wait another 100,000 years. The silver-armored birdman did not expect that he would be defeated so quickly. Who are you? I am an elder of the Light God Temple. He Yuan carried the silver-armored birdman and Long Wumi over to Lin Fei. Master, the mission is completed. He Yuan clapped his hands as if he had done a small matter. The silver-armored birdman and Long Wumi looked at this young man with a look of surprise. They were actually defeated, and it was by a subordinate of the other party. Sullen. Do you know who I am? I am an elder of the Light God Temple. We have a cosmos god protecting us. The silver-armored birdman coldly said. You better let us go and hand over Long Wumi. Lin Fei kicked the body of the silver-armored birdman. What is the Light God Temple? Long Wumi widened his eyes. He was startled and furious. You are actually working together with the Light God Temple? How dare you? The Thousand Victories Empire and the Light God Temple had always been enemies. Who would have thought that a prince would work together with an enemy? He could not help but be furious. Chapter 33:20. The Thousand Victories Empire changed its master once again. Now that the victorious army had been suppressed and Long Wumi had been taken down, the empire naturally had a new master. Long Wuhan became the new emperor. Lin Fei did not act from the start to the end. The power of the array in the imperial capital royal palace was merely used to frighten ordinary deities. If he met a cosmos god expert, he could easily break through it. Long Wuhan took over the position and immediately took control of Thousand Victories' army. He repaired the array of the imperial capital royal palace. Took a total of half a month. During this half a month, Lin Fei stayed in a palace. Senior Lin, the matter has been investigated clearly. Long Wuhan was wearing a dragon robe. He sat in front of Lin Fei and said respectfully. From that day onwards, Long Wuhan treated Lin Fei as a true senior, not daring to treat him as an equal. What a joke. Even the power of the imperial capital's array formation could not withstand the power of that subordinate's 3 palm strikes. Long Wuhan still had this bit of foresight. What was wrong with lowering his head? Furthermore, knowing a senior like Lin Fei made Long Wuhan smile even in his dreams. It could be said that without Lin Fei, there would not be the current him. This was something he was very clear about. Lin Fei was not interested in this. He did not say anything and let Long Wuhan speak. The current situation was as if Long Wuhan was reporting to Lin Fei. It seems that the Light Temple is very ambitious. They want to intervene in the Thousand Victories' great continent and plan ahead. Lin Fei heard the word ambitious. If not for Senior Lin's help, I'm afraid the Thousand Victories Empire would be controlled by the Light Temple. Long Wuhan sighed. Other than that, they want to build temples in the Thousand Victories' great continent to collect faith energy. This did not surprise Lin Fei at all. The Myriad Gods' great continent was a place to play with faith energy. If not for Lin Fei knowing about faith energy and allowing the system to convert it, he might also be staring at the Thousand Victories' great continent, comparable to the Light Temple. Thus, I am willing to attach the entire empire to Senior Lin Fei, and thus obtain Senior's protection. Long Wuhan stood up and extended a sincere invitation. Ever since Long Wuhan found out about the insider news, he had not been able to calm down. The neighboring Myriad Gods continent was not something the Thousand Victories continent could compare to. This neighbor was ridiculously strong. This time he had the help of Senior Lin Fei. But what if Senior Lin Fei wasn't here? Long Wuhan was not confident that she could repel the enemy. He would be the strongest existence in this area of the Imperial Palace. Once the distance between them increased, there would be nothing he could do. Relying on Lin Fei was something that Long Wuhan had considered for a long time. Rely on me? Lin Fei laughed. Dragon Wuhan's approach was quite agreeable. Although faith power could be converted into prestige, Lin Fei still had some thoughts about the Thousand Victories Empire. Why would he give up on an empire that could generate prestige? Long Wuhan's method was very much to Lin Fei's liking. This was a talent. Long Wuhan was on tenterhooks. Although he was an emperor, he knew that if he didn't rely on a powerful master now, his future would definitely not be any better. You are quite open-minded. Don't you regret it? Long Wuhan replied. I don't regret it. Without Senior Lin Fei's help, I am nothing now. These words were very sincere. I have the Thousand Victories Empire under my protection. Lin Fei laughed. Lin Fei would be a fool if he didn't accept the prestige that was offered to him on his own initiative. The overall strength of the Thousand Victories Empire wasn't weak, and it could be used as a barrier. I won't care about the matters of the empire, Lin Fei said. But you have to help me do something. Lin Fei stayed in the Thousand Victories Empire for a total of 3 months. 3 months wasn't a long time. The royal family of the Thousand Victories Empire had a large collection of ancient books. Lin Fei wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. He didn't go out for 3 months and spent all his time reading the ancient book collection left behind by the royal family. He learned more and more secrets, and his understanding of this broken world deepened. Back then, the Saint Spirit Great World was destroyed by the cosmos gods, forming the current broken world. The people in this broken world were like ants in the eyes of those from the great prefectures. People from that side rarely came to the broken world. As for this broken world, it was almost hard for them to pass through that region and enter the Star River Prefecture. Even if they could enter, they wouldn't have an easy time. Let's go. Lin Fei brought Black Yuan and left the Thousand Victories Empire. The stone steels for collecting prestige were all set up. What was left was to spread the news. Lin Fei believed that Long Wuhan wouldn't disappoint him. Thousand Victories Great Continent, the southernmost part of an ice-sealed world. Lin Fei and Black Yuan arrived at the ice-sealed world. The temperature here was very low. If a hierarch came here without a treasure that could resist the cold, it would be hard for him to move an inch. This place is indeed filled with danger. This is the tomb of a hierarch. Lin Fei killed an ice attribute beast that came out of the ice with a palm. It specialized in spitting out cold fog that could freeze one's chi and blood. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Hierarchs who aren't 9 stars basically don't have to come here. Black Yuan nodded. Most people can't pass through even if they know the route. This ice-sealed world is 50,000 kilometers long, and it isn't that easy to pass through. Lin Fei and Black Yuan were not ordinary people. The 50,000 kilometers of the ice-sealed world could not stop their footsteps at all. It had to be said that the ice-sealed world was extremely dangerous. There were spatial fissures everywhere, and the Yuan destruction energy was erupting everywhere. A moment of carelessness would result in death. Lin Fei and Black Yuan spent 5 days to pass through the 50,000 kilometers of the ice-sealed world. When they reached the final 5,000 kilometers, the cold air could form frost on Lin Fei's body. This was something that could not be done previously. The passage is here. Black Yuan found the passage beneath an ice mountain. It was unknown who opened this passage. It was about the size of a human and it traversed a huge mountain range. Lin Fei was quite looking forward to the myriad god Great Continent. There were more experts there than the Thousand Victories Empire. They cultivated the combat primordial spirit and were abnormally powerful. For this trip, Lin Fei had a very simple mission: to wreak havoc in the myriad god Great Continent and plunder large amounts of faith energy. The Cosmos God weapons obtained from the Forbidden Soul region of the Hopeless World Mountain could not be sold for a good price in the broken world. Lin Fei naturally wanted to go to the Star River Prefecture. Without sufficient prestige, he would not dare to go there easily. After all, he had killed someone from the Li clan. Lin Fei was not worried about wreaking havoc in the broken world. He still had 1.3 trillion prestige in the system. Even if a peak Cosmos God came, he would be killed with a single blade. In the broken world, it was still unknown if such a powerhouse existed. Lin Fei remained calm. He was not worried about any danger. For instance, he could go to the Light God Temple to collect a debt after going to the Myriad God Great Continent. They owed him a huge amount of faith energy. Lin Fei felt happy just thinking about it. Chapter 33:21. Myriad God Continent. The Myriad God mountain range was the most influential mountain range in the continent. It ran through the entire Myriad God continent. This mountain range was removed from the list because there were countless primordial soul mystic realms on the Myriad God mountain range. As long as one was lucky, one would have a chance of obtaining an inheritance. Even though countless experts died on the Myriad God mountain range every year, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of everyone. Experts who did not go to the Myriad God mountain range were all labeled as cowards. We're finally here. In a swampy area full of moisture, Lin Fei and He Yuan arrived at this great continent world, their bodies covered in frost. That's right. I never expected the temperature in the passageway to be so low. Even I nearly failed miserably. He Yuan laughed bitterly. Who would have thought that the temperature in the passageway would be so low? Fortunately, we made it. Lin Fei stood on the damp ground as the frost on his body rapidly melted. I think we've arrived at a swamp. In front of them was a swamp. The stench of decay constantly wafted over. They could vaguely see corpses floating on the blackened surface of the swamp. Clearly, this was not a good place. Let's leave this swamp first. Lin Fei was the first to fly out. He Yuan followed closely behind. Just as he flew up into the sky, an illusory world appeared. The palace was like the clouds, and a huge hand stretched out, pressing down on the sky above Lin Fei. A terrifying force pressed down. Damn, there's such a thing. Lin Fei punched out, landing a heavy blow on the palm. Thick power surged. The second palm followed closely. This palm was even bigger and enveloped the entire region. Master, this is a restriction seal. You can't use force. He Yuan warned loudly. The stronger the resistance, the stronger the attack. Lin Fei could indeed sense that the second palm was more powerful. Damn it! Lin Fei cursed inwardly as he quickly retreated. The sky above the swamp had been reduced to ruins by the palm. Lin Fei and He Yuan appeared in another place. Don't tell me we've arrived at a forbidden area. Lin Fei raised his head. The illusionary world and the palace had all disappeared. However, Lin Fei had personally experienced the changes in the swamp below. That palm strike had practically turned the swamp into ruins, leaving behind only sludge filled with a rotten smell. Hard to say. He Yuan looked around. However, one thing is for sure. We won't be able to fly in the sky for the time being. We have to leave by land. Lin Fei experienced the power of his attack just now. He hadn't reached his limit yet. If he hadn't taken the initiative to withdraw his power just now, perhaps an even stronger wave of attacks would have befallen him. Lin Fei really did not dare to make a move to break the great restriction in the sky. He only had 1.3 trillion reputation points left, and that was his final trump card. It was best not to use it in a place like this. Let's go out from the ground and observe along the way. Let's see where we are. The swamp was huge. The previous attack had only destroyed a small part of it, not even the tip of the iceberg. Lin Fei and He Yuan carefully flew above the swamp at a low altitude. Here it comes again. A divine power struck the surface of the lake in front of them. Long, winding rivers surged violently. This was not the first time they had encountered an attack. He Yuan easily dispelled the river's attack. I might have guessed where we are, He Yuan said after defeating the river with a palm strike. Lin Fei had never seen such a place before and mistook it for an essence soul mystic realm. These divine power attacks could be seen everywhere and were impossible to guard against. Even he was starting to get annoyed. What place is this? The Myriad God Mountain range of yesteryear, He Yuan said in a deep voice. I was fortunate to have heard of this place before. The Myriad God Mountain range is a place where many experts perished. After their deaths, their thoughts did not dissipate. They either became divine powers or formed essence soul mystic realms. We have really entered the Myriad God Mountain range. Lin Fei really did not know about the Myriad God Mountain range. Thinking about the Thousand Victories continent's icy world, even a top-notch ultimate god might not be able to withstand it. There was a natural barrier blocking the way, and no one could pass through it to reach the Myriad God continent. It was only normal for the Myriad God continent's entrance to be in the Myriad God Mountain range. Without a map or a guide, one might not be able to find the entrance even after walking for 1,000 years. It would be even more difficult to persevere for 1,000 years. We are going to be tired again. After finding out about the Myriad God Mountain range, Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. A few days later, He Yuan captured a team and obtained the information he wanted. This was really the Myriad God Mountain range. It was vast and they seemed to be in the depths. After confirming that they were in the Myriad God Mountain range, Lin Fei subsequently obtained a detailed map. Even though Mo Wuhua had provided him with the route, Lin Fei still had to study it again. Fortunately, Mo Wuhua's route was correct and did not hide anything. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this. After comparing the map, Lin Fei and He Yuan sped up and left the Myriad God Mountain range. As for the more dangerous regions of the Myriad God Mountain range, they used their reputation to exchange for the danger detection skill, which allowed them to easily avoid the dangerous regions. Lin Fei finally witnessed the power of the Myriad God Mountain range. It was a place that was completely like a special space. In addition to the divine powers and essence soul mystic realms, the ferocious beasts that lived in the mountain range were also augmented by divine powers. All of them had a great increase in strength and were incredibly powerful. Lin Fei and He Yuan encountered countless such ferocious beasts along the way. We're almost at the periphery. Standing on a high slope and looking down, they could vaguely see a huge city in the periphery of the mountain range. Above the city was a huge turtle that alternated between real and illusory. It was exceptionally eye-catching. This myriad god continent is different from what I imagined. Lin Fei looked at the big city. Let's not talk about anything else. Just that big city alone is much more difficult to break through than the Thousand Victories Empire. He Yuan nodded. That should be the totem protection. There was basically no danger in the periphery. They thought that they could leave at will. But when they reached the edge, a problem arose. What a trap! They had thought that they could enter and leave at will, but Lin Fei encountered a restriction that prevented him from doing so. There should be an exit nearby, He Yuan said. Lin Fei tried several times to no avail. He wanted to break through the restriction with brute force, but the restriction seemed more domineering than he had imagined. As such, he did not dare to break through it. It was not worth it. After searching for half a day, they finally found an exit. Stop right there. There was a building at the exit that looked like a small town. When Lin Fei and He Yuan walked into the town, they were immediately stopped. What are you doing? He Yuan asked expressionlessly. Could be considered a small town. A dozen ultimate gods rushed out from the entrance. When they appeared, Lin Fei frowned. Chapter 33:22. The divine venerable ones who rushed out were not very strong. Their abilities were between Tier 7 and Tier 8 divine venerable ones. They were more than enough to threaten ordinary people. However, it was not enough for Yixian and He Yuan. Many people in the town were standing far away. Another 2 rookies. They don't know that they have to pay a third of their loot after entering the 10,000 God Mountain range. There's a first time for everyone. The people of Brightness Town were used to this. The 10,000 God Mountain range was the most special place in the 10,000 Gods continent. It had always been divided up by the major forces of the 10,000 Gods continent. They had all opened entrances and exits to the 10,000 God Mountain range. These entrances and exits were all controlled by them. It was easy to enter, but one had to pay a certain fee to leave. Were Lin Fei and He Yuan rookies? They were not rookies at all. Hand over a third of your belongings. Of course you can choose not to. We'll have to do it ourselves. The divine venerable standing in front of them laughed. He did not seem to care about the 2 at all. Ha ha. They laughed out loud. Does this Brightness Town belong to the Temple of Light? Lin Fei suddenly asked them. The leader of the divine venerable one said proudly, since you know about the Temple of Light, hand over your belongings. Here, even the Emperor of Heaven can't do anything unless you're willing to offend the Temple of Light. In the 10,000 Gods continent, the Temple of Light was extremely influential. No one was willing to offend them. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fei laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? The divine venerable ones who spoke turned cold. They did not understand why he dared to laugh at the Temple of Light. Nothing, I just feel like I have some fate with the Temple of Light. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I can't believe we met in a place like this. Therefore, I officially announce that we're robbing you. The tables had turned too quickly. Just when everyone thought that the rookie was scared stiff, Lin Fei's words changed the nature of the situation. Robbery? Everyone present was collectively dumbfounded. What kind of joke was this? He actually dared to rob the Radiance Temple? Was he still dreaming? The Radiance Temple was an overlord-class force. In the Myriad Gods continent, a power that could cause an earthquake with a stomp of their feet actually dared to look down on them. There's something wrong with their brains. That was what everyone thought. How dare you rob us? The ultimate gods from Guangming Town laughed and looked at the 2 as if they were idiots. How dare he say something like that? Do it. Lin Fei smiled. Encountering a faction under the Radiant Temple had indeed exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. His original intention for this trip was to plunder the power of faith in the Myriad Gods continent. The most direct target was the Light Temple. Since they had met, they might as well make a move. Once Black Yuan's combat primordial spirit was unleashed, the shadows of his fists were like mountains. With each mountain and punch, the godly venerable experts in front of him were all sent flying. When they landed on the ground, they created a huge crater and were completely dead. Using cosmos gods to deal with deities was like using an anti-aircraft cannon to kill a mosquito. The people of Brightness Town were all dumbfounded. They subconsciously rubbed their eyes, unable to believe the scene in front of them. Why would they dare to act? That is an existence representing the Light Temple. In the Myriad Gods continent, no one dared to offend an overlord. But now there were actually 2 rookies who dared to act against the Light Temple. Just thinking about it was hard to believe. Black Yuan killed the ultimate god in front of him with a single move. After that, he killed his way into Brightness Town alone. Anyone with a light aura was killed along the way. A grade 9 ultimate god overseeing the place was beaten to death the moment he showed his head. For a moment the Brightness Town was quiet. Black Yuan soon returned. Master, this is the faith energy we have collected, as well as some divine abilities and other items. Black Yuan faithfully completed his mission, bringing back faith energy and some valuable treasures. Yixian casually swept through the items. Yixian glanced at them casually. The power of faith that he liked the most was worth more than 50 million. As for those treasures, they were all magic techniques that could be sold at a high price. I'll have to trouble everyone present to inform the Light Temple that the debt collectors are here. Hurry up and prepare. Lin Fei brought Black Yuan and left Brightness Town. The news of what happened in Brightness Town spread quickly. It can't be. Who did this? How dare they? Good kill. I wonder which side is the hero of this battle. This is the way to deal with the Light Temple. What? They're here to collect debts? Aren't they afraid of being destroyed by the Light Temple? Within the Myriad Gods mountain range, all the overlord forces knew about the news. Other than shock, there was more shock. This was a direct provocation. And it was the Light Temple, the overlord force. Hearing that the 2 had stayed behind to collect debts, no one believed that they would succeed. The Light Temple's counterattack was terrifying. No matter what force the 2 had behind them, once they were targeted by the Light Temple, they were destined to meet a terrible end. Soon everyone stopped paying attention to them. The city closest to Brightness Town was the first to receive the news. It was a city controlled by the Light Temple. Light Town has been robbed? This city was called Wanshan City, and it belonged to the Light Temple. Brightness Town was responsible for Wanshan City. After City Lord Wan Yen received the news, he immediately summoned his trusted subordinates. His good mood immediately turned sour. To think that someone would come to cause trouble. They must be tired of living. They just left Brightness Town and are still in this area. Let's immediately arrange for people to capture them. A black-armored divine venerable said. Let's spread the news that whoever captures them will be heavily rewarded by the Light Temple. I think everyone will be happy to capture them. In this area, the Light Temple had a great influence. No one in the surrounding cities dared to not give them face. Then let's do it. Wan Yin agreed with this method. We must keep them alive. I want to know which force ordered them to do this. From City Lord Wan Yan's point of view, not everyone had the guts to attack Brightness Town of the Myriad Gods mountain range. There must be someone behind this matter who was behind it. City Lord Wan Yen did not want to lose any clues and cause the higher-ups to have a bad impression of him. If that happened, it would be difficult for him to maintain his position. Although he was a city lord, the internal competition was also very fierce. Wan Yen had no choice but to be careful. If he was not careful, it could lead to big trouble. News spread from Myriad Mountains City. The surrounding cities also received the news immediately. The capture of 2 rookies began with a bang. Yixian and He Yuan did not hide their appearances at all. Therefore, images of the 2 quickly spread. Everyone could recognize them at a glance. Not long after they left, Yixian and He Yuan were surrounded. The Myriad Gods mountain range was a special place. The overlord forces all built large cities here. This area was very lively. News of any disturbance would immediately spread. City Lord Wan Yen of Wanshan City spread the news, and people were immediately tempted. Chapter 33-23. So fast. Not far away, they were surrounded by a group of godly venerables. The moment they arrived, they displayed their combat primordial spirit. With 3 heads and 6 arms, they attacked Black Yuan and Black Yuan mercilessly. He Yuan did not place these attacks in his eyes. He charged forward and started killing, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. At the same time, He left one alive and interrogated him for information. The influence of the Light God Temple is indeed huge. A single word from that city master made all these experts come. Lin Fei knew the reason. They were wanted by the Light God Temple. Their actions were so fast that they did not even require the Light God Temple to mobilize experts. Their influence in the myriad God Great Continent was indeed extraordinary. Master, should we kill our way over? He Yuan did not care about these ants. He would kill as many of them as they came. That city master Wan Yen has released the news. It would be a pity if we don't meet him. Lin Fei really wanted to thank that city master for helping him spread the news. This was a way to gain prestige. He could also earn some money at the same time. Let's go to Myriad Mountain City. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. The moment He Yuan heard this, he knew that city master Wan Yen of Myriad Mountain City was unlucky. Having followed this Lin Fei for a period, He Yuan was clear that this master of his was someone who meant what he said. His personal strength was so tyrannical that even 10 of him would not be his opponent. Even peak cosmos gods were killed. Even now, He Yuan could not figure out what was going on with that mysterious technique. Lin Fei and He Yuan did not hide their whereabouts. The news spread extremely fast. It's them. Ha ha, we're rich. 2 rookies dare to offend the Light God Temple. I wonder who gave you the guts. You can't escape. Just surrender. Groups of people surrounded them. Everyone wanted to capture these 2 so that they could leave a good impression on City Master Wan Yen. But they underestimated the strength of their opponents. Don't kill us. We're willing to hand over our faith energy. This is a misunderstanding. We'll give it to you. Here's our faith energy. We're only asking for our lives. We were lured by others. These people charged over excitedly, yet they were suppressed the moment they met. Lin Fei suggested using the power of faith to atone for his sins. None of the defeated ultimate gods dared to say anything. They obediently took out their power of faith. As for those who disobeyed, they were directly turned into ashes. After a while, no one dared to resist. Those ultimate gods who handed over the power of faith could finally rest assured. One by one, they turned around and ran away, too ashamed to stay any longer. The people who came later naturally did not know about this. Those godly venerables who were forced to hand over the power of faith did not dare to say anything. If they were unlucky, they could not wait for others to be unlucky too. These people were innocently tricked and followed in their footsteps. Along the way, Lin Fei's face was always brimming with smiles. This kind of robbery is really efficient. Ever since he left the Myriad God Mountain Range, Lin Fei had obtained 70 million power of faith. If converted to reputation, it was a huge number. Keep it up. On the way to Wanshan City, Lin Fei had robbed countless people. At the beginning, there were waves and waves of people coming. There was almost no free time. However, the closer they got to Wanshan City, the fewer people who came to capture them. Among those who were robbed, there were always some good people. They spread the news. Those who were ready to take action were completely dumbfounded. After learning about it through their friends, they were all so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. City Lord Wanyan is cheating us. That's the great demon king. So many people went, but they were all robbed. What's his background? I'm not going. I'm definitely not going. The ultimate gods who received the news could not stop wiping their sweat. It was a huge trap. Whoever went would be unlucky. Among those ultimate gods who went to capture those 2 rookies, there were some who were quite wealthy. However, they were all penniless overnight. It's them. They don't look that old. How can they be so terrifying? Who knows? I guess we'll have to send a top-level ultimate god. On the way to Wanshan City, a group of people followed behind Lin Fei and He Yuan. Those people were there to watch the show. They did not dare to get too close. There were more than 500 people whose assets had been plundered by these 2 fellows. All of them were teams of a few people, and there were even teams of dozens of people. However, they were all defeated by those 2 without exception. They've learned to be smart. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. He was not willing to give up. Indirectly, he had also gained some prestige. Although it was not much at the moment, it was still better than nothing. More and more people came to watch. Behind them there was a huge crowd. After knowing that those 2 did not do anything to them, they called their friends over to join in the fun. From the current route, these people could guess one thing, and that was that the destination of the two seemed to be Myriad Mountain City, a large city controlled by the Light Temple. Are they crazy? So direct? Are you courting death? City Lord Wanyan is a top-level ultimate god who can also summon totem power. No one was optimistic about those two. Of all people, they had to fight Wanshan City and the Divine Light Temple. No one in the Myriad Gods continent had the guts to do that. At the same time, in the City Lord's residence of Wanshan City, they're really bold. Do they really think they can attack our Wanshan City just by dealing with a few small fries? City Lord Wanyan could not help but laugh sarcastically when he heard the news. City Lord, we'll take care of them when they come. Wanshan City can kill them in a matter of minutes. The higher-ups of Wanshan City did not care about that matter. Anyone who dared to challenge Wanshan City's status would have to pay a price. Lin Fei and He Yuan quickly approached Wanshan City with their speed. Behind them, there were more than a few thousand people who came to watch the show. Gradually, there were close to 10,000 people. As it was close to the Myriad God mountain range, there was a large population. Everyone was excited when they heard that someone was going to provoke Wanshan City, and did not want to miss such a good opportunity. That's Wanshan City. Wanshan City was located in another big mountain range. The mountains behind it were like a forest, grand and majestic. In the sky above Wanshan City, there was a faintly discernible angel. He was sacred and flawless, looking down on all living beings. He Birdman Totem. Lin Fei chuckled. The Divine Light Temple is indeed unique. Just this arrangement alone is enough to prevent non-cosmos gods from breaking through Wanshan City. He Yuan was disdainful. Chapter 33-24. The Myriad God Continents cities were much stronger than the Thousand Victories Continents cities. For example, Myriad Mountain City in front of him. Lin Fei knew what was going on at a glance. The cities of the Thousand Victories continent could not be compared. They were not on the same level. I can definitely harvest a lot of faith power in such a big city. Looking at Myriad Mountain City, Lin Fei smiled in his heart. The stronger the cities of the Myriad God continent were, the more Lin Fei liked them. He did not know who to attack, but the Divine Radiance Temple jumped out first. It could only be said that the Divine Radiance Temple was unlucky. If he did not bully them, who would he bully? Lin Fei had no qualms about making a move. Myriad Mountain City had long activated its array. That's them. Capture them. City Lord Wanyan personally came out and stood on the city walls. A bounty could have settled the matter, but in the end, nothing was done. This made City Lord Wanyan very uncomfortable. Just two fellows had caused such a ruckus. Myriad Mountain City had no place to put its face. For example, City Lord Wanyan believed that many other city lords were watching this scene. If they could not stop the other party at their doorstep, they would really become a big joke. Knowing that the other party was heading for Myriad Mountain City, City Lord Wanyan mobilized experts and waited. With a command, a team rushed out. A joint attack secret technique, raging waves, and several streams of light attacked. Their combat power instantly skyrocketed. The Myriad Mountain battle team is indeed powerful. Who said it wasn't? Any one of them can suppress an expert. Those two fellows are going to be in trouble. It's best to capture them. I've been robbed of one. 7 million faith power. Tycoon. The godly venerable experts who followed behind were all eager for those two fellows to be in trouble. They were all victims. He Yuan made his move. Without needing Lin Fei to say anything, He Yuan knew what to do. He activated his combat primordial spirit. He raised his hand and a great world came crashing down. Thud thud thud. One by one, the godly venerable experts fell and smashed into the ground, turning into a pile of mud. If you want to deal with my master, you'll have to get past me first. He Yuan killed the Myriad Mountain City team with one palm, and then slapped the sky above Myriad Mountain City. Impudent. City Lord Wanyan's face darkened. The angelic shadow above Wanshan City automatically retaliated. Its wings were like blades as they sliced at He Yuan's palm. Who is that person? So powerful. How domineering. He actually dared to attack Wanshan City. He's very bold, but he forgot that Wanshan City has the angel totem. He's moving. He's moving. City Lord Wan Yen also thought that the other party was courting death. The angel totem, that was the reputation of the Temple of Light, and it always had an extremely high deterrent force. No matter who attacked Wanshan City, they would not be able to escape the counterattack of the angel totem. City Lord Wan Yen was very confident that no matter who it was, they would not be able to act presumptuously here. The attack from the angel totem was unable to blast He Yuan's palm away. There was a loud rumbling sound. A huge force seeped into Wanshan City. The ultimate god standing on the city wall fell down one by one. Their faces were filled with horror. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Even the angel totem couldn't break his attack. At least 9 stars peak ultimate god. The ultimate gods in Wanshan City felt uneasy. He Yuan acted once again. This time the force was stronger than before. A huge world pressed down on Wanshan City. The angel totem retaliated once again, slashing down on the world. How could the world of a cosmos god be broken so easily? A loud sound reverberated. The entire Myriad Mountain City shook. Many cracks appeared on the buildings. He Yuan took advantage of the moment a gap appeared in the array of Myriad Mountain City. With a so, he charged into the city and sent another world crashing down. This time, City Lord Wan Yen and the others were dumbfounded. Pung pung pung. A world came crashing down. The huge Myriad Mountain City was instantly littered with corpses. A mere big city dares to act against my master? I shall give you the courage to do so. He Yuan was a cosmos god. With a sneer, he extended his hand and took out a cosmos god weapon before splitting the angel apart. Under the control of He Yuan's energy, the angel totem of Myriad Mountain City could not resist. The spectators outside were momentarily dumbfounded. Dumbfounded. I didn't see wrongly, right? That person has charged in. That's the Myriad Mountain City. In the past, more than a dozen apex gods and 7 or 8-star experts could not kill their way in. But now, am I seeing things? The Myriad Mountain City Lord was beaten to the point of vomiting blood in a single move. The angel totem could not even withstand a single blade from the other party. This is a peak expert. Too frightening. Seeing this scene, everyone present inhaled a breath of cold air. They wiped their sweat continuously. Those who had any ideas immediately gave up on it. Fortunately, they did not go. This was the common thought of everyone. The Myriad Mountain City is doomed. That's right, it's really doomed. He did not even place the light temple in his eyes. He Yuan was like an unparalleled war god as he descended into the Myriad Mountain City. His act of sending the angel totem flying with a single blade had undoubtedly shocked everyone. Nobody dared to act. Those who kneel will not be killed. The moment He Yuan said this, the huge Myriad Mountain City was filled with people kneeling down. At this moment, as long as one was not a fool, they would know one thing. The person in front of them could easily split the angel totem. What could the entire Myriad Mountain City use to fight against him? He Yuan rushed all the way into the city lord's residence and took control of the formation. How could that little bit of defense withstand He Yuan's attack? He was invincible. Lin Fei landed on the Myriad Mountain City with a smile. Something big has happened. Myriad Mountain City has been taken over. 2 ruthless people have taken over Myriad Mountain City. Something big, something big. Myriad Mountain City has changed owners. Those who were observing the situation immediately spread the news after coming back to their senses. In an instant, the news was everywhere. The large cities near the Myriad Mountain range were also the first to know. When they heard about it, they were all dumbfounded and did not know what to say. How could Myriad Mountain City be breached? It was guarded by the angel totem. Very soon, the recording stones of the scene fell into the eyes of many people. They would not have known if they had not seen it, but when they saw it, they were shocked. Myriad Mountain City had been activated, but someone had easily broken into it. What kind of situation was this? Who could so easily break into a large formation with a totem? The most unbelievable thing was that his angel totem could not even withstand a single blade strike from that person and had been sent flying. Just how powerful was that? When the city lords saw this, they realized one thing. Something big was going to happen. How terrifying was a person who could easily break through the defenses of a large city? What if he came to their large city? They shuddered. Everyone began to investigate the origins of these 2 people. Chapter 33-25. Wanshan City. The entire city was in a state of panic. Lin Fei had taken control of Wanshan City, but he had not opened the array formation. Therefore, the people in the city could not leave and could only stay there obediently. I'm rich. The first big city that he had conquered was more than Lin Fei had expected. In the city lord's treasure vault, Lin Fei saw many God of Faith cards, each of which contained 100 million power of faith. There were a total of 20 such cards, which was equivalent to 2 billion power of faith. He Yuan had turned the city lord's residence upside down, and could not hide any hidden places. He was very dissatisfied with finding 2 billion power of faith. After City Lord Wan Yen had been severely injured, he had been tossed aside like a piece of trash. Without needing He Yuan to say anything, City Lord Wan Yen confessed that there was not much power of faith here. Once it reached a certain amount, it would be sent out immediately. These 2 billion power of faith had been accumulated for a long time. Obviously, Lin Fei was not satisfied with this explanation. After all, it was a big city. It was unreasonable to have only 2 billion power of faith. Seems like you're useless. There's no point in keeping you alive. Lin Fei was prepared to deal with City Lord Wan Yen. Wait, don't kill me. I can help you get more power of faith. City Lord Wan Yen gave up his dignity in the face of death. He just wanted to live. You can do it? Lin Fei glanced at City Lord Wan Yen. I can do it. City Lord Wan Yen nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Although the City Lord's residence has no more power of faith, the forces in Wanshan City all have it. As long as I show up, they will not dare to refuse my request even if they have 100 guts. Not bad, not bad. You will be in charge of this matter. If you do it well, you can live. Lin Fei quite liked this kind of petty person. He did not need to do anything himself and he could do it well. Just as City Lord Wan Yen had said. He personally went to visit each of them, accompanied by He Yuan. The first thing he asked for was 90% of the power of faith. If they didn't give them the power of faith, they would be annihilated. In order to survive, City Lord Wan Yen was ready to risk everything. Even if these forces had a very high status in the Light Temple, or even had a big backer, he chose to ignore them all. Extortion, more extortion. There were many factions in Myriad Mountain City. In the beginning, there were a few who were unwilling to hand over the power of faith. In the end, City Lord Wan Yen took action and suppressed them. After that, they were all convinced. In just one day, the entire Wanshan City was filled with wailing. Everywhere City Lord Wan Yen went, he collected a large amount of faith power. Anyone with some wealth would be found, and if they didn't hand over their faith power, they would be killed. No one dared to voice their anger. Not to mention City Lord Wan Yen, just that fellow with a dark face could casually send the angel totem flying. Who would dare to be his enemy? Senior, this is the power of faith that they voluntarily handed over. City Lord Wan Yen took out a God Faith card to flatter him. A total of 5 billion power of faith. Lin Fei smiled happily. He took the initiative to pat City Lord Wan Yan's shoulder. Good job. Collecting 5 billion power of faith. To be honest, Lin Fei was very happy. The City Lord Palace had only found 2 billion power of faith, but the factions in the city had collected 5 billion power of faith. This number made Lin Fei smile in his heart. 7 billion power of faith could be exchanged for a huge amount of prestige. This is what I should do. City Lord Wan Yen secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he didn't need to die for the time being. This feeling of being alive was very good. Senior, if you want the power of faith, it's actually not that difficult. City Lord Wan Yen didn't know what the other party's personality was, but if he wanted to continue living, he had to show that he was working hard. For example, offering an idea. You have an idea? City Lord Wan Yen nodded. I know a few big cities nearby, and they have a lot of power of faith. If Senior personally goes there, you don't even need to go in. I believe they will take the initiative to hand it over. He had obtained 7 billion power of faith from Wanshan City. Such a huge number had already attracted the attention of the surrounding big cities. Since he was going to plunder a large amount of power of faith from Wanshan continent, Lin Fei had to ensure that his strength would not be affected. This also required a huge amount of prestige as a foundation. Without City Lord Wan Yan's reminder, Lin Fei had already planned to do so. He would make a big fuss. In the end it would spread. When the time came, Lin Fei didn't need to do anything. He believed that those people would be very happy to give him a huge amount of power of faith. This matter is not urgent. Lin Fei smiled. Tell me, if Wanshan City is attacked, what do you think the Temple of Light will do? City Lord Wan Yen thought for a while and said, Wanshan City is not a very big city in the Temple of Light, and its influence is not significant. When they find out, they will probably send a few 9 stars peak ultimate gods. Lin Fei was not worried about who they would send, as the result would be the same anyway. He would deal with as many as they came. Ever since Wanshan City was attacked, the surrounding atmosphere had become oppressive. The 2 people who attacked Wanshan City had not come out of the city. The formation was still active and no one knew what they were up to. However, it was not a good thing for the big cities in the surrounding areas, because until now, no one had figured out the origins of those 2 people. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air. Mysterious, very mysterious. Therefore, no one could rest assured that such people did not leave. In particular, there was news recently that Wanshan City had been looted. The city lord's mansion was looted. The major forces in the city were also looted and suffered heavy losses. No one could remain calm when the news came out. Even though the other party did not want treasures and only wanted power of faith, 90% of their wealth would be lost if they were targeted. No one could sit still. In fact, there were even some powers who were pondering whether or not they should leave the big city. This place was too dangerous. If the heavenly killer were to come knocking on their doors, who could stop him? It seemed that no one could stop them. Until now, they had not figured out how the other party broke through the formation's defense. Senior, they are here. They have sent me a message. City Lord Wan Yen had been on tenterhooks these few days. He was afraid that he would be punched to death one day. When the other party sent the news, he immediately reported it. Not reporting. City Lord Wan Yen did not dare to do so. If the other party became angry, he would not know how he died. Such speed. Lin Fei chuckled. It had been 10 days since he occupied Wanshan City. During these 10 days, he had been understanding the situation of the myriad god great continent. After understanding it, he did not dare to underestimate the myriad god great continent. This great continent was more than 10 times stronger than the Thousand Victories great continent. It had cosmos god totems protecting it. As for whether there were any living cosmos gods protecting it, that was unknown. Chapter 33:26. In the direction of the Myriad God Mountain Range, a group of people came from the Temple of Light. Their leader was a gray-robed elder. He was an elder of the Temple of Light Shirpashan. When Shirpashan heard that Wanshan City had been taken over, especially by 2 people, Shirpashan cursed on the spot. How could City Lord Wan Yen be the city lord? After that, the families and forces of Wanshan City were extorted by City Lord Wan Yen. Shirpashan had the intention to kill when he heard this. In Wanshan City, Shirpashan's family was in the city. When the news came back as the head of the family, he hated City Lord Wan Yen and the other 2 guys. Shirpashan really wanted to ask City Lord Wan Yen, who gave him the courage to take the lead in extorting the clans in the city, and now the city was filled with complaints. Therefore, he personally came with his people. If this matter was not resolved, the Temple of Light would become a joke. Elder Shur, we are about to reach Wanshan City. There is news from inside that those 2 people are still in the City Lord's residence. City Lord Wan Yen has become their lackey and is constantly fawning on them. A confidant came to report. Shirpashan's killing intent was cold. When we take back Wanshan City, the first thing we will deal with is that bastard Wan Yen. As for those 2 guys, I will skin them alive. No matter who is behind them, they will not be able to withstand the anger of the Temple of Light. Is that so? A cold snort came from the sky. Immediately, a huge world came crashing down. Be careful. The voice suddenly stopped. A figure appeared. It was Heiyuan, his eyes cold. Who do you think you are? You only brought a little more than 20 people. Do you really think you are something? A powerful elder from the Temple of Light came along with more than 100 subordinates. They were all elites of the Temple of Light. As soon as this force appeared, everyone knew. Everyone had been paying close attention. However, before this group of people could reach Wanshan City, they were suppressed by a huge world. More than 100 elites were directly annihilated. Gone. That Shirpashan is an elder. In the Temple of Light, he has the strength of a 9 stars top-level ultimate god. But he was killed in one move. Is there a peak ultimate god among those two guys? Peak ultimate god. What a terrifying method. Shirpashan is still an elder with quite a reputation. Yet he has been utterly defeated. The City Lord level characters who were paying attention couldn't remain calm. This was not a good result. Wan Yan, you old thing, you dare betray the Light Temple? In the City Lord's mansion, Shirpashan's power was sealed, and he was thrown in front of Lin Fei. When this person saw City Lord Wan Yan, his eyes turned red. He glared at him and scolded him. Shirpashan didn't expect that he would become a prisoner before he even saw the person. This was different from what he had imagined. Governor Wan Yan had become thick-skinned in such a short period of time, further proving that he had foresight. That was a 9 stars peak ultimate god. Yet he took him down without making any noise. This method was truly shocking. Shirpashan, don't mention the Temple of Light. They let me be the city lord, but in this big city, who would take me seriously? It's all because of the will of your elders. City Lord Wan Yan also threw caution to the wind. At this point there was no turning back. City Lord Wan Yan very honestly stood on Lin Fei's side. Lin Fei looked at Shirpashan with a smile. Wan, I'll leave this person to you. I still need him in a few days, don't kill him. If he dies, I'll kill you immediately. City Lord Wan Yan was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. A small elder Lin Fei didn't care. I'll leave him to you, but there's something I need you to do. I hope you won't let me down. Lin Fei said. Sir, please instruct me. City Lord Wan Yan cupped his hands. The last time I was wanted by you, I remember being chased by a lot of people. I am a person who holds a grudge the most. Lin Fei looked at City Lord Wan Yan. I think you should know what to do. City Lord Wan Yan quivered and nodded. Sir, I understand. I promise to do it properly. However, I need Sir Black to accompany me. I'm a lowly person. I'm afraid they won't give me face. No problem. Lin Fei smiled. Blackrock City, the closest city to Myriad Mountain City. In the City Lord's mansion, the Blackrock City Lord was enjoying a song and dance. Recently, as a neighbor of Myriad Mountain City, the Blackrock City Lord was under a lot of pressure. He called someone to dance for him to relieve his worries. City Lord, something bad has happened. A subordinate hurriedly ran in, his forehead full of cold sweat. The Blackrock City Lord's face darkened. Who let you in? City Lord, Myriad Mountain City's City Lord Wan Yan has brought experts here. He said that he's here to collect a debt. He said that if you don't go out, he'll attack the city. The higher-ups who were enjoying the song and dance could no longer sit still. They were panicking. Why are they here? This doesn't make sense. The Blackrock City Lord was completely stunned. That was a killing machine. They're out. Outside Blackrock City, City Lord Wan Yan felt extremely domineering. This kind of thing was unimaginable in the past. Awe-inspiring, truly awe-inspiring. Brother Wan, what are you doing? The Blackrock City Lord hurriedly came out. Although there were only 2 people outside, the Blackrock City Lord did not have the slightest bit of confidence because the expressionless person standing next to him was the scariest. A peak hierarch expert. I didn't do anything. I just came with a password from Master. I hope Blackrock City Lord will listen to it. City Lord Evershine said in a businesslike manner. Password. The Blackrock City Lord's heart skipped a beat. The situation was not good. If it was possible, the Blackrock City Lord really did not want to see the other party. Brother Wan, speak, I'm listening. The Blackrock City Lord did not have any imposing manner of a city lord at all. My lord was chased by your Blackrock City previously, which made him very angry. City Lord Wan Yan said indifferently. So, he asked me to come and attack your Blackrock City. However, under my persuasion, Lord said that it's fine if you don't attack Blackrock City, but you have to hand over 6 billion faith energy within an hour. The Blackrock City Lord's heart sank. This was bad news falling from the sky. What to do? 6 billion faith energy in an hour. The higher-ups behind the Blackrock City Lord had a change of expression. The thing that they were most worried about had finally happened. Brother Juan, 6 billion faith energy is too much. The Blackrock City Lord cried. Can it be a little less? Attack? The Blackrock City Lord did not have that thought. City Lord Wan Yin said, I don't have a choice. Who in your city wants to kill my lord? This is the best choice. If you don't hand it over in 2 hours, Lord He will personally take action. He Yuan's expressionless face instantly gave them a huge pressure. Brother Juan, let's discuss this first. The Blackrock City Lord called for the higher-ups to discuss. Either they give the faith energy, or the city will be attacked. Chapter 33:27. Myriad God Mountain Range. Recently there was a huge matter spreading in this region. Have you heard? The Crimson Star City has been targeted too. They have handed over 5 billion faith energy. That Myriad Yen City Master is a good for nothing. That's right. Who said otherwise? According to what I know, the nearby cities have all been robbed. According to hearsay, the faith energy involved exceeds 60 billion. That is too crazy. Doesn't that fellow know the consequences of doing so? In many restaurants everyone was talking about this matter. The dozen cities included various deity race superpowers. It was fine if they robbed the Light God Temple, but why did they include everyone? Furthermore, no one could find a reason to refute that excuse. During this period, 2 cities tried to resist, yet they were destroyed by that Lord Black alone. The city masters were killed too, and their corpses were hung in the sky above the cities. After that, no one dared to say anything. They could only swallow their anger. Wasn't it just faith energy? They could just hand it over. Compared to death, this loss was nothing. They could earn it back. Lin Fei was in a good mood during the recent few days. City Lord Wan Yin was very good at doing things. He extorted all of the surrounding 13 cities for the same reason. Adding on the city lords who were not convinced, after a round of beating, everyone gave up and obediently handed over their faith energy. 72 billion power of faith. This was the faith energy that he collected. As for what those superpowers behind him would think, Lin Fei did not care at all. I'll first convert 50 billion of the faith energy. The remaining 100 billion might seem quite a lot, but to Lin Fei it was not something he could guarantee. After converting 50 billion faith energy, his reputation began exploding. 2 trillion, 3 trillion, 4 trillion. Every time his reputation broke through, Lin Fei would be grinning from ear to ear. 630 billion. The number of his reputation soon stopped. Faith energy is indeed better than just collecting the reputation. Lin Fei grinned. With this 600 billion, even if a peak cosmos god came, he would die within 3 blades. This is the source of my confidence. Originally, Lin Fei did not have much confidence in the bottom of his heart. But now it was different. The Myriad Gods continent was the best place the heavens had given him. My reputation has increased greatly. It's time for me to leave this place. Lin Fei was prepared to leave Myriad Mountain City to see the true Myriad God continent. Master, there are a lot of people outside. They should be from the forces behind us. He Yuan came in to report. Lin Fei had been immersed in his prestige and naturally did not notice the situation outside Wanshan City. With a sweep of his divine sense, there were indeed many people outside, all of them exuding a tyrannical aura. Among them, there was the aura of an old acquaintance of the Light Temple. You came just in time. Lin Fei was all smiles. Just now, with a glance, these people seemed to have great backgrounds. I just used up a large amount of power of faith. They really came at the right time. He Yuan observed a moment of silence for them. The people outside were going to be out of luck. Outside Wanshan City, wave after wave of people gathered together. These people were all celestial races from the Myriad Gods continent. Every celestial race had great influence, and at this moment, more than one celestial race had appeared. Wan Yin opened the array formation immediately. On top of the city wall, City Lord Wan Yin looked calm, ignoring the other party's words. I'm sorry, Lord won't open the array formation. If you want to come in, you can fight your way in. I believe you can do it. With such a powerful backer around, City Lord Wan Yin knew how to seize the opportunity. After extorting 13 cities, City Lord Wan Yin knew that once he lost his backer, he would definitely die. Moreover, it would be the kind of death that would result in him dying 100 times over. That was tens of billions of power of faith. City Lord Wan Yan's entire fortune had barely exceeded 100 million power of faith, and he had used all sorts of methods to obtain it. Outside the city wall, the 3 elders of the Light Temple were furious. "Wan Yin, you traitor!" One of the white-browed elders shouted. "You should know the consequences of being a traitor. Open the array formation immediately, and I can spare your life." Everyone was very surprised to hear City Lord Wan Yin ignore the 3 elders of the Light Temple. Was that mysterious guy really that powerful? Was it worth it for City Lord Wan Yin to fall out with the Light Temple? This seemed too unwise. They can do whatever they want. We just want that guy to return our power of faith. That's right, our power of faith is not that easy to take. Do they really think we're fat sheep? Groups of 3 to 5 people stared at Myriad Mountain City. "They're here, it's that guy. I heard that he's teaching Lord He." "Right, that mysterious young man is their leader." City Lord Wan Yin really has a problem with his head. No matter how strong they are, how can they be a match for the Light Temple? Watch carefully, they're going to be in trouble soon. Once the elders of the Light Temple attack, not everyone can stop them. Lin Fei landed on top of the city wall with He Yuan. "Young man, you're the one who occupied Myriad Mountain City and captured an elder of the Light Temple. Who gave you the courage to do this?" The white-browed elder's eyes were cold, as if he was judging a dead man. He quickly searched his mind, but could not find any information about this person. "Yes, it's me." Lin Fei smiled. "It's your Light Temple's fault for offending me." "Right, and you celestial clans, are you all here to cause trouble for me?" "Kid, you talk big. Hand over the power of faith you stole and break one of your arms, and we can pretend that nothing happened. No one can get away with robbing our celestial wolf celestial clan. We're from the 3-eyed celestial clan. Hand over the power of faith and come with us. Tell us the force behind you. It's not that simple to kill our city lord. The force behind you must pay the price in blood." One by one, the great celestial clans spoke. Their goal was simple. Either hand over the power of faith or accept punishment. If they did not do something after their power of faith was stolen by someone alone, they would become a complete joke. They had to hand over an explanation today. As for that Lord He, he was very strong. They had also brought experts with them, peak ultimate god experts. As a great celestial clan, it was not difficult for them to bring out 1 or 2 of them. Lin Fei said to City Lord Wan Yin. "Are they very famous?" City Lord Wan Yin immediately said. "The great celestial clans here are all very influential. Those who came today are all reputable people. There are also 13 peak ultimate god experts. No, it's 16. The 3 from the Light Temple are also peak ultimate gods." The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled into a smile. "They're all big fish. I can probably exchange them for a lot of power of faith." He did not hide his words from everyone, so they heard him clearly. "How dare you capture us? Kid, come out. Let me see what makes you think you can capture me." Chapter 33-28. Myriad Mountain City. A total of 13 major clans had come, and every single one of them had great influence. The famous Divine Light Temple was not one of them. When they saw the young man standing on the wall, the major clans present all had different expressions. Some were angry, some were curious, and some were in disbelief. The person who came seemed too young. Such a person had caused such a huge commotion near the Myriad God Mountain range of the Myriad God continent, extorting tens of billions of prestige points from 13 major cities. No matter what, they could not take it lying down. When they heard what the other party said, they felt even more uncomfortable. He was completely looking down on them. The 13 major clans outside, together with the experts from the Divine Light Temple, numbered more than 100 people. Thick auras shot into the sky and they looked menacing. "You want to fight with me? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish," Lin Fei said with a smile. He did not care about the people outside. City Lord Wan Yin knew that Lord Lin was very powerful, but none of the 13 major clans outside were easy to deal with. His heart skipped a beat. Only He Yuan looked indifferent, as though he was looking at a bunch of trash. Did he really come out? They were just saying it. With the protection of the city's array formation, no fool would rush out to fight with them. Even a peak godly venerable would not be able to stop 100 people. He's really bold. He'll regret it later. No one has ever looked down on us. The people outside were already eager to try. As long as the other party came out, he would not be able to return to Myriad Mountain City. They all knew that the young man was the leader. Once they took him down, no matter what background he had, he would be in trouble. No one could steal something from them and still get away with it. Lin Fei passed through the array formation and arrived outside Myriad Mountain City. "Kid, you're finally willing to come out." The moment Lin Fei left the array formation, a huge hand came down from the sky, not giving him a chance to escape. Haha! Lin Fei shot into the sky. With a puff, his hand was pierced and blood gushed out. In that charge just now, Lin Fei had turned into a nail. The person who attacked was unlucky, and one of his hands was crippled. Who else? Let's continue. I'm pretty free these days anyway. Lin Fei smiled faintly. The one who attacked was an elder of the Heavenly Spirit God clan. At this moment, this elder of the Heavenly Spirit God race had a pained look on his face. His palms were filled with cracks, as though they were on the verge of shattering. The scariest thing was that the cracks had spread up, covering a third of his body. Was it scary? Of course it was terrifying. Lin Fei easily broke apart the attack of the Heavenly Spirit God clan elder. The fleshy body of a cosmos god was not something anyone could grasp. It was no different from smashing an egg against a rock. The Heavenly Spirit God race actually failed. Peak Ultimate God. He's definitely a peak Ultimate God. Take him down. We'll definitely be able to find out who's behind this. The elder of the Heavenly Spirit God clan gave up. The other party's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. If they were to go all out, who would be able to block a single punch from that brat? No wonder he had the confidence to come out of Wanshan City. He really did not care about them. Many people. It was useless. The conjecture of the Heavenly Spirit God clan elder was indeed correct. Not enough. Not enough. I've just punched out once. Didn't you all want to fight me one-on-one? The 13 great god clans wrong, it was the 12 great god clans. The other party was simple. From start to end it was just a single punch. A punch to the left, a punch to the right, breaking apart their attacks. The remaining elders of the 12 great god clans were all injured. The power of a single punch from Lin Fei had not only broken apart their attacks, it had also injured them. How could the strength of a cosmos god be so easily defended against? This was even with Lin Fei showing mercy. He was afraid that if he used too much strength, he might accidentally kill them. That would be a huge loss. It was not worth it. You all have really disappointed me. Lin Fei shook his head. He pointed at the Light Temple elder not far away. They can't do it. What about you all? Do you want to come up and give it a try? The 13 great god clans no longer had any thoughts. The power of a single punch caused them to feel unbearable pain. Their fleshy bodies, which they were usually proud of, were currently filled with many cracks as if they were about to shatter. Such control of strength was not something anyone could achieve. The current them could not do it. In other words, that person disdained from killing them. Otherwise, it would not be a problem for him to kill one of them with a single punch. They felt bitter in their hearts. They came with an overbearing aura. Yet they were smashed by a single punch from the other party. There was no need to use any treasures or secret techniques. The other party's strength was unyielding. The expressions of the 3 elder experts of the Light Temple were no longer as calm. They were not fools. They had seen clearly what happened previously. The 13 experts from the 13 great god clans could not do anything to the other party. The other party dealt with them with a single punch every single time. That tyrannical strength made even them feel a lingering fear in their hearts. Right, they felt a lingering fear in their hearts. A junior had reached such a tyrannical degree of strength. It had completely changed their way of thinking. Their Light Temple was strong, but they did not have any chance of winning when fighting with the person in front of them. Why? You don't dare anymore. Lin Fei chuckled. Then take a punch from me. His punch was the best in the world. The 3 elders of the Light Temple were already wary of the other party. When the other party's punch came, their battle primordial spirits rushed out from behind them. However, They had underestimated the power of Lin Fei's punch. The power of the punch swept over with the weight of Mount Tai. The battle primordial spirits of the three elders of the Light Temple, the Birdman Angel, instantly exploded. As for the three elders themselves, they swayed and struggled to hold on, as though they would fall from the sky if they were the slightest bit careless. Just one punch had shattered all their thoughts. That young man was ridiculously strong. When did the Myriad God continent have such a great expert? How could they not know of him? They suddenly felt like they had gone blind. Hundreds of people could not fight against one person. If this was spread out, they would be laughed at. Which one of the people present was not famous? You've already fought, but unfortunately you're all useless. Lin Fei said. Do you know why I didn't kill you? It's because you still have some value. If you want to live, obediently hand over everything on you, and then obediently go to Myriad Mountain City. Lin Fei looked like he had them in the bag. The 13 great divine clans, including the Light Temple, all had ugly expressions. They were being held captive. Your Excellency is indeed very strong, but if we want to leave, you can't stop us. The three divine venerable experts, through these words, turned into shadows and left. Handing over everything on them? What kind of joke was that? They had a group of people. Even if they could not win, couldn't they run away? This was also the thought of the majority of the people present. Lin Fei snorted. Did I allow you to leave? Bang bang bang. The divine venerable experts who fled in three directions